Eternal Vigilance, Death That Tyranny Brings. Volume 2, by Robert E. Schubert. An oath transcends the mere amalgamation of words and sentences, embodying a solemn vow that interweaves honor and duty into the very soul of those who pledge it. It is not merely a declaration, but a sacred promise, woven with the threads of integrity and responsibility, symbolizing an unspoken bond between the protector and the protected. To those who bravely take it, the oath becomes a silent yet potent testament to their unyielding commitment and quiet sacrifices, oftentimes hidden in the shadows away from those they vow to shield. The protected may remain blissfully unaware of the depths of devotion and the magnitude of sacrifices borne by their guardians, yet the oath-taker steadfastly honors their pledge, anchoring it in a profound understanding of its inherent, boundless significance. Chapter 1. Death That Tyranny Brings. In the beginning. Deep within the bunker, the only sounds were the clacking of keyboards mixed with an occasional order from the leader overseeing the men's task. Looking up to the computer screen as he finished his fifth soft drink, the Supreme Leader sat nervously watching the images on the screen move into their final spots. A clock above marked the time until they were in place. 2 minutes. It was almost time to meet his fate. He'd experienced many failed projects in the past, so he now sat sweating on the red velvet furniture. Knowing that if it were not a total success, then he would lose it all, he looked over at the two men who occupied his personal space. Chi, he understood. Their two countries had many of the same goals for the United States, including total destruction, though he never quite believed that the American CIA agent accompanying Chi would seek the same thing, or bring him the means to accomplish his country's task. Chi and the American sat surveying the workings of the control room, both deep in thought as they watched the clock wind down. They didn't know if their mission would be a success, but they knew just how the next half hour would play out either way. As the clock clicked to 1 minute, the American leaned forward, revealing his face for the first time to the room, a room full of personals staring intently at the screens in front of them, though nobody dared look in his direction. He watched as the beeping ends of the lines connected with the desired marks on the screen. 2 of them were located a few hundred miles from the east and west coastlines, while a third made its way to the heartland, centering itself over Missouri. All activity deep within the bunker stopped, and the room grew quiet as the clock came to its last 10 seconds. With all eyes on the monitor, the stress to please the Supreme Leader was high. The timer ticked, 3, 2, 1, until all it displayed were zeros, as if its life had run out. The silence was broken as orders began to be shouted once again. "Do we have detonation?" the Supreme Leader asked, as he took another sip from a fresh drink, attempting to rehydrate as he continued to sweat more heavily. Within seconds, he had his answer brought not by a yes or a no, but rather by cheers breaking out all through the room. "See, I said you could count on my people." Shaking his head up and down, with his cheeks and chins flopping, he clapped his hands with short, chubby fingers much like a child would. Satisfied by the mission, the American stood, looking down at Chi. "I believe we have calls to make, don't you?" He wasn't really looking for a reply as he stepped fully into the light, nodding at the men who followed the Supreme Leader everywhere. Chi rose and followed the American from the tightly packed workspace, stopping at the other end of the corridor. The American reached down and removed the heels and part of the soles of each of his shoes. Cracking the heels open like eggs, he removed Play-Doh-like substances, combining them together until they were one. Next, he reached into his left breast pocket and removed a pen, and with one smooth, calm action, he drove it into the ball he had just formed. Chi watched as he put the items together, not saying a word or showing any expression. Chi knew exactly what the American was up to as he watched him place the item above the support beam overhead. Just then, they heard weapons fire erupt throughout the room they had left just moments ago. Looking down the corridor, they knew what had happened. "I really didn't think that group of followers had it in them," Chi said as he and the American began walking away from the area. Just before they made their first turn in the hallway, one of the former Supreme Leader's followers called out, "He died. You take us now?" Drawing a second pen from his inside right breast pocket, the American clicked the top as they walked around the corner, detonating the charge above the beam where the followers stood. Exiting the underground bunker, Chi could see that his men had completed their task from the dead that lay all around. Happy with their success, the two men walked side by side to board Chi's helicopter, which waited to take them both back to China. "We should work together more." Chi smiled at the American. A slight smile also played across the American's face. "After today, I believe there will be a lot of work to do." The two laughed as the chopper rose from the ground. Chapter 2. The Little Girl. Looking around the cold and moldy basement at what a week ago had been everyday Americans created a strong sense of sadness. Seeing them now reminded him of refugees fleeing a war-torn country, only this time it was his own. Officer Blankenship had aided the people of St. Louis for most of his life and knew nothing else but to protect and serve. He shook his head at the thought of protecting and serving them now as automatic gunfire and explosions filled the morning, shaking an endless supply of dust from the rafters. Throughout his time with the police department, he clearly noticed a decline in society as he watched people vote themselves more and more handouts from the government. But this was beyond what he had imagined. Civil war or a revolution, maybe, but not mixed with an invasion. Leaning against the basement wall, he thought back to what had occurred over the last week. How he was driving back to the precinct after patrolling the streets since early morning, listening to the scanner. Listening as personnel from the Strong Cities Network, a branch of the United Nations, enforced martial law and called for backup as they entered homes and confiscated weapons. How at that point he wanted nothing more than to quit, but knew he could do more to help citizens as long as he still wore the badge. That was until the flash changed everything. With the flash, every car on the highway, including his own, had stopped running. As he sat motionless, fruitlessly turning the key in the ignition, explosions began all around him. One by one, he watched from the safety of his car as power cables sparked, and the transformers that stored the power high on poles exploded into brilliant balls of fire. The city looked as if it were being carpet-bombed by 100 bombers, yet he sat and watched as, one after another, they exploded all around him. After a minute, something caught his attention in the rearview mirror. As he turned to get a better look, he began to wonder if they were in fact being attacked. His eyes opened wide and his pupils dilated at the sight of the large aircraft closing in. Not wanting to stick around for it to drop its bombs, he quickly unbuckled his seatbelt and shoved the door of his squad car open. After exiting, time seemed to stand still. He looked around at the cars full of people, filled with fear. "Run! Run!" he screamed as he pointed behind them. Yet they only stared at him as if he were a crazy man holding a sign preaching the end is near. A short distance ahead, he focused on the overpass as he ran, thinking it might provide him with a little safety when the bombs fell. He ran as the explosions continued near to far, all the while screaming, "Run! Get out of your cars and run!" Few were able to hear him through their windows as they hid from the exploding transformers, lying as far down in their cars as they could. Those who had seen what he had left the false safety of their vehicles and began to run in his direction. Just ahead, he watched a little girl struggling to keep up as her overweight parents urged her to run. He glanced back and saw that the aircraft was even larger and lower than before. The question of why a bomber would be so low raced through his mind as he got closer to the couple who were in no shape to run. Knowing they were not going to make it, he reached out as he neared the little girl. Feet away from her, he took in a deep breath, and at the top of his vocal capabilities screamed, "Hey!" As the confused little girl turned, he lifted her from the ground, dragging her forward as her mother's meaty fingers released their tired grip. The girl screamed as he ran, and he held her tight. He didn't know if her fear was due to him snatching her from her mother, or the sight of the aircraft. Officer Blankenship wasn't going to stop and find out. Even though he was in considerably good shape, he could feel his thigh muscles burning as he ran under the overpass to the other side. Behind him, he heard the sounds of twisting metal as the aircraft neared. Without looking, he broke from those running down the highway and ran up the far side, hoping to use the overpass as protection. No sooner had he covered the girl with his body, placing her between the concrete and himself, than he felt the heat of intense flames rush past. As he shielded the screaming little girl, he looked back from underneath his arm. The sight was one he wished he hadn't seen. The aircraft hadn't dropped bombs, but had crashed. What he saw was an ocean of flames, cars, and people as they all mixed together. When he was sure that the worst was over for now, he looked down at the crying little girl. Not knowing what to do, he brushed the dirt-filled hair from her face. "Are you okay?" he asked softly. Too shaken by what had just taken place, she only cried. At least she can still do that, he thought. As he looked around for the girl's parents, he had no illusions as to their current state, as more people than he could count lay burning or mortally wounded. His first thought was to assist them, but it wasn't a sight he wanted the girl to see, and he knew he had to get more help. Reaching up to the radio strapped to his shoulder, he hit the mic and heard no reply as he called, "Dispatch?" There was no static, not even a little spark of life. Pulling his cell phone from his pocket, he swiped his finger across the screen to activate it. Again, nothing. Looking down to the highway, he saw the remains of a sign and the red lettering of the word Airlines. Then it clicked. All the events of the last 5 minutes came together, and he said aloud, "EMP." Chapter 3. Not My Problem. Waking up early wasn't on Jim's agenda. At 9 in the morning, he lay in his bed smelling the sweet aroma of coffee making its way from the kitchen, yet he had little energy to move. For weeks now, he found himself starting the day later and later with little motivation since graduating from high school. The days became longer, and his mother became more persistent in her attempts to energize him. He looked over at the base of his door where she had been leaving printouts of job openings. The last few days, their numbers had increased to the point that some mornings he had trouble opening the bedroom door. "Well, I guess it's time," he said, talking to an empty room. Rolling over, he planted his feet on the floor. Sitting on the edge of his bed, he spotted the pile of job listings and fell back with a moan. "Mom, you have got to stop." Knowing that tomorrow the pile would be even greater, he let out a sigh. After a few minutes had passed and feeling that he had the energy to make it to his feet, he stood. As he stretched, thinking about breakfast gave him a little more motivation. Now he was ready to begin the day. With one last outreach of his arms and legs, Jim slowly walked over to the pile, moving it to one side with his foot. He shuffled down the hall to the kitchen with only one thought: what to eat? That seemed to be the ultimate question of the day since graduation, and Jim liked it a great deal. As he made his way closer, he could hear that the television had seen set to his mother's favorite news channel. Entering the room, he saw that his mother was giving all her attention to what was being said. The hunt for the rogue Missouri Guard unit intensifies, as it is believed they may have crossed over into Arkansas. "Mom, why do you watch that stuff?" he asked as he made his way to the cabinet containing the cereal. "It is important to know what is going on," she replied with a touch of scorn in her voice. "Things are getting bad out there, and if you don't pay attention, then you may end up wishing you had." Jim was tired of hearing her attempts to pass on what she felt was wisdom. While pouring milk over the top of his cereal, he looked at the news and rolled his eyes. "You know they will catch them, and all will be right once again in the world." Sarcasm was about the only way he spoke lately, but it didn't stop her from trying. "There is more going on than just this, Jim." "Well, that is somebody else's problem, not mine." He picked up his bowl and moved into the living room. After finishing a few bowls of breakfast and watching an episode of his current favorite series on Netflix, it was time to take care of the job listings. Not wanting to receive another talk about responsibility from his mother, Jim went back to his room to get dressed. Not that he was really going to follow up on the listings. Rather, he would make it look as if he had just to keep her happy. "Now to find out what Larry is up to," he said to himself, as he picked up his cell phone from his nightstand and began texting. "Jim, hey, we rolling?" With the phone in hand, he walked over to his closet, grabbing a t-shirt and wrinkled-up shorts from its floor. Larry. Beach? Jim. 30 min. Quickly, Jim pulled on his shorts and slid into the shirt. Although California had miles of beach, they had one spot where they always met 15 minutes away, depending on traffic. Excitement began energizing him at the thought of the day's adventures. As he looked for his backpack, he thought about women in bikinis and hoped for great surfing conditions. After locating the pack between his bed and the wall, he filled it with everything he would need: wetsuit, sunscreen, water, and a towel. He was ready to go, except for one last thing: clothes for his fake job search. Picking up the listings his mother had provided and stuffing them into his pack to be thrown away at some point in the day, he did one last mental check: water, towel, keys. After grabbing the keys and his cell and sliding them into his pocket, he was ready. With the backpack over one shoulder and the clothing for the interviews that he wasn't going on over the other, he exited his room. "Jim! Jim!" his mother called as she saw him walk by the kitchen. "Yeah." He stepped slightly into the kitchen, angling the interview clothes where she could see them. "Be careful out there today. I just heard on the news that they are doing gun confiscations and have checkpoints set up. That is a waste of time. Nobody has guns here. Oh, wait. I'd better get rid of the one tucked under my belt." Laughing, he turned to the front door. "I mean it, Jimmy. Be careful." After stepping out the front door, Jim basked in the sunlight as he took in a deep breath. Extending his arms out with his interview clothing in one hand and his backpack in the other, he exhaled. The weather was perfect, as always. 80 degrees and sunny. Jim loved this part of the day, smelling the ocean air rolling in from the coast, sunshine, a great temperature, no school, and no job to keep him from enjoying it. He knew one day he would have to start working, but that day wasn't today. He threw his suit and pack in the back seat and then jumped behind the wheel. Traffic that morning was very light, and he anticipated digging his feet into the sand in no time at all. As he looked around for a parking spot, he could see Larry waving him over. Within minutes, he had parked and was walking over to greet his best friend. "Isn't this nuts, man? There are very few people out," Larry said as he greeted Jim with a slap on his arm. Looking around, Jim quickly saw what he was talking about. The beach had about half the number of people as usual. It wasn't anywhere close to empty, but for this time of year, half the norm was a lot. "Well, it will pick up out here. Let's get ready and out on the water before it does." Not giving the lack of people another thought, they changed and headed for the ocean. Knowing that his mother would know something was up if he had loaded his surfboard before leaving, Jim had asked Larry to bring an extra. They had planned for everything to avoid Jim's mother's suspicions. Life was good. After a few hours, the waves began to settle as they did every day. It was a natural progression of their days since graduation. It was always for the best, even though they always looked for one more wave to ride. By the last wave, they both were ready for something to eat, and that led them to the next stage of the day: lunch at the Boardwalk restaurant. After utilizing the public showers located on the beach, the two placed their surfboards on the top of Larry's vehicle. Both had worked up big appetites, and as they walked along the street discussing the highlights of their day, they checked out the ladies sunbathing, nudging each other as they walked and talked to ensure that they both took in the same sights. The day was perfect, and the two hoped tomorrow would be much of the same. The closer they came to the Boardwalk restaurant, the more they couldn't help but notice something strange. Nobody was talking or eating, just watching the television above the bar. "Guess they're all watching the same crap as my mother," Jim said sarcastically. Larry just shook his head in agreement. Noticing that even the cooks were watching, Larry expressed his concern. "Do you think we will even be able to get something here?" Jim looked around at the crowd and wondered about the same thing. "This is crazy," he said as he tried to make his way to the counter. After a few "excuse me" and some dirty looks from those he worked his way by, he stood at the counter looking at the cook and then up to the television where he saw a man speaking. He was angry about something and beating his fists against a podium. It was obvious he was in the military. Not caring to hear what was being said and interested only in ordering, he turned his attention back to the cook. "Hey, you serving? Hey?" Not happy with the interruption, the cook turned with an aggravated expression on his face. "Do you not see what is going on?" "No, I'm not taking orders." Then he turned his attention back to the television. Jim looked back at Larry, who had made his way through the crowd just in time to hear the cook's response. "Let's go somewhere else, man." Larry didn't respond. Jim could tell he had been taken in by the television, the same as the others. "Hey, did you hear me? Let's go." With concern in his voice, Larry fixed his eyes on Jim before speaking. "Those are the guys they've been after. They attacked the Missouri state capitol." Still not caring, Jim turned to see what Larry was talking about. This time, there was another military man stepping up to the podium. Jim listened, wishing it would be over so he could get on with his day. "We have fought long and hard to be here today, and we will fight long and hard tomorrow. We, the men and women of the United Constitutional Militia, will never stop living up to the oath we have taken. We ask that all those who have taken the same oath to defend the Constitution of these United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, stand with us as we do so. To those who haven't taken such an oath, I ask that you decide how important your country is and what you will do when they come for you or your family. There is nothing we as Americans cannot accomplish as long as we stay." 2 shots were heard. Suddenly, Jim gasped for air at what he had just seen, as did those around him. Many screamed, and some began to cry, asking, "Why? What just happened?" The camera stayed focused on the speaker who had just been shot, and all watched as a woman ran to him as she screamed, covered in his blood. Jim looked at Larry in disbelief as to what they had just witnessed on the live broadcast. Jim now wished he knew the full story and began asking those around him, only to receive no response. He focused back on the broadcast, watching as people ran around with weapons aimed in all directions. He watched as one person seemed to fall from the sky above the speaker and take off at a full run with a large rifle in his hands. "This is unreal," Jim blurted out, still not grasping what he was watching. They began hushing one another as a blonde reporter came on the screen. With the exception of a few still crying, the crowd fell silent. Jim could tell the reporter was fighting to keep her composure as she spoke. "I'm Sandra Wheeler, and what you have just witnessed is the assassination of a great man by those your government invited into the United States. Captain Sawyer served his country with the highest honor and was assassinated by the United Nations. Those here in the States, here to take your constitutional rights on the order of our own government, because they knew our own soldiers wouldn't. These brave men have sacrificed even—" Shouts erupted and the screen turned to static. The cook turned the channel, trying to get it back, but he soon realized the broadcast had been cut off. "Jim, we need to go." Hearing the urgency in Larry's voice, Jim followed him out. As soon as they had pulled away from the still panicked crowd, they broke into a run down the boardwalk to the sidewalk and back the way they had come, neither stopping until they were behind the wheels of their cars. "My house!" Jim shouted over to Larry. "Sure, man." Both started up their cars and began backing up at the same time. Once they were heading down the road, Jim picked up his cell to call his mother. Before he could, his mother called him. "Mom, did you see what just happened?" "Yes, you need to get home now." Just then, a bright flash of light appeared in the distance. "Mom? Mom?" No response. With the phone still to his ear, his car lost all power and rolled to a stop, as did all those around him. Chapter 4. Karnik's Command. Karnik stood, taking in the moist air rolling off the Missouri River that flowed a few hundred yards to the rear of the armory. As he took in a few deep breaths, the crisp air caused him to think of his good friend and commander, Captain Sawyer. He thought not of his death, but of the still unknown shooter and of Sawyer's resting spot, with 16 of his men overlooking the river. Standing on the front steps where Sawyer was murdered, he turned in the direction in which they were buried and rendered a respectful salute to those lost over the last few weeks since taking the armory and losing their commander. Shortly after all, electronics failed. If there had ever been a day full of unexpected outcomes, it was the fateful day they went on the offensive. Karnak felt they had achieved the impossible. With little planning and supplies, up until they reached the podium, everything had mostly gone as planned. Much of the rest of that day remained a blur to Karnak once Sawyer fell. A blur to Karnak, but not to those who witnessed the wrath he released on the UN soldiers in the direction from which the shot came. Everyone watched as Robert leaped from the roof above, charging off in the direction of the shot. He fired a second after the assassins. After Sawyer had taken his last breath, everyone watched as Karnak ran to stop him. Or so they thought. He quickly passed Robert, not slowing down until he began receiving fire from the top of the hill. Even under fire, he slowed only as he moved from the pavement to the grass off the side of the road. Watching in disbelief as Karnak and then Robert ran by, the men guarding the front gate looked at one another. Although they didn't know what his plan was, once Karnak started taking fire from those hiding behind what was left of their cars, they responded with all the return fire they had. Then they watched as Karnak closed in, moving through the first two men he came to with ease, relieving them of their weapons only to give them back the bullets each time his finger pulled the trigger. No longer firing at the UN troops for fear of hitting Karnak, they listened and watched as the minutes passed. Many of the men with their rifles in hand attempted to assist Karnak, only to be told to return to their posts by Sergeant Lee. "Back to your post. You don't want to get mixed up in what is going on up there." From the screams they heard coming from the area, many agreed. When silence finally fell, many wondered if it meant the end of Karnak. Every man wanted to go to his aid or finish what he had started. Sergeant Lee felt the need to do something as eyes darted from the hilltop and back again. "Second squad!" Lee shouted. Within seconds they were standing in front of him, ready for what they knew would be his next order. Speaking directly to the squad leader, Lee gave the order. "Use both sides of the road, move up the hill, and find Karnak if possible. Roger." "Roger," he replied, turning with his squad to charge the hill in hopes of coming back with Karnak. They came to a halt only a few feet from where they had started, each of them watching who they assumed was Karnak step from the barricade of cars and begin walking their way. The closer he came, the more unbelievable the sight of him became. They watched as blood dripped from the knife in his left hand, and smoke came from the pistol in his right. That sight mixed with his blood-soaked uniform caused many to feel a little pity for those in the direction from which he had just come. "Radio for a medic," Sergeant Lee ordered his radio telephone operator. It was a message that became impossible to send after a bright flash in the distance, followed by a light roar. As soon as the RTO keyed the mic, the radio lost all power. The RTO and Sergeant Lee looked at each other in puzzlement, even though they knew what had just occurred. An electromagnetic pulse. They turned their attention back to Karnak, who was now standing only feet away and looking up at the sky. "EMP," he said softly, as if he didn't look like a character out of a slasher film. From that point on, it was like a switch was flipped in him, pulling him out of the aftermath of the day's events and back to the controlled leader they knew. Most had forgotten about Robert as they watched Karnak charge up the hill. Robert had developed tunnel vision from the second he leaped from the roof and began running. His sole focus was a brush pile 100 yards to the left of where the UN troops had been located. Filled with a feeling of failure, he had to confirm the shooter was dead. Knowing his bullet had made contact, Robert expected to see the shooter's body lying on the ground as he approached, but to his great disappointment, there wasn't anything. Upon closer inspection, he began widening his search after spotting blood on the ground where the shooter had been. He searched frantically, ignoring the gunfire and screams 100 yards to his right. Off in the distance, a flicker of light caught his eye. Quickly, he hurried through the brush and located the source. Reaching down, he knew it was the rifle that had killed Sawyer as he pulled it from the thick, dead grass. Robert looked all around the area after picking up the rifle, and after a few minutes, he was fairly certain that its owner was long gone. He ran his finger along the side of the rifle where his bullet had cut a deep groove that ended in blood spatter. Disgusted with the thought of the shooter getting away, Robert turned to make his way back to camp, filled with sorrow. The person he felt sorrow for the most was Kate. He could still hear her screams, even though he knew it wasn't possible. It was her screams that told him who the shooter's bullet had struck, and she was the one person he didn't want to face. Not one to dwell on the past, Karnak looked out over the armory grounds. It was a marvelous sight to him, for he had never imagined that things would turn out as they had. Everywhere he looked, he saw men and women training, thousands of them, and more showed every day. Half of his men spent their days sorting out those with military backgrounds and those who came to join the UCM without prior experience. The other half of his men spent the day training the inexperienced. Communications had been difficult since the EMP, but he felt fortunate to have the supplies that survived. The one thing he wished he had was a working Humvee, those that he had sat gathering dust since the EMP. Everything had been tested, and what didn't work was discarded, which turned out to be most everything that contained computer chips. All vehicles made after the 1970s were almost guaranteed to be fried, with the exception of the few stored in enclosed metal buildings, which acted much like Faraday cages. As the EMP struck the metal buildings surrounding the electrical components, the pulse was dispersed into the ground. Colonel Marks and his men worked day and night to resurrect vehicles that had been deemed outdated. On many occasions, they had recovered those used as monuments in museums and at VFW halls. On one such excursion, they even found a machine that brought the troops' morale up greatly, a machine to create patches representing the UCM. He took it on himself to design one in the shape of a black diamond bordered in infantry blue, and in the center, it held 2 lightning bolts crossed at the tips. In it were the words, Bellum contra Tyrannidum, Latin for War against Tyranny. For the final touch, the bot Tom held a ribbon with 17 at one end and 76 at the other, representing the country's birth, 1776. Karnak hated using a generator and the little fuel they had to produce the new unit patches, but he thought it necessary not only for morale, but also for identification in operations to come. Although he wouldn't say it, out of all the unit patches he had worn during his time in the military, he was thrilled to have it on his sleeve. Not only to have it on his sleeve, but also to hand them out personally to those who joined the fight. But since the EMP, he really didn't know who the fight was against. The EMP changed a great deal, and in the weeks since he wondered if the country had been attacked by another, or if it were those in their own government. Either way, he would soon know something when his 2 scouting parties returned. Sierra had set out west on horseback, and Angelique had headed east on a vintage dirt bike. Both had taken 2 weeks of supplies and other personnel for security. Karnak knew it would be a few more days before they would return and was going over all possibilities for action after receiving the information they had learned. For now, he could see a more pressing issue. Food. From where he stood, he couldn't even imagine the amount of food required for all the people now under his command. With rations already cut to 1 MRE a day, something had to be done. Looking over to the lower buildings, he hoped that Colonel Marks was back, but saw nothing where his deuce and a half was normally parked. "Private," he called out, knowing that he was standing only a few feet back, just within the door. "Yes, Sergeant," the young soldier said, eager to do what Karnak asked. "Run down and see if the colonel is back. If not, then wait there until he returns and let him know that I would like to have a word with him." "Yes, Sergeant." He ran off. Since the EMP, Karnak kept a few soldiers around to relay messages and conserve the batteries of the few working radios they possessed. Now it was time for the part of the day he enjoyed most, viewing the new recruits. It seemed every morning now that he handed out patches to newly arrived members. It was something that had never crossed his mind he would ever be doing. Each time he did, he thought about how much Sawyer would have loved it. Even though this wasn't something a sergeant would normally do, these were not normal times. Marks had outranked him when they were all soldiers in the U.S. Army. But this wasn't the Army. This was the United Constitutional Militia. Here no one dared challenge Karnak's position, especially not after what he and his team had accomplished. He could see that Smith had the new men and women formed up, and he signaled that he was on his way. Walking up to the formation, he could tell that most were former soldiers, veterans who had already served their time, but they were standing here ready to do it once more. This time it was for their freedoms and no pay. Sergeant Smith met him just yards from the first rank. In his hands he carried a box filled with new unit patches for Karnak to pass out. Everything ready? Karnak knew that Smith was the one person he could count on to have everything in order. Yes, Sergeant. Ready when you are. Very well then. Let's proceed. Company, attention! Smith called out, and those in formation snapped to attention. Karnak began walking slowly along, about a yard from the men and women at the front of the formation. As he looked at the many different uniforms they wore, he thought, "This is truly a militia." Although there were many different styles of uniforms, they all had one thing in common. All of them had been dyed black. This made it easier to tell the UCM personnel from others who may be out there. The dyeing process didn't change the uniforms completely black. It simply changed the camouflage patterns to several shades of gray and black, in many cases making them more effective than they once were. Karnak walked up and down the ranks of new UCM soldiers, making eye contact with each new volunteer. On the first pass, one soldier caught his eye. Although it was a sight he never expected to see, he didn't show his overwhelming surprise. Karnak moved on from the man as if he were any other joining up for a fight. As he came to the end of the new recruits, he turned to Smith. Karnak's chest puffed out from holding a deep breath. He had his bottom lip sucked into his mouth as if he were trying to bite it off, and his head was held a little higher than normal. With his voice low enough so that only Smith could hear, he lowered his head, freed his bottom lip, and asked as he exhaled, "Did I just walk by a guy wearing a World War II veteran's hat?" It was amazing to Karnak. The man looked ready to fight. Smith couldn't control himself when the question came his way. A big smile appeared on his face. "Yes," he answered. The two men turned and quickly walked back to the old soldier. As they approached, they both had the same question on their minds. How old is this guy? When they came to where the man was standing, Karnak couldn't help but snap to attention and salute, as did Smith. Their salute was returned. "What's your name, soldier?" Karnak asked with a slight hint of excitement in his voice. "Bellamy, sir," the old warrior said with fight in his voice. As Karnak was about to speak again, Bellamy spoke up first and loud. "Listen, Sergeant, with all due respect, I know I'm old, but I'm not going anywhere but to the fight. That will be with you or without you. I survived on the beaches of Normandy, pushed through the Battle of the Bulge, and fought the last few months in the Pacific. And I will be damned if I'm going to watch from a deathbed somewhere as my country is torn apart by its own government." Taken aback by the old soldier's short speech, Karnak shook his head slightly, understanding the old soldier meant every word. Karnak had looked down by the man's side while he was giving his speech and noticed the weapon he was packing, an M1 Garand. When Bellamy had finished, Karnak asked, "Would you like a lighter, more modern weapon?" Bellamy looked down at his rifle and then back up to Karnak. "Hell no. This girl is why I'm here today." Surprised by how much fight was in the old soldier, Karnak stood quietly. Even though he wasn't going to dismiss the man, the thought had crossed his mind. Instead, he replied, "See the supply sergeant for ammunition." Then he saluted and reached out with a unit patch in his hand. "Welcome to the United Constitutional Militia." When he was on the last row of soldiers, meeting each one and handing out the unit patch, he spotted the private he had sent to find Colonel Marks running toward him. Chapter 5. Escape from St. Louis. Looking out the small basement window gave him a good view of the street, a street filled with the remains of the neighborhood. Burned-out buildings, abandoned cars, and rotting corpses of the unlucky. When bombs fall on a populated city, all you can do is take cover and pray that luck or a higher power is with you. Everyone has the instinct to run. The problem is that you have no idea which way to go. Officer Blankenship couldn't even recognize the street, even though he had patrolled it for many years. This time, however, he wasn't looking for illegal activity. In fact, many of those in the basement with him were wanted or under investigation for one thing or another. None of that mattered these days, and even though he was a police officer, that didn't matter now either. Now the only thing that mattered was survival, and the same went for the gangs that used to control the neighborhoods. Thinking about the group now gathered around him and of which he was unofficially in charge, Officer Blankenship had to let out a little laugh. Here he was in the basement of a building with a little girl he had torn from her now-deceased mother's hands, local citizens, and gun-packing gang members. I would say this is what it would take to get a group like this depending on one another. That, and being attacked by foreign troops, he thought. From what Blankenship could tell, those who fell from the sky days after the EMP were Chinese, and from the minute they touched the ground, their weapons began firing. Few of those hiding with him were even from this neighborhood. Most he had picked up over the last weeks of running and hiding. The one plan for most of them, and the reason they were following Blankenship, was to get out of the city and into the country. They had been moving from building to building in an attempt to avoid the Chinese troops. They had seen what happened to those who were able to find a car or old motorcycle that ran, attempting to drive out. But that only drew the attention of the Chinese, and it always ended badly. Watching smoke rise from buildings in the distance as more bombs fell, Blankenship couldn't help but wonder if the arch was still standing. He knew it was meaningless whether it was or not, but he still couldn't keep from wondering. He had started from near that area the day the attack began, and watched the bridge just beyond the arch blown from its perch high above the Mississippi River. Those first days now just ran together as he thought back on them, but the one thing he did remember was all the people fighting back. As a law enforcement officer, he knew there were many weapons in St. Louis, even though they were not allowed. But he never really understood just how many until now. Had there not been so many armed citizens, he was sure he wouldn't still be alive. For the first few days, the people of St. Louis used everything they had to fight back. But even though they had the firearms, the one thing they didn't have was ammunition. People used their weapons for personal and home defense, except for a very few, and many hadn't planned on using them to battle a foreign invasion. Even officers had little ammunition and carried what they could when leaving the station. Blankenship reached down to his side and placed his hand on the 2 magazines in their pouches. He found himself checking them regularly, ensuring that they hadn't been lost. Next, he checked his pistol and its magazine, confirming that it still contained all 18 rounds. Ammunition wasn't easy to get. There was no more running to Walmart or the local sporting goods store. "Everyone, check your ammunition," Blankenship said as he turned away from the window. He knew some had more than others, and wouldn't part with what they possessed. He also knew that they would use it if they had to, if not to protect others, then to protect themselves. "Go over and sit with the others, sweetie." He looked down at the little girl who had hardly left his side since it all began. When she wasn't with him, she stayed close to the other children and nobody else. She slowly put her head down and walked over to the others, all of whom looked like they had been making mud pies. Everyone wished they could take a shower, something they had gone without for weeks now. A shower would be asking a lot when just drinking water was so highly desired. Along with ammunition, nobody passed up a bottle containing water. Whether it had been opened or not, they were happy to find it. Once he had seen that most had done as he asked, Blankenship continued speaking. "From here on out, it will be mostly residential areas. We will no longer be able to move through buildings. I suggest that we break up into groups." This brought some rumblings and several questions were shouted out. Blankenship held up his hands, trying to quiet them down, wanting them to hear everything he had to say before jumping to conclusions. Once he felt that things had quieted enough to continue, he did. "We are going to be in the open, moving alongside or behind houses. If we go out as one group, then it will make us easier to spot." Blankenship could tell they understood what he was saying. "We'll divide into 3 groups. Kaylee will stay with me and I'll take 3 others. Everyone else needs to form 2 groups. Everyone understand?" Blankenship was realistic. He knew that many of them wouldn't make it out of the city. Although they knew they needed to get moving, everyone sat resting, not wanting to be the one to make the suggestion to continue. They all had been running on little sleep and food, but they also knew that if they didn't keep moving, then life would get very difficult, if not end. "We staying here for the night?" someone in the group asked. It seemed to Blankenship that there was always somebody asking that question. The more time they spent on the run, the harder it was to keep from giving in and saying yes. Each time he considered giving in, he thought about how much harder it could get to move the next day. Like everyone else, Blankenship had the same question. Where was the army? Even though there was no power and most of the electronics were fried, it had been weeks now. Even on foot, there had to be someone who was able to get a message through to them. That was an issue for another time, if the time ever came. Right now, it was time to answer the question at hand. Even though he wanted to say yes, he didn't. "No, we need to get moving while we have light." As he had most every time before, he heard moans coming from the others in response to his answer. "In 5 minutes, we move in 3 groups. Have them ready." He took a drink of water, placed it back in his pack, and pulled out a small bag of M&Ms. Just as his hand cleared the top of the pack, Kaylee's eyes lit up at the sight of the yellow wrapper. There were only a few left, but it was enough to see her smile, which gave him a little more energy to keep moving the group forward. With everyone ready to go and with Kaylee by his side, Blankenship prepared to exit the basement. When he was satisfied that everything was clear, he began to move out with his group. Once again, they walked down the narrow alleys that separated the property between the rows of houses. They remained quiet as they walked, observing the many homes that had burned either from exploding transformers or bombs. After walking a half-mile, Blankenship began noticing curtains moving in the windows of many residential homes. That gave him a little more hope that they had reached the outer perimeter of the Chinese line. Even though it appeared that many people were still in their homes, he and the others were focused on moving forward. Coming from downtown St. Louis, where the fighting had been fierce, many in the group felt pity for those who chose to stay, rather than to run, as they hurried past their curtained windows. Chapter 6. Horseback. Riding along on the back of the large palomino named Big Boy, Sierra felt as if the last 3 months hadn't happened. The silence of the world around her, void of car motors, airplanes, or any other noises created by modern life, made it easy. For the first time since her uncle's farm, she even thought about the documentaries she used to love making so much. She often imagined what prom and graduation would have been like. It was at those times that the reality of what her life had become smothered those happy thoughts with images of her family's murder or Sawyer's death, images that seemed to never leave. Sierra had tried hard not to become close to other people out of fear that they, too, would be taken. No matter how much she attempted to keep others at a distance, she found herself caring for them. Out of those riding with her, 2 had broken through her emotional defenses. It was hard for her to not care for Carlos. They were feelings born from battle on the first day. Feelings for Kate, on the other hand, stemmed from the mutual sorrow they both felt from losing those close to them. Accompanied by 2 others, the 3 of them rode on horses taken from stables near the armory. Darian and Mac had been with Kate since the St. Louis massacre. In fact, they had refused to stay behind. Neither of them wanted to break the bond they had created with Kate by letting her go without them. Things had truly changed from what any of them thought they would be facing. They had no idea what had happened, and with no communications equipment, they were forced to send out scouting parties. After a few days of riding west, they could tell that civilization was deteriorating fast. Vehicles were scattered all over, sitting in the same spot where they had died. Every so often they would see an older model making its way down the road, only to be taken by others who wanted it more. People had begun panicking, taking an every-man-for-himself stance when it came to food, water, or transportation. More than a few times, Sierra and the others in her party rode with their weapons at the ready, not knowing if one of the many people wandering around was going to attempt to take what little they had. Smoke from burning cars and buildings filled the air. They would continue to burn until they ran out of fuel, for there was nobody coming to put them out. The scene was the same everywhere they went. The only difference was the number of bodies rotting on the ground. It had become a country they never dreamed of before. Sierra stood out from the others in her group, dressed in jeans and a white tank top that was covered with a plaid flannel shirt. Her old feed store cap rested on her head with her hair pulled through the back. The others wore military uniforms that had been dyed black with the UCM patch on the sleeve. Sierra also wore the patch, but chose to sew it onto her flannel, refusing to put on a uniform. "Has anyone noticed that there aren't as many people out as there should be?" Kate asked as she looked around. She had been observing the people they came across. After seeing the population sign for Jefferson City, things just didn't add up in her mind. There should have been many more people out roaming for food. Even if half the people stayed in their homes, there should be 3 times the number of people out looking for food and water. Kate just couldn't let the idea go as they rode along. "Do you think there is something going on?" Sierra asked, not really interested, just thankful that there were not even more people to worry about. She didn't like shooting people, but had come to the conclusion that some just needed a bullet. Just 6 months ago, her feelings had been quite different. Not sure. They could just be out in other areas more than here. If you think there is something going on, then let's start asking. Sierra didn't care. She just wanted to be supportive of Kate. Anything to keep her mind off Sawyer's death. The more they rode along and Sierra began looking around, the more she thought about what Kate had said, and found herself agreeing that the lack of people was troublesome. "Kate, over there." Darian pointed at a guy walking along with what appeared to be his family on the other side of the highway. They were staying close to the trees as if at any minute they would need to run and hide in them. Now looking at the same thing as Darian, Kate also agreed it was quite curious, but many things that would have been strange a short time ago were quickly becoming a normal sight. "Sierra, let's ride over. Maybe we can get some information about what's ahead," Kate suggested. Without a response, Sierra guided Big Boy in the family's direction, and the others followed. She too thought it would be useful to get information from them, not for the same reason Kate wanted, but because it would be nice to know a little about what lay ahead. Watching them walk along the tree line, it made her a little curious that, out of the group, at least one was always looking back. They seemed to become nervous at the sight of the group heading in their direction. Within seconds, they all were gone, running through the woods in all directions. Sierra looked back at Kate in disbelief, but she soon realized what had spooked them. The sight of the others in their uniforms posed a scary sight, especially a large man like Carlos, who wasn't far behind her. The weapons they were carrying played another part in keeping them from looking non-threatening. "Wait here!" Sierra shouted to the others as she goosed the large horse in the sides with her boots. Responding to her command, Big Boy leapt forward, reaching his top speed in seconds. Sierra could feel the air blowing across her face. It was something she had long missed. Leaning forward, she stood up slightly in the stirrups, bringing her just inches off the saddle seat as she bounced up and down, keeping rhythm with Big Boy's stride. They crossed the highway, avoiding the abandoned vehicles and vanishing into the woods. "What do you think I should name him?" Darian asked as he stroked the mane of the horse he was riding. Kate, Mac, and Carlos stared at him, puzzled by the question. Seeing their confused response, Darian threw up a hand in the direction Sierra had ridden. "What? You don't think she can handle herself? The girl is a little scary." With that, the 3 agreed, shaking their heads and laughing softly. On the fast horse, it didn't take long for Sierra to close the distance on those who had fled into the woods. Guiding the massive horse through the thick trees, she headed for the guy who had appeared to be leading the group. She shouted as she came close to him, "Stop running, you fool!" She slowed Big Boy. "Where do you think you're going to go?" she asked as the man tried to avoid her. "Get away, I'm not going. You can't take me." Sierra was confused by his response. Who the hell does he think I am? She wondered. "Take you where? We just wanted to talk," she told the man, who was apparently scared of someone. "Is that what you told the others?" he asked as he ducked behind another tree, looking for a direction to run in which she and the large beast couldn't follow. Keeping close to the man and at the same time placing herself between him and any possible path away from the rest of her group, Sierra's curiosity was piqued. She was beginning to feel frustrated and did her best to fight the urge to pull her pistol. "Listen, just stop for a minute and talk, and then I will leave. Okay?" She was offering him one last chance before giving in to the urge, and was a little disappointed to see him slow down. He kept a tree between him and the girl on the horse. "You will go away?" he confirmed. "Yes." "You're not with the others?" he asked with a hint of panic in his voice. "Who are you talking about?" Sierra really wanted to know, and know now. "There are soldiers going around loading people up." "Where are they taking them?" The guy had relaxed a little as he started to believe that she wasn't here to take him away. However, he was a little puzzled by the fact that she didn't know about what had been happening, and it was evident in his question to Sierra. "Where have you been?" "They have been picking people up since before the electricity went out." "Let's just say I have been out of the loop, and you take it from the top." Growing impatient, she leaned over, resting on the saddle horn with both arms crossed, supporting most of her upper body weight. After a few seconds, which seemed like minutes to Sierra, the guy began talking. "The morning the power went out, they came as I was getting ready for work. At first, I thought it was just my ride who, for once, had shown up early, but that was a mistake. I called out for him to come in as I went into my room for this jacket I'm still wearing. Walking back into the living room, I quickly realized it wasn't my ride, but armed soldiers with rifles pointed at me." He paused as he hung his head and shook it from side to side. The sight of them was so shocking that I didn't know what to do. I just stood there. Sierra had a feeling she knew exactly who it was as she listened. They started screaming at me to get down, so I did. Then they began yelling, "Where are the guns?" I tried to tell them I had sold them months ago, but they didn't believe me. The next thing I knew, 2 of them were on top of me, hitting me and tying me up. After that, they threw me in a bus with others and told us not to say a word. He stopped talking and stared at the ground. Even though the man's situation was much different than hers had been at the beginning, the emotions were the same. The feelings of helplessness and frustration of having one's life defiled by others. Sierra thought how she could have easily let herself become as broken as this guy had it not been for growing up with a brother like Robert. Looking at the condition the man was in now, she was that much more grateful. "Where were they taking you?" she asked, wanting to move the story along. She looked around the forest as a faint sound caught her attention. She dismissed it. "Not sure. We never made it, but I heard talk of a camp." A chill ran through his body as he spoke. "Didn't make it. Why?" He thought about what happened with a confused look on his face. "I didn't see much of it, but we had stopped at some kind of a checkpoint, and as they were loading others, a firefight broke out. When it was all over, this blonde woman came onto the bus and started cutting everyone free and told us to run. As I ran from the bus, I saw 2 men standing in the back of a big black truck holding rifles. There was another large man with them. He was wearing military clothes with tattoos covering his arms. I didn't stick around. I was just happy to be off that bus. The big guy started picking up the dead soldiers' weapons." Sierra thought she knew just who he was talking about, but said nothing. She sat on her horse, looking down at the guy, wondering where he was heading. Even that thought didn't last long before another crossed her mind. Before she could ask another question, the sound she had heard earlier reappeared. This time she could tell it was coming from where she had left Kate and the others. She figured she had all the useful information she could get from him and said one last thing before riding back. "If you know where the Jefferson City Armory is, go there. You will be safe." Then he watched as she rode off into the thick forest. When the edge of the clearing came into sight, she had a feeling she would be better off on foot. After securing Big Boy to a tree where he could eat some brush as he waited, she slowly walked over to the area she had entered. Before she could view what was going on, she heard voices. Drop your weapons. No, drop yours. We have orders to take everyone in unarmed. It is for your own safety, screamed another. I was pretty safe until you started pointing your damn rifles at me. Sierra could tell the voice was Kate's. Chapter 7. Angelique's Travels. Standing alongside Karnak, Angelique recognized feelings she had long ago lost. Even though they had been very young, they were the purest of emotions, emotions she had replaced with the military and her career with Homeland Security. She often believed that is what propelled her through the ranks. Now looking into his green eyes, she thought about how her career was long gone. But that didn't bother her. She was now standing once again next to the man she had thought of all these years. Many times she had thought of finding him, mostly out of curiosity, to see what kind of man he had become. Looking at him now as he stood before her, she wished she had. Moments like this were very difficult, especially as she never thought this would be happening. She now had the man of her dreams within reach, and she was leaving him to embark on a long journey, one to find her parents. Even though it was due to the same man standing before her that her parents had been taken, she marveled at how history, be it centuries or a lifespan, seemed to bring things full circle. Now it was time to say goodbye and begin what she hoped would be a short time apart. Watching as he stepped closer to reach out to her, she couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by the rugged man he had become. Even with his hard, macho, warrior exterior, she could still see the love he had for her. She had seen it. The moment their eyes met once again in the woods behind her parents' place, the man who had changed her life was once more wrapping his arms around her and pulling her tight. Angelique thought about nothing else in the world that was now falling down around them, but the warmth and touch of his body as she turned her head, meeting him face to face. Hypnotized, they stared into each other's eyes as she tried with all her might to remember this moment right before their lips battled it out, a battle unlike most because she never wanted it to end. Each had to dig deep to muster all the strength they had to end the kiss and resist the urge for one more. As her feelings began to overtake her, and she moved in for another kiss, she heard somebody approaching, which gave her the strength to resist. That was the problem with being in love with the leader of a growing militia. Others seemed to need him as much as she did, but in a much different way. Angelique watched as her love took a step back and turned to find out what the runner needed. She could still not believe they were once again together, and the sound of his voice caused her to want him more. She watched as Karnak faced the runner. "What can I do for you?" With those words, her ears began to ring, as she watched what seemed to be red spray escaping from different points of his back, and with each one, her ears rang louder. Fear and panic rushed through her body as she watched her love fall backward to the ground as more spray came from all over. Quickly drawing her twin Colts and turning to the man who was still firing, she raised the guns only to feel pressure in her midsection. Fighting with all her might, she watched as her hands released the pistols and began to lower to her sides. With her energy quickly draining, she looked over at Karnak, lying bloodied on the ground. Her one thought as everything grew quiet and night began to fall even faster was to get to him. Calling up all her energy, she felt herself take a step as her legs began to give beneath her. As she fell, her last thought was of the kiss they had just shared. Rising up slightly and gasping for air, Angelique awakened from the nightmare that had plagued her since parting with Karnak to search for her parents. Quickly, she looked around in the dim glow of the moonlight shining through the windows of the abandoned bus where they slept. After spotting the guard near the front of the bus with his back to her, she was sure her secret was safe as she slowly lowered back into the seat. Now, as many nights before, she thought about the dream for a few minutes and then tried getting a little more sleep. Sleep after waking from the dream hadn't happened before, and knowing that it would most likely be the same now, she decided to relieve Ken. One thing she didn't want to do was waste time trying to sleep when someone else could. She rose slowly from the relative comfort of the seat and checked that her Colts were still where they should be before making her way to the front. Approaching Ken from behind, who was watching and listening for movement through the front of the bus, Angelique cleared her throat to alert him to her presence. "Can't sleep? Nightmare again?" Ken asked with a hint of concern, even in the whisper of a voice he used. He knew her well enough to know she didn't like others to be aware that something had scared her. "Don't worry. Everyone has them, and I'm probably the only one who knows." Angelique was at a loss for words. She didn't want to talk about her nightmares, so she did what anyone would do. She changed the subject as if it didn't bother her. "Anything out there?" Knowing what she was doing, Ken rolled with the subject change. "Thought I saw movement about an hour ago, but around here it could have very well been a deer or a possum or who knows." "The bike's still secure?" "From what I can see, which isn't a great deal." The motorcycles they had been using sat facing the front of the bus, with a half-inch stainless steel cable running through the front tires that was locked to the bus. From day one of the EMP, everyone understood that transportation was something many would do anything to acquire. "Okay. Before I relieve you, I want to go have a look." With a pat on Ken's shoulder, she quietly exited the bus as he watched her and the area around her closely. Because there were only 3 of them, Angelique, Ken, and Todd, nobody went off by themselves, and that meant even off the bus to check the bikes without somebody keeping watch. After a few minutes spent checking the cable, looking around, listening, and smelling the air for anything that might be lurking, Angelique made her way back to the bus. "Anything?" It's hard to believe how quickly people turned on one another when the power went out. Just by the 3rd day, the smell of decomposing bodies began to fill the air. Now it's pretty much the norm. Ken understood all too well what she was saying. They had been on the road for 5 days now, making their way to St. Louis. A trip that just weeks ago could have been made in about 3 hours now took 6. More than once they stopped at towns where society had broken down so far that the dead lay all over and fires burned uncontrollably. Panic and hysteria had quickly become the new normal. "I have it from here. It'll be light in a few hours. See if you can get some rest," Angelique told Ken, as she fixed her vision on the areas off in the distance, while keeping a hand resting atop a Colt. Time passed slowly as Angelique watched for movement in the darkness. It was hard to know just how much time, as the items that kept time were few. Nevertheless, she could tell the sun was beginning to rise, and to her that meant one thing. It was time to wake the other 2. Knowing that historically attacks happened at the break of dawn, the 3 never slept through a sunrise. It was as if the sunrise was their own galactic alarm clock, and it was 1 point out of 3 in a day when they were certain of the time. Waking for them wasn't a drawn-out process as it was for many. After years in the military, they rose to meet the day with a slight acknowledgement that it was time. Angelique simply reached back with the hand not resting on her pistol and slapped the padding of the seat behind her twice. Todd awakened within seconds, checking his equipment. Ken followed, doing much of the same. Assured the 2 were up and moving from her observations using the mirror above the windshield, she once more focused on the area outside the bus. There she watched as the wildlife moved about as if nothing in the world had changed, and except for the fact that very few became roadkill on a daily basis, nothing had. Within minutes, the other 2 in her party were ready to move. It didn't take long due to the little baggage they had brought with them. The morning began as every other since their departure with the fueling of the motorcycles. Fuel wasn't hard to come by, as all around there were vehicles with fuel in their tanks. With so few in operation, the cars sat as fueling stations for those who could hold on to their transportation. With a makeshift hand pump designed for pumping water from an aquarium, they set about the process. As they pumped, they all scanned the area around them, searching for threats. Avoiding populated areas had helped keep them from the never-ending carnage. Today, however, there would be no avoiding such areas, a fact that had become evident as other people began to appear with the fading darkness. "That explains the noises we were hearing," Ken said, answering a question that none of them had asked. Each of them checked their weapons as Todd finished screwing the caps back on the gas tanks. With With eyes watching for any signs that the approaching people may pose a threat, all three had the feeling this scene had played out once before. Todd was the first to bring up what they were all thinking. Do they look like refugees running from a war to anybody else? I was thinking the same thing. Except for the trees and grass, this looks like what I saw in the Middle East as villagers ran for their lives, leaving everything. Ken was shocked by the resemblance of the two events. The more he watched as they passed by not saying a word, the more sorrow he felt for his fellow countrymen. We need to get some intel and find out what they're all running from, Todd suggested to the others, who nodded in agreement. Angelique watched as a mother caring for her crying baby walked alone just yards away. She was filled with desire to help her, yet knew she could do nothing to relieve her obvious anguish. Todd questioned a few who passed nearby with little in the way of response. Most did their best to avoid the three, and those who walked close by were in such a state of shock that they simply headed in the same direction as the masses. "What in the hell is going on?" Todd asked the other two in frustration. Feeling frustrated herself, Angelique looked around and called out, "Can one of you tell us what all of this is about?" Two men heading their way stopped, just as they were about to veer away from the three. They talked for a brief period while adjusting their packs. It was clear that one didn't want to have anything to do with the two wearing black and gray uniforms, or the woman who wore the same style military pants, but with a tight black t-shirt. As the two began walking over, Angelique noticed that they were more aware of their surroundings than the others who had previously walked by in shock. Stopping no closer than 10 feet away from any of the three, the two looked like wild animals preparing to run from a predator. Seconds ticked by as the two men stood adjusting what little baggage they carried without saying a word. Ken, Todd, and Angelique looked at one another, unsure if they should speak for fear of the two bolting like rabbits. "Where is everyone heading?" Angelique finally spoke after the three communicated silently among themselves that she would be the best to start. The more hesitant of the two men looked as if he were already running, only not actually going anywhere. The other reluctantly began to speak. "Who are you?" Angelique glanced over at the others and then back at the guy. "We are the United Constitutional Militia." "Who?" the man asked, puzzled. "Never heard of you." "We are new. Now what is all of this?" Angelique wasn't in the mood to tell the whole story of the last month to the guy. "How do you not know?" the guy asked again, confused by every question. Todd couldn't restrain himself from jumping into the conversation any longer. "Listen, we are from a few hundred miles west of here, heading to the Robert Young Federal Building on Spruce Street. You can't go there!" the man snapped back, cutting him off. All three looked at one another, surprised by the fear in his response. "Why?" Todd asked, as he began to hear the roar of a jet approaching. Everyone looked down the highway in the direction of the sound. "So the Air Force is still out there. I didn't think they would all be gone from the EMP." Ken still watched the sky with the others, but looked down to ask the guy another question only to see that he and everyone else were gone. "I don't know what is going on here, but it cannot be good." Surprised by the absence of all the people who had just been there, Ken reached out and tapped Todd and Angelique to draw their attention from the sky. As the two looked down, the sight was eerie. Not one person remained on the highway except them. The sound of the jet grew closer as they turned their attention back to the sky. Off in the distance, they watched the jet head in their direction. As it neared, Todd suggested, "Maybe we should make ourselves a little less exposed until we find out why everyone ran." Without any debate, they ducked down behind one of the many abandoned vehicles and watched the jet as it grew near. Seconds passed as it came closer. "It can't be," Todd said with surprise and horror. "Can't be what?" both Angelique and Ken asked at the same time. "I think I know why everyone was running." Just as Angelique and Ken questioned how he knew, they watched as the jet flew low overhead. They spotted a large red Chinese star painted on its wings, which gave them all the answers they needed. "Yeah, got it," Angelique said in disbelief. Chapter 8. Food for the Masses. Karnak and Marks sat in his office going over the information they had requested from Supply. Both knew that supplies were limited, yet had no idea that so many would be showing up to join the cause. So many that, even if they severely cut rations, they could plainly see that it was a matter of days before the supplies they had would be almost gone. Tyler, the jailer Sawyer had sent out for recruitment, had been doing too good of a job. Even though Karnak and Marks both understood they couldn't handle any new personnel, they also knew they needed them as much as the recruits needed to be a part of the movement. Well, I guess running down to the supermarket is out. I heard they had a going out of business sale, Karnak joked, trying to lighten the gloomy reality of the situation. Any food stores and warehouses had been cleared out by looters days after the power outage. This wasn't due to people starving, but to the thought of not being able to find food once they had exhausted what little they had in their homes. We may have to stop taking people in. There just simply is not enough to go around. Marks echoed what they both were thinking, though neither liked the idea. Not just yet. There has to be some farm that hasn't been ransacked or warehouses or tractor trailers still out there, Karnak said with hope in his voice. Marks, who had been out with his men gathering equipment and supplies, knew better. Everything has been looted. My men and I have seen many trailers empty on the highways as well as empty warehouses that were once stocked. Marks hated giving that kind of information, but it had to be said. Let's bring in somebody from the area who could know something about it that we don't, Karnak suggested. Not sure that is a good idea. People start hearing rumor of the shortage and it could get bad here real quick. We'll have to take the chance, and I have an idea of who might know something. Runner. Karnak called out to get the attention of the private standing outside the office for the sole purpose of running messages. As the private entered, Marks asked, "Who?" Buck. He was the dispatcher at the police station. He should have heard plenty from the calls he took. I agree. He was helpful in locating much of the equipment we have now. Marks was a little bothered that he hadn't thought of the man. Had it not been for his help, they wouldn't have located much of what they currently had. Minutes passed as Karnak and Marks discussed what could be done if Buck couldn't provide any new ideas. With a knock on the door, they were about to find out. "Enter!" Karnak was eager to hear new ideas. Buck entered the room not quite looking as he once did when he last wore a uniform. Years of sitting behind a radio as local dispatch had taken its toll on his physical appearance. Still in decent shape, he stood before them with a noticeable belly pushing out the front of his uniform, one that couldn't be tucked in. "Buck, glad to see you." "Thanks, Colonel. What can I do for you?" Buck asked with a bit of a smile on his face. Unlike many, to Buck, the end of the world had become something of a positive. He was enjoying being a part of something larger than himself and not sitting behind a radio for 8 to 12 hours a day. "Karnak, it's your show," Mark said, turning his attention to him, as if giving Karnak one last opportunity before revealing the shortage to Buck. Without hesitation, Karnak addressed him. "Shut the door. We need to talk." Hearing Karnak's tone caused the slight smile to leave Buck's face. He turned to do as Karnak had asked. A half-hour passed with no new ideas. The only thing they had done was eliminate places that may still provide supplies. Buck was feeling down for not being able to provide any real input into the situation, one that he now understood was very important and became much more so with every bite those outside the office took. "Well, Buck, thanks for the help. We can trust you will keep this to yourself?" Karnak asked as he stood, signaling that they no longer needed his presence. As Buck stood, he saluted the two of them before turning to exit. As he did so, he frantically searched his mind for any idea that would help. Reaching for the door, one thought occurred to him as he turned the doorknob. Releasing the knob, he turned back to Karnak and Marks. "I may have something, but I do not want to sound like a conspiracy nut." Karnak and Marks both laughed hard, not at Buck, but at the idea that anyone could be considered a conspiracy nut these days. "Sorry, Buck. Go on," Karnak replied, as he brought his laughter under control. With the current state of affairs, Buck quickly realized the two were only laughing at his word choice, and not at him. I was just thinking about a conspiracy I saw on YouTube of underground tunnels. Karnak and Marks were focused on every word. The conspiracy said that FEMA was storing metric tons of food and other supplies in them, and that they are connected to other areas all over the United States. Buck waited to see if the two were going to dismiss the idea before continuing. You remember where they were located? Marks was obviously interested in what he was hearing, and not ready to turn down any conspiracy idea that may be out there. After all, he thought, we are living a conspiracy now. There is one here in Jefferson City. Karnak's and Marks's faces appeared to brighten with ideas and hope. Do you know where? Marks asked with anticipation. I might. We did receive calls from one place that had problems with people trespassing, and I know it was a government facility. The small smile appeared again on Buck's face as he filled with excitement. What do you think? Marks looked over to Karnak, who, despite being a much lower rank than him in the U.S. military, now commanded a militia of his. Only seconds passed as Karnak thought about the possibilities. You watch over things here, and I'll take Buck and a few others to check it out. That old Willie running that you brought back? Marks envied Karnak for the ability to make decisions the way he could never do in his command. Prior to the collapse, Marks could have never made a command decision without first filing a mountain of paperwork. As the head of the UCM, Karnak was able to do so without such restraint. Yes, my guys have it running like the day it came off the assembly line. Then again, that was back in the 1960s. Without further discussion, Karnak called out once more, "Runner!" As the private made his way into the room, Karnak began gathering his gear and checking his weapon. Private, have Sergeant Smith and Robert report to my office. Dismissed. Sergeant Smith is right outside. Do you want me to have him come in, Sergeant? Excellent. Yes. No sooner had the private exited than Smith walked through the door. Sergeant, thanks for seeing me. I wanted to talk with you about training the new recruits, if you have a minute. As he spoke, Smith could tell that wasn't going to be the conversation they were going to have as he watched Karnak rack the charging handle of his weapon. Smith, we are going out on reconnaissance. It will be you, Robert, Buck, and one other of your choice. Have your gear ready to roll in 10 mics. Roger? Roger. Command Sergeant. With his nerves more jittery than before going into battle, Smith waited to see Karnak's reaction to being addressed as Command Sergeant. What was that, Sergeant? Karnak growled, causing even Marks to tighten up in his seat. Smith was ready for this, and quick to respond. With no disrespect, the men and I just feel that we should not be calling you Sergeant. You are so much more than that position. Marks agreed with Smith and could tell Karnak was having a little difficulty with the title. Karnak, he's right, he said with confidence and reassurance in his voice. I know he's right, but it doesn't mean I have to accept it without protest. Karnak stood staring at Smith with a face of stone. Plus, I want to see how long he can hold his breath. Karnak had noticed that Smith had seemingly stopped breathing. With that, Smith relaxed and visibly took in a deep breath. Seeing Smith's reaction, Karnak continued. 10 mics, Sergeant, thus ending the discussion. Roger, Commander. Smith quickly spun and exited before seeing Karnak's reaction to being called only Commander. Shaking his head side to side, Karnak was a little distraught at being called Commander, and Marks easily picked up on it. Buck, you heard the Commander. 10 mics at the Willie. Marks didn't have to finish before Buck was out the door, happy to leave the room at that point. Once the door was closed, Karnak looked right at Marks with an expressionless face. What was that? Commander? Captain Sawyer was the commander, not me. Listen, Karnak. Commanders change for one reason or another. As much as you would like to remain a staff sergeant, you are not, and the men know that. You are the commander, so deal with it. Marks had carefully selected each word. Fine. Let's move on. I need you to have Lee ready to move with 100 men. If the tunnels are there, I don't want to waste any time. Do we have the ability to transport that many? Easily. My guys were able to get the buses running again by bypassing some of the electronics. Since we are on the subject, I wanted to talk to you about getting more help in the shops." Marks beamed with pride over his soldiers' work as he spoke. "I was thinking the same. Ask around and see who you can use. That shop of yours is more important than ever." Karnik was grateful to have the knowledge and strong work ethics of Marks's men. He knew that without them, things would be very different. Chapter 9. California Dream. Gazing out the windows while gripping a baseball bat, Jim could only hope that those who were kicking in the door of his neighbor's house wouldn't head their way. It had been days since the electronics stopped working, and the last 24 hours had been the most scared Jim had been in his life. The world had spiraled out of control to the point that daydreams of going on job searches like his mother wanted were a thing of fantasy. Looking down at the bat in his hand, he knew this was now his only protection. He wondered where the police were. Thinking back, the last time he remembered seeing any kind of law enforcement was walking down the street with the rest of the people trying to make it home when the power went out. Since then, the more days that passed, the less the criminals hid what they were doing. Now, all he could do was watch as they pillaged houses all over his block and wait for them to reach his home. He knew it would be soon. "Mom, you see anything?" Jim asked his mother, who was watching out the backyard through an opening between the kitchen table and the coffee table, which were now both nailed up to the sliding doors. Being a big fan of survival shows, she put that knowledge to use as best as she could. Fastened to the end of a broom handle was her favorite and largest kitchen knife. Standing watch with it at the ready, not knowing if she would be able to use the makeshift spear, it still brought her a measure of comfort to have it. What she really wished she had was a gun, something that never crossed her mind before. She had voted yes on every bill to restrict them that came to the ballot box. As she had been hearing gunfire for the last day or two, her opinion regarding the subject changed drastically with the absence of law. Her eyes darted back and forth over the backyard. Nothing. She yawned uncontrollably from the lack of sleep. She didn't know how long it had been since she'd last closed her eyes. "They're still in the Murphy's house. I hope they are okay. Were they home?" Walking out of the other room, Jim's best friend Larry answered, "No. Richard said they were going to the lake. Lucky them, though I didn't think it when he told me about their trip." The closest Jim or Larry came to the outdoors was the beach area by the boardwalk. Larry and his parents had decided to go with Jim to his house, hoping that they would have power. After spending the night, they all came to the conclusion that if it took days for the power to be restored, then it would be a good idea to stick together. With the power still not returning, their togetherness became a matter of safety in numbers. Now that was going to be challenged. "Hey, everyone!" Jim all but screamed to get their attention. "They are coming out!" He watched the small group of people who had earlier kicked in the front door of the Murphy's house. Now they were exiting, joking and cut ting up as if they owned the place. "They're drinking and eating chips." Larry's dad moved over to one of the windows where he could see across the street. "Hopefully they will just stay there or go back to their own home. From the looks of them, I'm not sure they have a home." The clothing they wore reminded Jim of those who lived under overpasses and in alleys more than anything. He could also tell that they were updating their wardrobe, as one removed his shirt and slid into a fresh one he had apparently taken from the Murphy's house. All day, Jim kept an eye on the growing group of people gathering at the Murphys. When night fell, he hoped they would tire from all the drinking and horseplaying they seemed to enjoy. That hope was quickly extinguished as furniture was carried out to the front yard and set on fire. Jim watched and watched as the night went on. At some point, his eyes grew too heavy to stay open. What felt like the blinking of his eyes brought the light of day. Startled by what seemed an instant change, Jim reached for the bat that had fallen to the floor, before once again focusing his attention on the neighbor's house. There he saw in the yard a smoldering fire with many people lying around, blackened earth where before there had been lush green grass. Jim watched the group of home invaders with a gut feeling that they would be next. The more of them who awakened from their drunken slumber, the tighter the knot became in his gut. Each time one of them picked up an empty bottle and attempted to take another drink, they became obviously agitated as they looked around for more. It was only a matter of time before they moved on to the next house, and just then, Jim noticed many of them looking in their direction. "Hey, one of them is heading this way," Larry's father stated almost in a panic as his wife gripped his arm tightly. Looking over at him, Jim wondered just what his wife saw in him. "Calm down, man, and be quiet." At the same time, he thought, "You should be telling me that, Puddin'." Although Jim felt a little panic himself, he wasn't going to show it in front of his best friend. He looked around the room to make sure the others were doing the same. Satisfied, he slowly lowered himself to the floor alongside the couch. They were all still hoping that the guy would move on to the next house. Listening to his footsteps on the porch caused Larry's father's panic attack to increase. It didn't help when the guy knocked on the door and asked, "Anyone in there?" A thought occurred to Jim about the time the guy stopped knocking and they heard his footsteps leaving. Should we be quiet? Things have changed. It wasn't an annoying neighbor they were hiding from. After all, the Murphys were not home, and they went in anyhow. Understanding it was a little too late for second-guessing their decision, Jim returned to the opening in the boarded-up window and watched as the guy walked back across the street. Once among his group, they began talking, and Jim felt the knot in his gut turn into a hangman's noose when the guy pointed in their direction. "Mom, it looks like we're going to have company," Jim said loudly as the others shushed him. "Do you really think it was a good idea being quiet when he was knocking?" It led them to think it was another empty house. He could see a few of them understood what he was saying. As he expected, Larry's father looked as if he was going to hyperventilate. "If they come over, we just need to act normal, make a normal amount of noise. If they hear people inside, we stand a better chance of them moving on." The last one to reluctantly rise from the floor was Larry's father, just as Jim expected. Jim walked over to the window to see if this morning was going to be the day he had been waiting for. As he bent over and focused, he received his answer. He watched as many more people came out of the Murphys' house. To Jim, they seemed to be gathering before moving over. As he watched many of them pointing, he knew they were indeed coming. They didn't wait for everyone to exit the house before heading for their next house to pick clean. Jim's mother gasped at the sight. "What do we do?" Still watching as the group was about to enter the street, Jim replied, "Make noise, everyone!" As they looked around the room for a way to make some noise, Jim kept his focus on the group, which was now in the street. Out of nowhere, they heard a rumble followed by the house, and everything in it shaking. As the rumbling grew louder, Jim heard someone holler, "Is it an earthquake?" "Earthquakes don't last this long or rumble this loud," another replied. Jim looked back to the group in the street. They were looking up to the sky and pointing, and each wore a surprised expression. Jim watched the sky from where he was, hoping to get a glimpse of what they were pointing at. In an instant he knew, as the group disappeared along with the front of his home. He and the rest were carried through the air to the backside of the house from the blast. Upon awakening, Jim's first thought was of his mother. "Mom! Mom!" he called out, receiving no reply. Throwing the remnants of what used to be the front of their home off him as he attempted to stand, he felt as if he had just been tackled multiple times by a linebacker. With a few moans and groans, Jim made it to his feet. Looking around the room, he began to wonder what had happened, and then the thought of his mother re-entered his thoughts. "Mom!" Jim cried out again as he began searching, fear taking over at the sight of a severed leg. He called out as he moved more broken lumber and sheetrock. From the corner of his eye, he spotted movement on the other side of the room and began making his way over. Moving through the rubble was difficult and not helped by the sight of unrecognizable human body parts. As he neared, a couch cushion flew up, revealing Larry gasping for air. "Larry!" Jim called, happy to see that his best friend had made it. Jim reached down and grabbed his hand to pull him up. As he did, everything began to darken, and little pinpoints of light danced in his vision. Slowing down his movements helped, but it was too late. and he felt himself falling forward onto Larry with little control of his body. "You okay, man?" Larry asked, looking down at his friend. Puzzled by now as he was looking up at Larry rather than down at him, he replied, "What happened?" "I just got that crap off me and then you fell on me. That's what happened. Are you okay?" Jim rubbed his head and felt something wet. "I must have taken a blow to my head. Help me up. I have to find my mom." With one hand out and the other holding his side, Larry slowly helped Jim to his feet. "Jimmy? Jimmy? Mom?" Still dizzy, Jim turned slowly in the direction of her faint voice. Just inside of what used to be the kitchen, he found her buried under some rubble. Larry helped Jim remove the wreckage. The more they moved, the more blood they uncovered. Lifting the last little bit, they spotted the source as they had feared. Buried deep in his mother's chest and still protruding out was a fragment of asphalt from the street. Jim placed his hands around the fragment in a futile attempt to stop the bleeding. Tears filled his eyes. "I'll go get help, Mom. You're going to be okay." Looking up at her son, she knew he was going to be the last sight she would see. "Jimmy, there is no help out there. I love you, son." As she coughed out the word and choked on the blood filling her lungs, she did her best to smile in hopes he would remember that, rather than the agony she was in. Without another word, her eyes slowly began to close, making it only halfway before the end came. Chapter 10. Revealed. Kate sat with her legs clenched around the horse, staring down the sights of her rifle as she ordered one more time. "Put down your weapons or move on. I really don't give a shit which. Just pick one." She could tell the three men were Americans, but she didn't recognize the patch on their shoulders. What stood out to her the most were the letters CERT, but up to this point she'd had no opportunity to ask what they meant. Instead, she was focused on their movements and whether or not to fire. Something caught her attention just behind the three men, near the area Sierra had entered the woods. Not sure what it was, she kept her eyes locked on the three so that she wouldn't give away Sierra, if indeed it was her. If not, then her rifle was still pointed in the right direction. Struggling to think of a solution that wouldn't get one of them shot, she hoped it was Sierra, and not just another scared soul running off. Using only her peripheral vision, she could see Carlos with his rifle directed at the men, and to her right, Mac and Darian were sitting quietly with their weapons aimed at the center of the men's chests. The two were happy to let Kate and Carlos deal with the situation, and just keep them covered. Kate thought about how much time had passed and figured it was most likely less time than she thought. Experience had taught her that when you are staring down the barrel of a gun, each second seemed like minutes. Kate's heart almost stopped when she saw Sierra appear on the bus, and it took all of her strength to withstand the urge to look in that direction. Although she didn't know what she was up to, she didn't want her reaction to give it away. "If we put ours down, what then?" Kate asked Carlos, Mac, and Darian's surprise. Kate had no intention of lowering her weapon and surrendering to them. She did, however, intend to keep their attention on her. One of the men who seemed to be in charge looked at the others, thinking they were getting the upper hand. "You will come with us for processing and housing." Still looking down her rifle, she could make out Sierra nearing the driver slowly. She reached out with one pistol, tapped the driver on the shoulder, and brought the other up to her lips. Kate could only assume she was shushing him. Whatever it was, the driver and Sierra both left Kate's sight. At that same moment, Kate heard Carlos's breathing change, followed by a slight groan. "What do you mean by processing and housing?" Kate couldn't think of much more to ask, but was happy they were no longer just telling each other to put their weapons down. "What do you think it means, lady? Medical, history, then housing." Frustration could clearly be heard in his voice. Kate took it that they were not used to anyone questioning what they were doing. She was sure that there were many who would give up their freedom to the sound of housing with the implication of food. She also knew she wasn't one of those people. "And if I say no?" she asked, not only to buy time for Sierra, but also because she was curious of the answer. "Ma'am, I'm afraid that isn't an option. "We have orders to bring in anyone with a firearm regardless of whether they want to come," he stated, full of confidence about his mission and purpose. "Like these?" Hearing a voice that was clearly not the driver's, they quickly twisted halfway around. To their surprise, in the driver's place was a girl with two very large pistols pointed at them from 5 feet away. Seeing the men still hadn't lowered their weapons, Kate snapped her finger a few times. Hey, over here, boys." She paused to give them a second to respond. "Good boys. If I had a treat, then I would give it to you." That was followed by snickers from Mac and Darian. It was clear on the 3 men's faces that they didn't know what to do, but they understood that they were no longer in charge of the situation. "Okay, here is what's going to happen. First, we're not going to go with you. Second, you're going to put down your weapons, as I so politely asked. Third, you're going to give us information." Kate stopped and thought, "I guess that will do for now. Let's start." Motioning with her rifle for them to put down their weapons, Kate watched as the 3 turned back to Sierra, who was making the same motions with her pistols. "And if we—" Kate cut him off. "No, you will do it now. I'm tired of playing with you assholes. Put them down or we open fire. I will give you until the count of 5. 1, 2. Knowing they were in no position to do anything else, they lowered their weapons on the count of 1, and by 2 they were on the ground. Seeing what just happened, Kate mumbled, "Well, that was a little disappointing." Sierra withdrew from the bus's side window, and a moment later she was walking around the front of the bus, with the driver still tied and gagged alongside her. "You didn't tell me guests had arrived, Kate," Sierra said sarcastically. "Well, Sierra, you didn't say when you would be returning." She turned to Mac and Darian. "Would you please secure their weapons and make them a little less comfortable?" "Thanks." Mac and Darian used the zip-tie handcuffs the men were carrying to restrain them. Afterward, they began going through their pockets, hoping to learn a little more about them. Each had some type of wallet that held ID, which Darian handed to Kate. After taking a quick look at them, she pulled her canteen up from the side of her saddle and took a sip before she spoke. "So, you work for FEMA, huh?" The same man began to speak as before. "Yes, and you are making a big mistake here. If you do not... save it. I don't need to hear how you work for the government and how I'm going to be in big trouble." As Kate spoke, she mocked the man by waving her arms in the air as if she were scared. "There isn't a damn thing you can say that I want to hear, so shut it. Anyone else have something useful to share?" Kate looked at the other men, hoping that they did. After a little time passed with them looking at one another, not quite sure what to do, the driver started to speak, and when he did, the others snapped their heads in his direction, shouting, "No!" For that, Sierra pistol-whipped the presumed leader, laying him out cold. It happened so fast that he never heard her shout, "Shut up!" Kate nodded her approval to Sierra, who grinned back. "Now, if you would please continue," Kate said softly to the driver. "Can I ask a question first?" Kate wanted him to feel as though it was a two-sided conversation they were having, so she granted his request. He swallowed before he spoke, and then looked around at the group that held him. "Who are you guys? I don't recognize the uniforms or the unit patch." "Good question," Kate replied. "We are with the United Constitutional Militia, and have been hunted by the government since before the EMP. Now who are you? And where are you taking people?" She took another drink from her canteen and waited for a response. Looking around at his captors, he thought better of asking another question, though he had many on his mind. Instead, he answered hers. "I'm Specialist Carter. I was brought in to drive, that's all. I was assigned to drive these guys around to pick up people and bring them back to the camp." He stopped then, unsure whether to go on. "What camp?" He had Kate's full attention along with everyone else's. "FEMA camps. There are many more than this one." Sierra looked up at Kate when Carter had stopped. "That fits with what the squirrely guy I questioned said." Kate tried to make sense of the information but couldn't. Why would FEMA gather people and have them live in tents? The EMP didn't destroy homes. The others still conscious in his group wasn't happy with him for giving away information, and did their best to stop him with their facial expressions rather than with words. The sight of the last guy's face planted into the pavement, with a few pieces of teeth strewn across the ground, stuck in their minds. That didn't stop Specialist Carter from speaking. It and the others are not tent camps. They are concrete facilities. I believe they're modeled after old Soviet block housing. They cover a lot of land and have a secured perimeter. The two I've seen look to be only a few years old. Kate thought to herself how easy it had become to believe what he was saying. A few months ago, if she'd been told the government was building FEMA camps in which to place the American population, she would have laughed. Now Kate just thought, yeah, that sounds right. Kate felt good about Specialist Carter. The tone he used when talking about the FEMA camps was one of disgust, and he wasn't wearing the same uniform or patch as the others. Mac, would you help Specialist Carter up and cut him free? I believe we may just be on the same side. Mac was having the same thought as Kate about Carter, and was happy to free the young man. He wasn't so sure about the others, but knew he didn't want to just let them stay there on their knees. Kate, what should we do with the others? Kill them? Mac laughed at the sight of their faces. Although the rest of them knew Mac was joking, the CERT men didn't. Kate played along, but only for a second. Well, I'm not sure. It is hard to replace bullets these days. Just find some rope and we'll tie them to a tree just a few yards in the woods. Mac acted like he was saddened by Kate's decision, as he and Darian gathered rope and walked the men into the woods. Kate continued to gather all the information she could from Carter. How far away are the camps, and how many are there? Carter thought briefly before speaking. It is hard to tell how many. The place is large, and they have been bringing people in for weeks. I'm guessing about 60,000 and an unknown number of personnel. Those they bring in are separated into groups of ordinary citizens, gun owners, and veterans. With everything that had happened, she didn't think she could be shocked by anything. But this place was unbelievable. Kate wondered how so many things could have been going on, and nobody thought to ask what places like this were for or why. Kate felt as if she had to see this place for herself. How far is it? It is only about 45 minutes from here. Listen, I know a back road where you can get a good view of it from a safe distance. That is, if you want. Kate wanted nothing more at the moment than to find out more about the place, but didn't know what they would do with the horses. What do you think, Sierra? Sierra had already planned on seeing the place. We go and we take his buddies with us. Carlos can watch him. What do we do about the horses? Kate knew that if anyone had an idea about that, she would. Oh, that's easy. Sierra spoke with a smile on her face as she used her thumb to point over her shoulder. We load them up. Kate looked over at the bus with no idea how to get the horses inside. Okay. What do you need to get it done? Sierra looked around at all the abandoned cars and trucks and spotted a small box trailer hooked to the back of a truck. It wasn't big enough to fit all the horses, but she only needed it to handle one. I just need our new buddy Carter here. Patting him on the back, she explained the plan. I need you to use the bus to push the rear of that trailer over there so that you can back up to it. I will do the rest from there. How will that work? Carter asked. Kate knew better. She had seen Sierra do some awesome things since she had known her, and she trusted her when she said she could do something. Carlos also sat back and let Sierra do her thing while he kept watch. Sierra wondered how it wasn't obvious to him. I will load one horse in the small trailer and raise the drop-down gate as a ramp. You just have to back it up so that I can drop it onto the bumper. Halfway through her explanation, Carter felt like an idiot for not understanding her plan. The process wasn't easy or fast, but they managed to get them loaded and were on the road within an hour. Specialist Carter had assured Kate they would be able to get there without being seen. Having just gotten to know him, she wasn't sure if she could trust him, though she liked him more than those now tied to the bus seats. As they rode along in the bus, they could see people as they hid from sight. Seeing their reactions, she knew the FEMA camps couldn't be the life of luxury. "The road is just ahead," Carter announced. "It's a few miles down, and then we'll have to walk a little." Everything looked good to Kate, so she figured it was time to make a plan. "Listen up." She gave them a moment to focus on her before continuing. "We're not all going to be able to go. I'm going to need somebody to stay with the prisoners." Looking each one in the eyes, she wondered who it would be and hoped Sierra wouldn't volunteer. She was relieved when she heard Darian speak. "I got it here, Kate." "Okay. If anyone tries to get away, you know what to do." Kate preferred somebody older, but she had faith in him. "Yeah, around to the knee will keep them from running," Darian said with confidence to reassure her. "Very well. Specialist, show us the way," Kate said, turning to Carter. After checking their weapons, they walked through the forest atop the large hill they had just driven up. 20 minutes into their walk, Sierra asked the question that everyone wanted to know. "How far is it?" It was a question Carter was waiting for. "Not far. We should be coming to a clearing soon that looks over the camp." They walked and watched for the trees to part. Carlos was to set eyes on what Carter called an opening. "Damn, son. You could have told us it was a drop-off, not an opening," he exclaimed, walking up to the edge of the bluff. Each of them moved closer, as Carter directed them where to look, though that wasn't needed. Looking out over the land below, they could see a vast area covered with concrete buildings surrounded by a complex fence system. There were people everywhere they looked. "Good God, man!" Carlos couldn't believe what he was looking at. "That facility is massive." Sierra stared as amazed as the rest at the sheer scope of the place, then at the people who walked around. She wondered if this was what they had planned for her uncle's farmland, and if it was now the same as what she was looking at. One area caught her attention rather quickly. Most of the camp had people coming and going except for one large section. "What's over there?" Carter remained silent and hung his head, unable to look at it. Not willing to let it go, Sierra asked again, more aggressively. "I said, what is over there? Why is there nobody outside?" Carter knew just where she was inquiring about and pointing to. Even though they were so far away, there was no way of telling. "That is where they keep the soldiers who resisted as well as the veterans and anyone else they thought would be trouble. I have many friends in there." They could hear the shame in his voice as he spoke, though Sierra didn't care about that. "What kind of friend lets them sit in a prison like that?" she asked, not expecting a response. Before she found out if she would receive one, a single shot rang out back in the direction of the bus. "Shit! Darian!" Chapter 11. Tunnel. Not many were used to missions being conducted with little to no planning, but in today's world that was the way it had to be. Much of the sitting around planning for days would get a man or an entire regiment killed. Those were the kinds of thoughts going through Karnik's mind as he justified his quick actions. Just an hour ago, there was no plan for how to feed those who needed it, and there were no ideas on where to search. Now, going off a YouTube video that somebody saw, and that most likely didn't even exist after the EMP, he was ready to call the troops into battle against a heavily fortified position. "We are going to strike at dawn," Karnik said to Sergeant Smith, as he observed the entrance through his binoculars. "Can you believe the size of those doors, Smith? They look thick, and I don't want to strike unless I know we can penetrate at least one." Sergeant Smith trusted Karnik's decision-making, and had he told him to charge the door now, he knew there would be a reason, and that Karnik would be right out in front of him. "Yes, Commander," Smith replied, waiting for Karnik's rebuttal to being called Commander. Instead, he received only a strong exhale as Karnik's way of saying, "Okay, I get it. I'm the commander." Still scanning the tunnel entrance, Karnik began to give orders. "Robert, you and Buck head back to the armory. I want you to have the colonel get 200 of the best ready. We're going to take this place at first light. I know many of the guys were special ops. Have a dozen ready to rappel with as much rope as they can carry. You will be leading that bunch. Smith and I will stay here. Any questions?" For weeks now, Robert hadn't been the same. He blamed himself for Sawyer's death, though there was little he could do. Since men and women began pouring in, he had thrown himself into training. At first, there had only been a few special operations men, but as the days went by, more showed. Some had been out of the military for a while, many within the last few years. There were 13 who trained together, and that was due to Robert. Karnak understood why Robert had spent all his time training. It was easier than dealing with true emotions. Now it was time to see if that training would pay off, and Robert was looking forward to it. "We'll be here an hour before sunrise, Commander." Robert didn't waste any time. He grabbed Buck, and they began to make their way back to the armory. As night began to fall, Karnak and Smith went in for a closer look. Very few people were out at this hour, mostly just those visiting the makeshift outhouses or up to no good. Nobody was out taking walks with their sweethearts or walking the dog. With little to no moonlight, it was very dark, and movement was slow. Although the EMP destroyed electronics, Karnak wasn't going to take any chances on their scouting mission. He made sure that he and Smith maintained a reasonable distance while finding the best routes for those charging the front to move and for those rappelling from above. They spent hours wandering in the dark doing what used to be done back in a room, safe from being spotted. Karnak often wondered if this was the type of thing his grandfather had to contend with during the war. Once they were satisfied, they had the best line of approach to the doors. They began focusing on getting to the top. The process took longer than they cared for, moving back to their original position and then walking a great distance around. After an hour's walk, they started moving uphill, and from the way it blocked the sky, it was massive. Tired, they pushed forward, willing their bodies to move as they grabbed for whatever root, twig, or branch they could find in the darkness. Once they had reached the top, both Karnak and Smith lay on the ground looking up. Their uniforms were soaked through with sweat. "And I thought I was in shape," Smith gasped, wiping the sweat from his face. Karnak rose without commenting. "It should be in this direction." Smith took his cue and followed Karnak's lead, wondering how he always seemed able to find the necessary strength and energy. But Smith wasn't going to be outdone. As he rose to his feet, he swung his rifle from his back. "Right behind you." After a few hundred yards walk through the dark woods, they were just where they wanted to be. "Wait here and cover the rear. I'm going in a little closer," Karnak said, lowering to the ground and low-crawling away. Smith lay down facing the rear, watching, listening, and smelling for anything out of the norm. As time passed, he could see nothing but darkness. The air was filled with the scent of something dead, something Smith didn't want to find out there. He had seen what people killed for and knew that most likely it wasn't a rotting animal. The one sense he focused on was hearing, and what he heard was a low humming noise, a noise whose cause or direction he couldn't pinpoint, a noise that he was sure came from below. Removing his helmet and turning his head, Smith placed his ear to the ground. Now he was positive it was from inside the tunnels. After a while, Smith began worrying that something happened to Karnak, though those thoughts didn't last long. He was sure he would have heard something had he been discovered. "Smith." A surge of adrenaline filled his body upon hearing his name spoken softly just feet beside him. "Smith, everything secure?" Karnak asked, once he was sure he had his attention. Smith quickly calmed himself to answer. "All clear, except for a humming noise." Smith was proud to be able to report what he had discovered, but Karnak spoke before he could finish. "Yeah, it is coming from the tunnels. Let's move out." Smith noticed Karnak had a large roll of something with him that he hadn't before. "What is that?" Smith asked. "I found wire that must have been blown free when the transformers blew. We'll run it down the hillside to speed up the climb." Instead of thinking that would be a great help later, Smith thought only about how much easier it would be going back down. Chapter 12. Chance meeting. Looking left, to the front, to the right, up, and then back to the rest of the group, Blankenship saw that things were relaxing. The group's movements had become very unorganized. There were no longer 3 groups, and for the 3rd time he called back, "Stay in your assigned groups. We're not out of danger yet." He looked down at Kaylee by his side as they walked along. "How you doing, Kaylee?" He hoped that she would finally reply with more than simple body language, but he only received a look that he assumed meant good to go. While they walked, he watched all around, each movement in the area catching his eyes and drawing his attention to its direction. For hours now, most of what he saw were former pets. With the sun high in the sky, Blankenship could feel the heat beating down on them. He thought about how it was going to be a hot summer as sweat dripped from under his police-issued vest. Then he thought of how he used to focus the vents on his squad car to his chest, chilling the material so that when he exited, it would keep him cool for a short period of time. That wasn't the case any longer, and as he had many times before, he thought of what had been lost. Sorrow filled him until he put all of his attention into the here and now. His focus brought with it the sound of clanking gear and boots. That was followed by shouts in a language he didn't understand. What he did understand was the gunfire that erupted immediately thereafter. "Run!" he told the others as he raised his rifle and dragged Kaylee to a nearby pile of bricks for cover. The 3 others in his group wasted no time doing the same. After checking to ensure that Kaylee was okay, Blankenship looked back and swallowed a large lump that instantly formed in his throat. More of the people who had followed him lay dead or dying rather than returning fire. Those with weapons fired as those who had none attempted to retrieve one from others, struck down by the opening volley. Not hearing or feeling any bullets striking nearby, Blankenship believed they hadn't seen his group and felt that was an advantage to be used. Looking around at the others as they tried to become part of the pile of bricks, Blankenship ordered in a light but demanding voice, "You stay here and keep Kaylee safe." As he went to move away, he felt Kaylee's small hand holding on and not turning loose. Looking into her little face, he could feel her begging him to not go, but he knew that the only remaining choice was to let the others die, and that was a choice he couldn't live with. "I'll be back," he said to her, feeling as if he were in an Arnold Schwarzenegger movie. As Kaylee let go, he looked for the next spot that would provide cover, pushing Kaylee from his mind. Keeping a watch out for more Chinese, Blankenship followed a wide half-circular path to position himself to attack from the side. When he was almost to the point he wanted to be, he began to have a harder time finding sufficient cover as he ran from one spot to the next. A little more, he thought. He saw only a small tree that wouldn't provide a lot of cover, but was in a perfect spot from which to fire. As he pictured his next move, he took 3 quick breaths with his eyes closed. Clearing his mind of anything but what he had to do, his eyes opened and his body went into motion. The 30 feet to the tree seemed more like 100 as he prayed none of them saw his final movement. When he was close enough, he dove for the ground at the tree's base, which was much like sliding into home plate. Wasting no time, Blankenship brought the rifle up to his shoulder and took aim on the first enemy he spotted, a task made easy due to the sheer number of them. With only a little hesitation, he began pulling the trigger, taking out 1, 2, then a third. By then, many of the others had realized what was happening and quickly redirected their fire in his direction as more troops, previously unseen to him, came around the house. With bullets striking the ground all around him, Blankenship continued to fire, wishing he could sink farther down into the earth for cover. Wiggling side to side, hoping to dodge the many bullets coming his way, his rifle bolt locked open, empty. Knowing he would be overrun within seconds, he reached for another magazine, rolling onto his side to draw it from its pouch. He felt a sharp sting of pain in his side, and wondered if it had been a bee or a bullet. There was no time to waste checking, and he assumed that with his current state of affairs, it was most likely the latter. Slapping the full magazine into the weapon, Blankenship pressed the bolt release and once again began firing without time to take aim, as at least 5 had closed in on his position. As he killed the first one, everything slowed down. He realized that he wasn't going to be able to keep his word to Kaylee. He understood at that point that he wasn't going back. Chapter 13. First Sighting. Cresting the hill and looking out over the horizon, Angelique and the others saw what they thought were just dark clouds, but they were much more. The clouds that they had been watching were in fact the death of St. Louis. The three stood silently, at a loss for words at the sight of the distant flames consuming large and small buildings alike. Each could hear the other gasp as they laid eyes on a single side of the landmark St. Louis Arch, bent over and ready to give way to gravity as smoke obscured its image. "I don't believe it," Todd exclaimed, full of emotion. "I was just here last month visiting family, and now... well, now..." What he was seeing stole the words from him. "I'm afraid this will not be the last time we see sights like this." Angelique's voice was full of sorrow at the thought. "As a country, we brought it on ourselves. This is what happens when people don't hold accountable those who are elected to lead. Now we all must pay for that mistake." Watching as large Chinese transport carriers flew overhead making their landing approach, Ken felt he had to ask, "Are we going in there?" Silence once again fell over the three. "I have to," Angelique said. "Todd, Ken, return to the others and let them know what is going on here and what to expect." She checked her weapons as he issued the instructions. Almost as one, Ken and Todd spoke. "To hell with that!" They began checking their own weapons. A shocked look covered Angelique's face. As the head of a Homeland Security office, she wasn't used to others outright disobeying her orders. It took only a second for her to realize that she was no longer that person or in that position. "Then hide the bikes. We're going on foot from here." She wouldn't have admitted it to them, but she was relieved they were heading off into what appeared to be a war zone with her. While Angelique kept watch, Todd and Ken began covering the 3 motorcycles they had used for the journey. Quietly, they gathered brush, car parts, boxes, and anything else they could find to create a look that said, "Nothing to see here, so don't bother digging." While they worked, each glanced at the smoldering city and thought about the decision they had just made. Ken's curiosity began to get the best of him as he wondered why Todd had chosen to continue into St. Louis. He tried many times to carry on a conversation with Todd, only to find that he wasn't a big fan of talking. Most conversations were short and to the point, no matter how much he attempted to keep them going. But still he tried, and with his curiosity growing, he asked Todd as he came over with an old beaten road sign full of bullet holes. "Hey, so why are you going to follow her into that?" He pointed over to the city. Todd thought for a second before replying. "Should be interesting." Then he placed the sign onto the heap covering the bikes. Taken aback by Todd's answer, he blurted out, "Interesting? What part is interesting?" "We all have our own idea of it," Todd remarked as he moved a few pieces of brush around. Thinking that the conversation would end there due to past experience, Ken turned to find more items of trash when he heard Todd speak. "Why are you?" Ken stopped in his tracks, not used to Todd asking conversational questions. Tactical, operational, yes. Not conversational. "Well, Angelique and I go back many years. Even served in the army together. It just wouldn't feel right not to continue." When Ken finished, he stood waiting for Todd to respond. Quickly he realized that in Todd's mind the conversation had run its course. Letting out a forced breath and shaking his head in disbelief that Todd thought the conversation was over, Ken slowly turned to continue with the task at hand. "Down!" Angelique shouted at a high whisper so that her voice wouldn't travel beyond the 3 of them. With that one word, Ken and Todd lowered quickly to the ground and began making their way back over to her position. "What is it?" Ken asked as soon as he was close enough for her to hear his whispered question. "2 troop carriers heading this way." Angelique pointed in the direction she had spotted them as she relayed the information. "You think they saw us?" "No. They seem to be just patrolling the area." "Well, that looks like a good place to start. We can stay to their rear and follow them back through the city." Todd spoke with confidence as the other 2 looked at him as if he were crazy. "Are you nuts? Those are the kinds of things we want to avoid." Ken stressed the portion of his response. Without taking his eyes off the Chinese patrol in the distance, Todd calmly explained, "We know where they are, and that is better than not. If they are on patrol, then they have a certain area. It will make it easier to get through that area knowing where they are." Angelique saw the logic in Todd's explanation and agreed. Ken was still reluctant, but thought, "What the hell? It's better than anything I have." After quickly gathering what they needed and stashing the rest, the three watched and listened for the Chinese patrol. Moving from one position to another, they found themselves making good time and covering a great deal of area. Each time they heard the large troop carriers, they hunkered down so as not to be seen, but still keep within sight of the others. Once they passed, each of them rose from their hiding places and visually made contact with one another before moving forward into the city. Keeping at least 10 to 20 meters between them ensured that, if one was spotted, then the other two would have an opportunity to react. More than a few times the patrol slowed, and once it stopped, causing some tense moments. Each time it moved on without incident, and the residential area they were in provided many places to hide. After the patrol had passed once again, Todd, who was leading the way, stood and looked for the others before moving to his next position. As he moved, he noticed what appeared to be leaflets scattered on the ground and quickly scooped one up as he passed. Not wanting to take his focus from his movement, he waited until he was secure behind a dumpster. After looking back and seeing that the others had made it to new positions, he turned his attention to the paper in his hand. What it said wasn't surprising to him after what they had just seen. "Citizens of the Republic of China, we ask that you remain in place during this transition. Due to recent events, China will be securing the land and prosperity used to secure your country's debt. Resistance will be dealt with swiftly." Todd had no interest in reading any more of the propaganda, but felt that Angelique and Ken should be informed. With enough room between the dumpster and the building behind him for all three of them, Todd signaled Angelique and Ken to rally to his position. Angelique was the first to reach the dumpster and was curious as to why he chose to have them gather in one spot. "What is it?" Todd handed her the leaflet, and as she read it, shaking her head in disbelief, Ken joined them and also began reading while Todd watched the area. "So, all of this is foreclosure?" Ken asked the others after reading the leaflet. Todd couldn't help from cracking a smile at the comment. "Looks to be. Guess they don't do extensions." Angelique wasn't as amused by the thought. "So now we are supposed to just submit and let them have our country? I'll be damned if that happens." For the next few minutes, they discussed how this could have happened, suggesting everything from the national debt to the selling of national parks and monuments to China. "Do you think people have realized now how bad of an idea that was?" Angelique watched another Chinese fighter jet pass overhead, followed by the sound of the Chinese patrol passing by on the street adjoining the alley they were now in. Todd felt that he was more of a realist and answered her, although he knew it was a rhetorical question. "No. I'm betting they still don't believe that really happened." "Okay, well then." Angelique stopped when she heard the patrol approaching. Each of them listened. It sounded as if it were slowing down. "Shit. You think they spotted us?" Ken whispered. "No. They passed our position already. Looks like they stopped a few houses down," Todd replied as he kept watch. "We need to move." Angelique didn't like the fact that they were all three hiding behind a dumpster that would stop very few bullets from passing through to them. By the time she had finished speaking, weapons fire erupted from just down the alley, drawing their attention. Todd watched as people in the alley dropped as the bullets rang out. "It's a group of civilians. We need to flank the patrol before they're all dead." Angelique and Ken watched as a smaller group close to their position huddled behind what used to be a brick wall. Most of them looked like kids. Angelique bolted from her position and ran across the alley, not waiting for Todd and Ken. The sight was too much for her to sit and plan out the next move. Her instinct to save others had taken over, knowing there was no time to spare. Surprised by Angelique's sudden movement, Todd and Ken looked at each other and followed suit, not knowing what she had planned but hoping she had one. Making his way across the alley, Todd kept an eye on the activity taking place just down from them and saw that someone in the pile behind the bricks moved in the same direction as they were. As they moved quickly, trying to keep up with Angelique as she ran from house to tree to shed and back to another house, Todd noticed that the rate of fire suddenly reduced sharply. Thinking that the fight might be close to an end, he picked up his pace and ran for the front of the last house, hoping to cut off others who may still be coming around. Before Angelique moved out of sight, he watched as she swung her M4 to her back and drew the pistols from her hips. Ken followed right behind her, and Todd continued to the front. Angelique quickly spotted at least 8 soldiers and 5 dead on the ground. She took aim at 3 who were targeting a man on the ground behind a small tree and began firing. Not concerned with quick kill shots, Angelique aimed for the chest of the first 2. As they fell, she turned to the third man and another on the other side of the yard, pulling the trigger twice on each pistol while keeping count of the rounds that were left. 8, 7, 6. Now hearing Ken firing from behind her, Angelique returned her attention to the first 2 she had dropped as they drew their weapons to once again take aim, this time not at the man behind the small tree, but at her. Protected by the vests they wore, the first rounds had only knocked the wind out of them. It was something she had noticed as she fired at them the first time, and was now taking aim to correct. With almost inhuman quickness, she placed a .45 caliber round in each of the 2 soldiers' heads before they could fully take aim on her, all the while continuing to count down the rounds. 5, 4. Lying on the ground, Blankenship was thankful to see the first 2 Chinese soldiers who were preparing to kill him fall. It wasn't until after they were put down for good the second time that he realized he wasn't breathing. Chapter 14. Search for safety. "Move! Move! Move!" Jim shouted to Larry as bombs dropped all around them, destroying everything they knew and loved. Now surfing on the beach wasn't even a thought as they ran, unsure of where to go. The one thing they knew was that they had to get away from the falling bombs, and moving farther into the city wasn't an option. The fight to keep fear from freezing them in cowardly masses in some buildings was pushed aside only by the sight of those buildings being destroyed. So they ran. "Jim, where are we going?" "Anywhere away from this. Now let's go," Jim replied without slowing down, as another block of houses 1 street over were turned into toothpick shards that he felt eat at his skin, carried by the shockwave that nearly took them both off their feet. The streets were filled with hundreds running for unknown safety, as Jim did his best to keep an eye on Larry. The 2 of them ran in a panic with the others, each just running away from the city as they tried not to focus on the mangled bodies that covered the ground around them. With every breath, smoke filled their lungs from the burning buildings and bodies as they tried to run faster than the devastation spread. Keeping an eye on the sky as aircrafts dropped their deadly loads, Jim could make out only a large red star painted on them before looking back down for a clear path in which to run. Through the chaos, Jim's eyes locked onto Mary standing alongside the road in shock. Jim had attended school with her since kindergarten and had had a crush on her for most of that time. Despite that, Jim wasn't even sure she knew his name. After all, Mary had become very popular at a young age, and although Jim and Larry were not at the bottom of the social ladder, they were still not high enough for Mary to notice. "Larry, follow me!" Jim yelled as he changed direction. His basic instinct for survival was overridden by his desire for Mary. "What the hell are you doing?" Larry couldn't believe Jim's attraction for Mary outweighed the need to stay alive. Before he could stop Jim, he was already calling out. "Mary!" Jim called out for her once more when he was only a few yards away. He saw her turn to him with a dazed look on her face. "Jim." She spoke as if trying to be quiet so that others couldn't hear. Jim didn't know what Mary had said, but could tell by the movement of her lips that she had spoken his name. "Mary, what are you doing here? We have to run!" Jim grabbed her hand and tried to drag her along, but quickly realized that she wasn't going to move. He turned to her as he heard Larry shouting, "Leave her, man, let's go!" Jim wasn't ready to give up, even with the bombs falling all around them. Grabbing her by the shoulders, he began to shake her violently. "Mary, you have got to move." Looking slightly more aware, but with little emotion, she said, "They are all dead. Everyone. Mom, Dad, my sisters." As Jim looked over her shoulder, he could see nothing but a burning heap where her house once stood. She lived miles from him, and yet, without realizing it, he had run the distance in a very short period of time. Our parents are too, and if we don't get moving, we will be also. Now let's go. With all his strength, he pushed on her shoulder in the direction he wanted her to run. This time, she slowly began to come out of her shocked state and moved, picking up more speed as reality returned. "Great! Can we pick it up?" Larry shouted with agitation in his voice. Within a block, all three were at full speed, once again dodging obstacles in their path, passing through neighborhoods that had been leveled to the ground along with the people who lived there. Jim redirected Mary's attention each time he felt or saw she was beginning to fall back into a state of shock. After a few miles, tired and thirsty, they began to notice the bombs were growing fewer until they were falling only in the direction from which they had come. Over there. When Jim turned to see what Larry was talking about, he saw him pointing to a water fountain by a baseball field in the park. Without a second thought, Larry began to run over with Jim and Mary close behind. They were not the only people who had spotted the fountain. As they neared, a group of people was trying to get to it, each fighting for the first drink. Jim stopped quickly, grabbing Mary's hand and pulling her back as the sound of gunfire erupted. Larry almost slid to the ground as he tried to stop and turn away, running back to his friends. Screaming filled the air as people ran from the fountain. The three leapt behind a concession stand for cover, where they watched a large man covered with tattoos walk up to the water fountain with a pistol in his hand. "What the hell?" Jim whispered. "He shot those people." All three could see two people lying on the ground motionless, and a third holding his midsection as the man who shot him bent over to drink from the fountain. Not sure what was happening, Jim, Larry, and Mary watched as the man began kicking the fountain. "We need to go," Jim said, turning away from the dead and dying. Quietly, they began to move away from the building, putting some ground between the man destroying the water fountain and themselves. Off in the distance, they could still clearly hear the sound of bombs exploding and aircraft overhead. Once they had blended in with others, they again searched the area for something to drink. They walked past gas stations and grocery stores that had been stripped bare since the power outage. "We have to find water." Larry could feel the words hanging in his throat as he spoke. Just then, Jim spotted a dumpster and had an idea, one that he would have not dreamed of weeks ago. "This way," he told the others, though it was mostly directed to Larry. Jim noticed Mary had not turned loose of him since the ballpark, and to Jim, that was the highlight of his day. As they drew closer, Jim could smell the garbage before they even neared the dumpster. "What are we doing here, Jim? We should keep moving." Larry was desperate to put distance between him and the invasion going on back in the direction they had come. It only took a second for Larry to figure out what Jim was up to once he saw him open the dumpster's lid. Though he was repulsed by the thought, he hoped they would find something. "Jim, you're not going in there, are you?" Mary asked as she fought to keep from gagging from the smell. "Yes. We need water or we aren't going to make it much farther." Jim jumped over the side and into the dumpster. Minutes went by with no luck, not even a water bottle with a drop. "I don't get it. I see people throw away half-full water bottles all the time." "That's what I was trying to say before, Jim. They will not be in there. If you are looking for bottles, they are in the recycling bin." Jim looked over a few feet from the dumpster and saw where Mary was pointing. It was a large plastic container filled with bottles. Jumping out of the dumpster, the three went over to the bin. "I'm not drinking out of those," Mary said with a crinkled-up nose. "Listen, it is probably the only water around for miles. You won't make it without it." Jim could tell his attempt to convince her wasn't working, but figured there was no point in arguing. After digging through the bin, they had only 2 bottles of water after combining what they could find. Once Jim and Larry had taken a drink, they were down to 1, which was kept out of sight as they moved. It was clear to them that people would kill for a drink of water. "Where do we go now?" Larry asked, hoping Jim had an answer. "Away. We keep moving east until we cannot hear the bombs falling anymore. Then we keep going." Jim saw in Mary's eyes that her thoughts were still on the horrors she had seen that day. "Mary, are you coming with us?" Jim already knew the answer, but wanted to distract her from her thoughts, knowing just how dangerous it was to dwell on them. As many others had, he and Larry had also suffered great loss, making it hard to move on, not even having time to bury their loved ones. Just as Mary answered in the affirmative, helicopters flew overhead, firing on those running from their homes. Seconds later, at the end of the alley, they watched as cars passed by on the street, a very rare sight these days. "Move it! We need to catch them!" Jim shouted as he grabbed Mary's hand and pulled her along. "How are we going to catch them?" Mary was puzzled by the thought of stopping a car that had already passed while they were on foot. Not that one, but others that may be following. Coming to the end of the alley, all they saw were cars that sat where they lost all power, nothing more than a snapshot of where people were going in them the day the power went out. All around, people were still running, trying to find a safe place away from the fighting. Looking out from the end of the alley at the crowd of people, Larry began to speak, but was stopped by the sudden sound of weapons fire. Moving quickly back into the alley, they watched as people in the street were torn apart by the large caliber rounds. Mary buried her head into Jim's chest, covering her ears from people screaming in agony as the bullets stuck them with the sounds of balloons popping. The helicopters made several passes before moving on, leaving very few still able to move. Jim began to make his way into the street, filled with desire to help those who were still alive, but he stopped after taking a step. Jim's eyes focused on the street itself, which was covered in the blood from all who had been struck down, looking as if a red rain had just fallen. Jim struggled between wanting to help the injured and finding safety for himself, Larry, and Mary, knowing they had to keep moving, or otherwise they too would fill the rain gutters with their blood. Without saying a word, Jim held tight to Mary's hand and listened for the helicopters, then decided to move after hearing none close by. Once again they ran, moving around burning cars and the remains of so many people that they focused on distant objects as they tried to block out the sights around them. This was made difficult as their feet kicked arms and other body parts that had been severed from their owners. Blocks later, they saw the car that had passed by the alley, only now it was surrounded by the remains of people who had obviously attempted to take control of it, creating a prime target for the murderous helicopters. As they approached, Larry shouted with excitement, "It's still running!" He picked up his pace. Jim heard the engine running but noticed that it was pulsing up and down. It was still in gear and trying to move forward. The closer he got, he could see why it hadn't continued moving. Whoever was driving hadn't stopped for people in the road, and their bodies had piled up under the front tires, keeping it in place. At least that's what Jim assumed, as he couldn't bear to stare at the sight for very long. "We have to get in and move before the choppers return," Mary said, running to the driver's side door. Jim watched as she pulled a body from the door window where the person had died trying to get inside. The sight gave him hope that she was beginning to cope with her new surroundings. Jim began to help pull others from the car. As they dragged the remains of the tattooed man from the water fountain out of the driver's seat and onto the pavement, all three had the same thought. Serves him right. Wait! Jim could hear the helicopters getting louder and knew they were coming back around. "Lay down and play dead!" Quickly, Jim dropped on a few others who were already dead. "I'm not going to do that." Mary visibly cringed at the thought. "Then lay on me. If they see you standing here, then we are all dead, and the car will be destroyed. Now get down here." Jim reached up and pulled her down on top of him. In his mind, he couldn't help but think, not how I had pictured getting this close. Seconds later, the helicopter hovered overhead as Jim watched it through Mary's blowing blonde hair. "Don't move." Jim spoke to her, barely moving his lips. While they lay there on top of the dead with a helicopter above looking for something to kill, Jim wondered how Mary still smelled great after all the running and death they had gone through. Even though Jim was enjoying the closeness of Mary lying on top of him, the sight of the helicopter leaving was a good one. The smell of death around him was beginning to overtake the sweet smell of her hair. "It's gone." With those words, so was Mary. "Get in the car. Hurry!" As Jim rose, he spotted something he had never thought he would be grateful to see. A pistol. It was the pistol the tattooed man had used. He grabbed it as he jumped into the driver's seat and waited for the other two to get in before trying to move. Once everyone was inside, he put it in reverse to dislodge the bodies from under the front tires, and they sped off in what they had hoped would be a safe direction. "We made it!" Larry exclaimed joyously as they drove. Jim maneuvered around other cars sitting in the road, feeling heat radiating from Mary's skin as she sat between him and Larry in the full front seat of the late-model car that he could only assume was from the 1960s. "Oh, this is more like it," Jim thought, once again enjoying her being so close. They drove for miles without saying a word, enjoying not hearing the sounds of bombs exploding around them. Each looked at homes still standing, and people out in their yards looking around. Jim, Larry, and Mary all knew what they were doing, though they couldn't hear it over the engine. They were listening to the rumbling in the distance, the very thing they wanted to hear no more. As they exited the last of the neighborhoods, they saw nothing but open road ahead, a sight none of them believed would be more desirable than the city. "What is that?" Mary asked as she pointed at men standing along the road. It was a question that they didn't have an answer to as they neared. "Shit!" Jim shouted, turning the wheel sharply as bullet holes appeared to explode their way through the windshield, cutting his skin. Jim realized just what it was, slammed the brakes, and quickly spun the car around as the other two began to scream. Peach orchards lined both sides of the road, and to Jim, it looked better than the direction they were going, or the direction from which they had come. Hitting the accelerator, the car launched forward into the rows of trees. After a short distance, Jim once again turned the car to drive away from the city, hoping to move around the soldiers blocking the road. Turning was made difficult by the size of the car and the small spaces between the rows of peach trees, which had removed the mirrors and most of the door handles. Jim slowly began making his way back to the road, feeling as though he had covered enough ground. Preparing himself to turn the car hard left once they exited the trees back to the road, Jim watched the pavement grow closer. Mary and Larry looked all around them for signs of soldiers as they passed through the rows of trees, while at the same time bracing themselves with one hand on the dash and the other against the roof. "There it is, Jim! The road!" Larry shouted, his voice shaking from the bouncing car. Jim watched as the trees began to vanish and knew he had to start turning before the car reached the pavement. As soon as the last tree had passed, Jim turned the wheel hard, causing Mary and Larry to slide against the passenger door. Tires screeched as they made contact with the pavement, and Jim struggled to remain in control. His was much easier on Grand Theft Auto, he thought. Within seconds, he had the car stable and driving straight. Glancing into the rearview mirror, he could see the soldiers and realized he hadn't made it as far beyond their position as he had thought. As he watched them through the mirror, wetness splashed the side of his face, and the mirror no longer showed the soldiers, only his face dripping with blood and tissue. Mary laid her head on his shoulder, but Jim understood from Larry's screams that she wasn't trying to show him affection for getting her out of the city. Chapter 15. Breaching the tunnels. 2 flashes, Commander. We have a go. Karnik's lookout relayed the message that Robert and his team were prepared and ready to repel. As Karnik looked around, he could see soldiers ready for what was to come. Many he had served with, and many had come back into service from wars that had been fought long ago, much like Bellamy, who just relayed the signal to him. Bellamy was the oldest, having fought in World War II. Now the old soldier had been rejuvenated and was fighting for his country once more. Karnik was grateful for Bellamy's presence here, having fought in a war without modern technology that was made useless weeks ago. Now, more than ever, the experiences of men like Bellamy were needed. Karnik was ready to give the order to attack the tunnel's entrance. "Bellamy, it's time. Head for your tank." Although it was many decades ago, Karnak felt that Bellamy was the best choice to operate the antiquated tank they had recovered from the local VFW. There was no ammunition for it, but Bellamy laid out his plan to Karnak to use it as a battering ram and protection for troops as they advanced on the tunnel. Now that plan was being put in place. At the age of 89, Bellamy still had plenty of fight in him, and with all the excitement pumping adrenaline through his body, his main concern wasn't being shot, but his heart not being able to handle the excitement. Grabbing his M1 Garand, he stood, his cracking joints catching the attention of those around him. "Hey, Pops, you want to keep it down? The guys in the tunnels don't need to know we're coming," a soldier remarked from nearby. "You want to see how loud the buttstock of my rifle is against your skull?" Although everyone knew the two were having fun to lighten the mood, many were not so sure that Bellamy didn't mean it, and thought twice about any future ripping on his age. Bellamy didn't wait around for a response to his question. He turned with a grin and thought how great it was to feel alive again. Hearing the tank engine come to life was a sound that Karnak never felt would excite him as much as it had now. Everything was in motion, and with the growing visibility, he could see his troops lined along each side of the road, prepared to fall in behind Bellamy as he led the way. Karnak wanted to be the lead man going in, but understood that sometimes he had to be the one coordinating the attack. Turning his attention back to the tunnel, he still saw no movement or any indication that there might be something behind the large steel doors. Keeping his eyes on the objective, he could hear the tank's tracks begin to turn, bringing his attention to the three soldiers ready to fire at 4 shoulder-propelled rockets. Seeing that they were prepared with a spotter keeping an eye on his position for the signal, Karnak turned to watch the tank's progress. As the tank passed through the 2 columns of troops, they fell in behind as Bellamy continued to move forward toward the door. Seeing that they were all in position, Karnak turned and gave 2 flashes of his light to the AT-4s. Within seconds, the attack truly began. From his position, Karnak watched as smoke billowed out from the rear of the rocket tubes, and a ball of fire propelled the rockets forward. With their accuracy and high explosive packages delivered in a second's time, they struck with devastating power. Rock and steel flew from all around the edges of the large door at which they were aimed. As the dust cleared, another and final round of rockets flew, with 2 striking along the edge of the door once more, and 1 through the center. Karnak and the others' greatest fear was that there would be a blast door just beyond the already heavily built door they could see, and that those in the tank would be killed on impact. Soon they would know, but not until the smoke cleared. With the tank 100 yards away, Robert and his team began their part in the operation by throwing smoke grenades down below as the tank picked up speed for its charge. "Ready!" Robert shouted, ensuring that everyone was on the same page. "We go right before the strike on my order. We will be the first to enter." Robert pushed everything out of his mind except for the one thing that wouldn't go away: finding the man he failed to stop from killing Sawyer. He knew it would be a long shot, but hoped he would be inside. Lined up with the tunnel door, Bellamy gave the tank's engine all the throttle it had as the other 3 braced themselves. Bellamy lined up the pointed end of the high-strength steel ram, hastily mounted to the front of the tank by Marks and his men, with the center of the door. Bellamy thought about how the last time he was in battle he was always so full of fear, but now, decades later, in this moment, he felt pure excitement. He watched the door as adrenaline coursed through his body, not thinking about dying from slamming into a blast door, but about how great it felt to be a soldier once again. Karnak watched the tank race to the door, and as it all but vanished into the smoke, he wanted to close his eyes, not wanting to know if they made it, but that wasn't an option. Karnak listened, willing his hearing to pick up all that it could, not wanting to miss a thing that might tell him of their success. When the steel of the tank and the door met, even a deaf person would have heard the collision. Karnak had even thought for a second that the tank had fired at the door, but knowing they had no ammunition, he feared the worst. "Blast door," he thought. Jumping up from his position, Karnak ran for the door, unable to keep himself in the coordinator's role any longer. As he moved, he could see Robert's team already halfway down the bluff and disappearing into the smoke. All Karnak could think of was getting to the men and bringing them back to safety if the tank hadn't been destroyed, completely trapping them inside. Ahead, Karnak's troops were already running into the smoke, with more than half the column out of sight as the rest funneled in behind them. Karnak could feel a breeze begin to blow and sunlight warming his skin as he neared. Karnak stopped, frozen in place as the smoke began clearing to slowly reveal the tank's turret lying on the ground. Karnak felt that his fear of a blast door had become reality as he watched the remainder of the column move into the smoke. After the last man entered, Karnak had another thought. How were they all hidden by the little smoke that remained? Then he saw the jagged steel torn by the tank as it passed through. Moving once more, Karnak ran through the entrance as weapons fire echoed off the walls. Only slowing for a second at the size of the place, it was much larger than he could have imagined. Karnak made his way to where the fighting was taking place. Running around men and large earth pillars, Karnak made his way to the action, stopping just short of the gunfight. From his position, he saw Robert's team exchanging fire with a few men who were loading up semis from one of 6 large doors that were apparently storage units. The sight gave him great satisfaction, knowing that he had made the right choice in ordering the operation. Now Karnak knew he had to secure what they had achieved. Unconcerned with the men Robert's team was dealing with, Karnak turned to the rest of the men securing areas all over the tunnels as small skirmishes took place all around him. Karnak quickly realized the one thing he didn't see was the tank, but he could still hear it. Running back to the front of the cave, Karnak looked down at what looked to be a well-lit highway. Only this highway was underground. On it, he could see Bellamy still charging ahead with at least 100 men and women following him. Chapter 16. Fighting to the end. Running with all the speed Todd could coax from his body, he scanned the area for the first enemy. Hearing the gunfire from the others created an even greater sense of urgency to keep them from being overrun with other Chinese troops from the front of the house. With the front of the troop transport the Chinese had been using coming into sight, as he rounded the corner of the house, he knew he should slow down and take cover, but it was too late. Todd spotted the first enemy soldier just as the soldier spotted him. With his rifle already positioned to fire while running, as he had been trained, Todd quickly switched it to 3-round bursts. Before the soldier could react, Todd had his weapon fully aimed and ready to fire. He squeezed the trigger, sending 3 bullets only inches apart. As he pressed the trigger, Todd was already scanning for his next target, confident that at least one of the 3 rounds would strike where he intended. Strike they did, as the first made contact with the bumper of the carrier, and the second struck the center of the soldier's vest, neither killing nor stopping the Chinese soldier. The third one struck where no vest could reach, speeding through flesh and passing out the other side, taking with it a large portion of skull. Years of training and fighting wars had conditioned Todd to think on his feet, moving and firing his weapon, all the while knowing just how many more times he could pull the trigger before reloading. With no other thought except where the next enemy was located and what position would provide the best cover, Todd fired while moving around the vehicle. After 6 more Chinese soldiers lay on the ground from his deadly aim, his next full magazine's location began to fill his thoughts as he visualized reloading the rifle in 3 more pulls of the trigger. 2, another squeeze of the trigger, and another enemy down as Todd ducked for cover provided by the front of the truck as more soldiers came from the rear. 1, none, as the bolt locked to the rear after squeezing the trigger, sending the last of the weapon's rounds downrange. He reached for the magazine as he had visualized it in his mind, pulling it from a pouch attached to his vest with his left hand and dropping the empty magazine with his right while keeping his finger on the trigger. Todd inserted the fresh magazine and released the bolt. Once again, he was back in the fight as a Chinese soldier rounded the front of the carrier on the driver's side. 9, he thought, as he pressed the trigger, sending the rounds from up and under the vest the soldier wore for protection. Todd could hear that fewer shots were coming from behind the house where Angelique and Ken were, and hoped that they were the cause for the reduction. Taking a deep breath, he leaned forward, still crouched close to the ground, hoping that there would be no more coming and wishing that he had taken account earlier on the number of troops riding in the back. With most of his body protected by the truck, all he saw were dead men and blood covering the street alongside the truck. Confident that there would be no more advancing for now, he began to rise with the thought of getting to the rest of his group. That thought took his focus away for only a second, but it was enough for one of the soldiers to jump from above the cab and fly through the air as if he had wings. Both men tumbled across the pavement on impact as Todd caught the flying soldier's shoulder directly in the temple. The world swirled around him as he rolled backward, only half in control of the fall. Todd could hear the soldier screaming something in Chinese, as if he were supposed to understand what it was. Todd struggled to clear his mind and focus on how to kill the soldier before he had a chance to do the same. Todd saw right away that there would be no time to stand as the soldier drew a knife and charged. Raising his right hand up and allowing his body to drop back down, Todd could almost feel the coldness of the steel as it passed inches from his neck. Using the momentum of his fall and the charge of the soldier, Todd reached up with the hand he was using to support his body. He brought it up between the man's legs and rolled his body, turning himself into a human catapult. Expecting his knife to bury into Todd, the soldier was unable to stop himself when he missed. As he tripped over Todd, he found himself flying again through the air, helped along by a massive hand between his legs. With the Chinese soldier dazed from flying headfirst into the bumper of the troop carrier, Todd hurried to his feet. Todd admired the fight in such a small man, who he guessed was only 5'6", and weighed 130 pounds, as the soldier grabbed the knife and again began screaming in Chinese, what Todd could only assume was a threat. Tired of dealing with the soldier, Todd took one step forward with his left foot and brought his right size 12 combat boot up, smashing the soldier's throat and cutting off whatever he was saying. "I don't speak Chinese, shithead," Todd growled as he regained control of his rifle hanging from his vest. With his rifle firmly in hand, Todd scanned the surroundings for any other surprises, the last one still gurgling through a crushed throat on his way to death. Seeing there were no others, Todd ran for the rear of the house where the weapons fire had come to an end. Walking around the front porch, he could see down between the houses, and it wasn't what he had hoped for. Angelique, Ken, and what looked to be a police officer were all standing with their hands behind their heads. Stopping just halfway between the two houses, Todd thought it better to move to the other side and come up behind whoever was holding them captive. Slowly and quietly, he began to move back the way he came, taking only a few steps before he heard orders shouted. "Move, and you die!" Without seeing who spoke the words, Todd could tell by the accent that it had to be a Chinese soldier. Thinking about what to do next, he held his weapon tight and looked at Angelique, who had turned in his direction with her hands still behind her head. Todd ran through the many actions he could take, but he felt that none would turn out with him still standing. "Put the weapon down. This is your last warning." With the new order, Todd could see Angelique moving her head slowly side to side as 4 fingers rose from the back of her head. Knowing just what she was saying, Todd lowered his weapon and stood up straight. "Place your weapon on the ground and step forward," the voice once again ordered. Rage filled Todd's body at the thought of surrendering his weapon, but he understood it would be a losing battle to do anything else. Releasing his right hand from the rifle, he slowly brought it up to unhook the D-ring that held it to his vest, while his left hand went up in the air to show there wasn't anything in it. With the rifle free from the vest, he lowered it to the ground, letting the strap go once it was lying flat. As the strap parted from his hand, he raised it in the air to show that he held nothing else. "Don't move as we remove your sidearm." Todd was used to taking orders, but sick of hearing the man's voice he still couldn't see. Seconds later, he felt his pistol being drawn from the holster on his hip and his knife being removed from his vest. Todd felt the anger building inside him as he fought against his instincts to resist. "Good. Now move to the others." This time, the order was followed up with a smack to the back of his legs by a rifle. Todd obeyed, still wanting to strike out at whoever had just hit him, swearing to himself that he would kill whoever it was. Walking forward, Todd looked for any opportunity that would get them out of the mess they were in. With more of the backyard coming into view, The thought of turning things around left his mind upon seeing the 30 Chinese soldiers who were gathering up the civilians who could walk and shooting those who couldn't. Todd moved close by Angelique and placed his hands behind his head as he stood beside her. "Probably should have thought this out a little better, huh?" he said to Angelique, only to get the reply of a painful rifle butt to his midsection. Instead of thinking about the pain, Todd thought instead, "So you are the bastard I'm going to kill. I am General Wee, and you are going to tell me where you are from." "Why, like the video game Wii?" Todd chuckled as the soldier prepared to strike him with his rifle once more. "Wait," Y ordered. "You have a problem with my name?" Y addressed Todd as he raised his pistol and fired a round into Todd's chest, causing him to fall back into the tall grass. "Now, does anyone else have a problem?" Y asked, watching as 4 other soldiers restrained Angelique and Ken. "You asshole! I'll kill you!" Angelique screamed as she tried to make her way to Wee, only to be struck many times by rifle butts. "Now, where are you from?" Y asked again after his soldiers had the 2 under control. Angelique and Ken stood silently, not willing to give any information to the man who just killed a member of their team. Having little patience, Y turned his pistol in the direction of the group of civilians who had been traveling with Blankenship. Seeing what the general was about to do, Blankenship screamed, "No!" His plea was drowned out by the firing of the pistol, killing one of the civilians and wounding another as the bullet passed through the first. Blankenship looked frantically to see who had been killed, praying he wouldn't find Kaylee dead on the ground. "I have plenty more," Y said as he raised his pistol again, this time pointing it at Angelique's head. "Now tell me what I ask." Angelique's thoughts ran wild, but she didn't want to tell him what he wanted to know. Instead, she wanted to fight back and hope for the best. Chapter 17. Back to home base. "We have to go," Kate said, loud enough for the others to hear. Without waiting, she turned and ran, followed by Carlos and Mac. Mac and Darian had become very close despite the age difference. The 2 seemed to help each other, with Mac providing the knowledge and Darian providing the youth to utilize what he was learning. "Hold it, Carter," Sierra said as she removed the binoculars from her eyes immediately after hearing the gunfire. She could see Carter rising to his feet to follow Kate and the other 2. Reaching out for the blouse of his uniform, she held him in place. "We have to go help your friend," Carter replied with noticeable concern in his voice. Looking back in the direction Kate, Carlos, and Mac had gone, Sierra looked up at Carter. "Trust me, Kate will deal with that." Pulling him down by her side, she returned the binoculars to her eyes and looked back at the FEMA camp below. After a second, she addressed Carter again. "Who is that guy in the suit with the 2 heavily armed men around him?" Handing the binoculars over to Carter, she couldn't stop thinking about how he could let his friends and others he served with be held captive and do nothing to free them. "Where?" Carter asked, walking across the courtyard from the building holding the military veterans prisoner. The word left a sour taste in Sierra's mouth, knowing just what her brother had sacrificed for a country that now imprisoned those who fought for its existence. "Oh, I know who you're talking about, but I don't know his name." He handed the binoculars back to Sierra. "Shouldn't we get back?" "No. I said Kate would take care of it. Now tell me what you know about the man." Something about the mysterious guy bothered her as she watched him standing with his left side to her, talking to a woman in uniform with the CERT patch on her sleeve. "Not much, just that he is very rude and creepy. He also showed up a day after the power went out with some UN soldiers and had a very bad wound on his face." Just as Carter was describing the man's face, he turned, and instantly Sierra put the pieces together. "Robert didn't miss," she mumbled, as a sick feeling began churning in the pit of her stomach. "What?" Carter asked, not able to hear what she had said. Although Sierra knew she was looking at the man who had killed Sawyer, she also understood that if Kate found out, she would charge down to the camp and get herself killed. "Nothing." Sierra didn't want to tell Carter for fear it would get back to Kate. "Okay, we're going to catch up with the others," she told Carter, while attempting to not care to know any more about the man she wanted to kill herself. Kate came to a stop just inside the tree line, not wanting to cross the open ground between her and the buses. Standing straight with a large oak tree between her and the bus, she spotted Darien hanging out the door of the bus and not moving, with half his body on the ground from head to waist. Kate wanted to run to him, as did Mac and Carlos, who tried, but Kate stopped them. She looked up and down the road for vehicles that may have shown up while they were gone, but saw nothing. Even though she didn't see anything on the road, he knew that didn't mean there wasn't one on the other side of the bus. Slowly, she moved around the tree, looking both ways for any sign of movement. She saw nothing but continued to focus on the bus as she moved forward, with Mac behind her doing the same. Kate could see the horses moving around in the back of the bus, and two heads bobbing up and down in the window where the prisoners had been secured. Halfway across the open ground to the bus, Kate raised her left hand in the air, signaling for Mac to stop, who repeated the signal for Carlos as he covered the rear. After a few seconds, she went down to one knee and leaned over, peering underneath the bus to the other side in search of another vehicle. Satisfied that there wasn't anything hiding, Kate rose and waved her hand for Mac and Carlos to follow. This time the movement was much faster, yet neither lowered their rifles as they closed in on Darien. Mac was becoming very impatient with the slow pace and wanted to run over to his young friend, but understood that Kate was doing the right thing. They wouldn't be any help to Darien if they were shot first. When they were only a couple feet away, Kate spoke to Mac without lowering her weapon or taking her eyes off the inside of the bus. "Check on Darien. I'm going to clear the bus." Mac lowered his rifle and stepped around Kate, grabbing Darien by both wrists and dragging him the rest of the way off the bus. Kate quickly moved onto the bus, staying low on the steps and leading the way with her rifle. As soon as she was at the top step, Kate stretched out, keeping close to the floor and aiming her rifle down the aisle, prepared to fire. "Don't shoot!" two of the prisoners hollered in fear. Kate could see they were still secured and spotted the third in a pool of blood on the floor just a few feet away. Not trusting a word they spoke, Kate kept her weapon pointed at them as she rose to her feet. She looked around the bus and again outside, not wanting to be surprised by unseen attackers. Slowly, she moved to the first prisoner, who was obviously dead with a small knife still in his hand. Even though she could see the large hole where the bullet had exited his back, she still gave him a kick in the head to make sure. "I have one dead in here," Kate called back to Mac and Carlos. Before moving over to check the other two, she ordered, "Let me see your hands." Quickly, the two raised their hands as much as they could, jerking on the straps that held them in place to prove they presented no threat. "How is Darien?" Kate felt that the area was secure, and from what she could tell, it was just the one asshole trying to be a hero. "Breathing, but he has a good-sized knot on his head. Should be okay," Mac informed Kate. Now it was time to get some information. "What happened here?" she asked the two prisoners. Watching them, Kate wondered how such men made it into any branch of service when they couldn't answer a simple question without looking at each other for suggestions. "Look, I know that dead asshole back there was your mouthpiece, but if you don't answer my question soon, I will make sure you can never be asked once again," Kate said in a conversational tone while making sure they had a clear view of her rifle's muzzle pointed at their heads. "It was the corporal. He had that small knife in his sock," the first prisoner said while shaking his head. The other continued, Yeah. After cutting himself loose, he charged your guy. Your guy kept telling him to stop, but he didn't. And when he got too close, your guy shot him and was knocked backward. Then he fell down the steps." Kate wasn't sure if it was the truth, but it sure sounded like it to her. Outside, Sierra and Carter approached the bus. "Is he going to be okay?" Sierra asked as she approached Carlos, seeing that he was keeping watch as Mac took care of Darien. "Yes. It looks as if he hit his head, but he should be fine. Help me get him back on the bus." Carlos knew that they might not have been the only people in the area who heard the gunfire. Sierra locked her hands around Darien's ankles, while Mac picked up his shoulders. After placing Darien on the bus, they disposed of the dead corporal's body by simply throwing him out the door. None of them felt a need to say anything about just leaving his body for the wildlife. They thought it was people like him who caused the mess the country was in now. For that, they had no sympathy for the man. "Okay, I say we head back to the armory and inform Karnak of what we found, Any objections? Kate asked the others, even though she felt they all had the same thoughts. Yeah, Darien may need more medical attention, Mac replied. Sierra stayed quiet on the matter, lost in her own thoughts of the man she had spotted at the camp. Sierra, what do you think? Kate asked her once more, as she laid her hand on her shoulder. What? Yeah, sure. I agree, Sierra responded, attempting not to show the anguish she was feeling by letting Sawyer's murderer live another day. Something wrong? Kate had noticed that she was acting a little peculiar, but wasn't quite sure what it was about. Oh no, just wondering how we are going to carry Darien on horseback. Sierra knew they would be taking the bus, but thought it a plausible reason for her inattention. Carter here will drive us back, and it shouldn't take more than a few hours, as he has been traveling the area, Kate explained. Sierra was satisfied that the ruse was successful and happy that she wouldn't have to carry it out for days of travel back to the armory. Kate gave instructions for Carter to take the easiest and safest route to the armory, even if it took them longer to arrive. After the bus had started moving, Kate focused on security, placing Sierra to cover the driver's side, Carlos to the rear, and Mac on the passenger side, as she stood in the front. They all knew they were each responsible for keeping an eye on the two prisoners tied up in the back with the horses. Chapter 18. Nothing that can be done. Mixed up with the thoughts of dying from fighting a hopeless battle and never seeing Karnak again, Angelique's heart was beating fast in her chest. Had she stayed with him like he wanted, she would be safe beside him at this moment, but she knew that wasn't the person she was. She had thought about doing just that, but couldn't put her family's safety above her own. Now looking down the barrel of the pistol General Y held pointed at her head, she feared neither her family would be saved, nor would she be able to feel Karnak's arms around her once more. Looking down at Todd, Angelique could see the blood pooled around his neck. Anger from deep inside seemed to take control of her. C looked to her other side at Ken, and she could tell he had the same thought. Fight and die, or do nothing and die. Now! Angelique screamed as she called up all her strength, dropping to the ground and pulling the Chinese soldiers together, hoping they would collide. Ken had taken a step back in hopes of pulling the two, holding him together. After a few seconds, the Chinese soldiers were on the ground atop both Angelique and Ken as they wrestled. When it was over, all Angelique and Ken had managed to do was draw more soldiers, each helping the other two hold them down. Now, with soldiers holding their arms and legs, their movement was very limited. Y laughed at the sight as if he were a comic book supervillain. Did you think it would be that easy? Y asked as he began laughing again. Cutting off the laughter in an instant, Wee became very serious as he spoke and pointed the pistol at them. Now I will ask one last time. Where did you come from? Go to hell, asshole, Angelique demanded of him, wishing she had one of her pistols to send him there. Taking a step closer to where his men held her down, General Y raised his pistol. Such a waste of beauty. Angelique could see the pistol rising and knew time had run out. She wanted to close her eyes but didn't want Y to think she was scared. As images of her parents and Karnak flashed through her mind, she waited for the bullet. She heard the shot clearly but felt nothing except warm liquid on her face and the taste of iron from the blood on her tongue. It wasn't until she heard many other guns firing that she realized the round hadn't struck her. But why? Looking into his eyes, she saw the surprise on his face as his right hand holding the pistol dropped, and his left came up to his body armor where a 2-inch hole now was. Not quite understanding what had just happened, she watched him fall to his knees, unable to take her eyes off the man she had expected to be her executioner. Angelique's trance was broken when Ken dove at one of the soldiers holding her down after the men holding him had been shot as well. Angelique's anger returned as if it were an internal explosion. With her hand free, she felt around on the ground for a weapon but found only a small stick. That'll do, she thought, curling her fingers around it, and with all her strength, burying it deep into the eye of the soldier holding her other arm. He instantly released her, screaming in pain as the sound of gunfire raged all around. This is too easy, she thought, as she watched a soldier raise his head and look straight at her with his arms wrapped around her legs. With both arms free, Angelique opened her hands and clapped them together, catching the soldier's head between them. As her palms made contact with his ears, the air pressure caused his eardrums to burst, and he released her legs and rolled on the ground in pain. Now free, Angelique looked around for her .45s. She felt lucky that the general had taken a liking to them. Staying low and reaching to where he had fallen on his side, Angelique rolled him over on his belly. There they were, tucked into his belt, one on each side of his spine. With bullets and blood flying all around, Angelique drew her pistols from the general's waist and began searching for a target. Looking toward the house, she could see Ken engaged in a hand-to-hand fight. Quickly and without rising from the ground, she stretched her right arm out and squeezed off a shot, placing the bullet directly in the side of the soldier's head. Surprised by the sudden explosion of blood and tissue, Ken jumped back, lowering the fist he had raised. Looking over, he saw Angelique on the ground as she placed a bullet in two soldiers, who screamed and rolled around. With those around her dead, Angelique aimed at a soldier about to stab Blankenship, who had been tied up. The first to be tied before Todd was spotted, he was now one of the most vulnerable. Before she could pull the trigger, a shot rang out just feet from her. Quickly, she brought her pistols around to where the shot had come from, only to be surprised that Todd had fired it. He was half sitting up with a small pistol in his hand. "Told you I would kill you," he said as he watched the man who had struck him earlier with his rifle fall to the ground. Noticing Angelique's reaction, Todd threw up a hand. "Whoa there," he quickly shouted, seeing her pistols pointed in his direction. Though she wanted to check on him, Angelique began looking for other threats. She watched as Blankenship placed a few kicks to the head of the man Todd had just shot. No others were alive. Angelique had a hard time with what to do next, as she had planned on already being dead. She needed to check on Todd to find out how the hell he was still alive and discover who had saved them. The latter, she decided after a second of thought. That question was answered as at least 10 men came out from around houses, dumpsters, and many other places they had been firing from. "Who the hell are you? I mean, thanks a hell of a lot, but who are you? What did you shoot that asshole with to go through the body armor?" Angelique couldn't remember ever asking so many questions at once, but she still had a large amount of adrenaline pumping through her system. "Ma'am, we are the Ozark Mountaineer Militia," one man said as he neared. "That shot was from a Barrett 98 Bravo loaded with bronze bullets. You can thank Steve for that." He pointed to a rooftop 500 yards back in the direction from which Angelique and the others had traveled. "Well, once again, thank you," Angelique said while moving to check on Todd, who she had thought was dead. "You okay?" she asked, reaching out a hand to help him to his feet. "Yeah, fine. The bullet struck the top of the plate in my vest. It hurt like hell, but I think it stopped most of it," Todd answered once he was on his feet. Angelique could see where the bullet had struck, sending fragments up under his chin. "We're going to have to dig those out later. Hold still." Angelique could see a large fragment of the bullet protruding from under his chin. She pulled it free with 2 fingers as Todd cringed from the pain. "Here you go. A little souvenir for your troubles." She placed it into Todd's hand as she turned to check on the others. "Where were you 3 headed?" the militia leader asked Angelique. "What's your name?" "I'm Angelique." She extended her right hand. "Michaels, Gabriel Michaels." He shook Angelique's hand before continuing to speak. "We really need to get moving. More patrols will be on their way. Where were you heading?" Gabriel asked once more. "Gabriel, we are on our way to the Robert Young building," Angelique informed him, only to have her words cause a disturbed look to appear on his face. "First, you can call me Gabe. Second, do you 3 have a death wish? That building and those around it were destroyed on day 1 of the invasion." Angelique could feel a sickening feeling come over her at the thought of her parents being in the building when it was bombed. "Are you sure?" Angelique asked, hoping for a different answer. "Very. My plane had just landed when the EMP took out all the electronics." Gabe hung his head, recalling the memories of that day. "I watched as others were not so lucky. After surviving that, my only thought was getting back to my family, so I started walking. After a few days searching for my son, it happened. Rockets came in from all over, taking out the government buildings first. The Robert Young building was one of the first hit. Did you have family there? Gabe asked when he had finished telling Angelique about what he had witnessed. I believe so. They were taken by Homeland Security. The sick feeling in the pit of Angelique's stomach turned to anger at the thought of what had taken place. We should get back and report to Karnak what is happening here. Gabe is right. Other patrols will be coming any minute now, Ken said, noticing as Angelique looked in the direction of the Robert Young building that lay in rubble. He could tell she was having a hard time accepting the information, and most likely was considering moving on to see for herself, a journey that would only end one way, with all of their deaths. Gabe called out to his men. Gather weapons, supplies, and whatever you can carry. We are moving out in 5 minutes. We should take the trucks, Angelique said as she came to the realization that her parents were gone. Todd, would you help Ken get the civilians and the wounded loaded up? Angelique began focusing on their new mission. Without saying a word, Todd waved Ken over, and the two began helping those who needed it to the trucks. The second Todd had killed the man Blankenship had been fighting. He had run back to his group. He was full of fear at what had become of Kaylee after so many had been executed by the general. Nearing the group, he saw many lying motionless on the ground. Those who were still standing were in shock. Kaylee! Blankenship screamed as he looked around, not seeing her standing with the others. Blankenship shouted again as he noticed a black curly ponytail under one of the dead. Rushing over, he rolled the bloodied corpse over, revealing the little girl beneath, covered in blood. Tears filled his eyes at the sight of her as he dropped to his knees beside her. Removing the sweat-soaked towel from around his neck, Blankenship began wiping the blood from her tiny face. Kaylee, he said softly, knowing he wouldn't receive a response. Through his tear-filled eyes, he thought he saw her eyelids move but dismissed it, believing it was only what he wanted to see. Then her eyes sprung open, and a smile appeared across her small face. Kaylee, Blankenship said, his voice trembling with emotion. Blankenship slid his arms under her as he filled with joy. Standing her up and looking her over, Blankenship could see that the blood covering her body wasn't hers. Giving her a loving hug, relieved that she was unharmed, his feelings of loss quickly left. Sir, we need everyone to load up in the trucks. Hearing the voice, Blankenship looked up at the man who had saved his life moments before as blood ran down from his chin. Thank you, Blankenship said to him. I don't know who you people are, but I do know we would all be dead right now had you not shown up. We'll fill you in later, but right now we must move, Todd said, looking down at the man holding the blood-soaked little girl. Everyone help those who need it, and move to the trucks in front of the house. Move! Todd didn't want to waste a second putting distance between them and the Chinese, who he believed were already on their way. Now on the move, the survivors from Blankenship's group thanked those who had saved them from certain death. Angelique watched and helped gather weapons and gear from the Chinese. In a time like this, leaving them behind wasn't an option when every round could be put to use. After gathering all she could carry, Angelique made her way to the Chinese troop transport with the others and placed the items in the back as people boarded. We set to move? Angelique asked as Ken came up behind her. Any second now. Ken helped one of the wounded civilians up into the troop transport. Turning to Gabe, Angelique felt she had to get more information on his group. You and your men coming with us? Ma'am, I was about to ask you the same question. We have been waiting for them to start moving out of the city and could use the help when they do. Angelique thought about what she had observed up till now and understood that what the Ozark Mountaineer militia was going to attempt would be brave. Angelique also understood that they wouldn't last long without support. Gabe, I believe we can help with much more than just us three. Get your men loaded up, and we can talk on the way out of here. Liking the way Angelique had said much more, Gabe quickly decided to listen to what she had to say on the way out of the city. We need to stop and pick up Steve on the way out. Then we need to get moving. Seeing that Todd and Ken gave her a thumbs up from the lead transport signaling that everything was good to go, Angelique and Gabe swiftly climbed into the cab of the first transport, with Gabe behind the wheel leading the way out. Chapter 19, Underground Highway. Hold your position! Hold your position! Karnak shouted down the underground highway as Bellamy continued driving the tank farther into the unknown. Karnak's order was repeated down the line until it had reached those nearest the tank. Bellamy could see nothing but open road ahead, and with the men firing from the open hole where the turret had been removed, his only thought was to keep moving forward while he had the advantage. Suddenly, a hand began slap, ping him on the shoulder, and he heard shouting, "Stop!" Bellamy fought the urge to ignore the demand and slowly brought his war machine to a stop. "What is it?" He demanded to know why his progress had been halted. "We have been ordered to hold position," shouted one of the men behind him in the tank. Throwing open the hatch above him and standing, Bellamy could see that men were spread to his rear, unable to keep up with the tank's progress. "Well then, we need to secure this area." Looking around, he saw the vast space around him. Each side averaged the length of a football field, and at the far end were docking ramps, some with semis backed up to large doors. Ahead 50 yards, Bellamy saw the tunnels once again narrow down to just the two-lane road. "I'm going to move forward and park where the tunnels narrow. We can set up a defensive line there," Bellamy shouted back over the roar of the tank engine. Noticing that the tank had finally come to a stop, Karnak began surveying the complex around him, marveling in wonder at its size. This was much more than he had expected to find based only on information that existed from a YouTube video that no longer existed. Looking back to the entrance the tank had made, Karnak saw the reason the turret had been ripped from the tank. The blast door had only lowered halfway before the AT-4 rocket stopped its progress. "I'll be damned," Karnak thought as he gazed on the sight, feeling as if events were beginning to shift in their favor. After taking in the new surroundings, Karnak's next thought was holding on to it. "Sergeant Smith!" Hearing his name called from where he was giving direction to his men securing prisoners, Smith finished and began making his way quickly over to Karnak. "Yes, Commander." "Smith, this is much larger than I anticipated, and I don't want to lose it. Go back to the armory and bring back half the troops who are ready and inform Colonel Marks of the progress. Bring back 4 M250 calibers and whatever else Marks has to secure this area." Karnak feared that wouldn't be enough, but didn't want to deplete the armory of its defensive capabilities. "Will that be all, Commander?" Smith questioned. "Yes, and hurry. I want to move farther into the tunnels as soon as possible," Karnak replied, as Smith called out for a few men to drive the transport vehicles. Karnak then turned his attention to securing the area with the men he had, now that the gunfire in the tunnel had ceased. "I need 3 runners," Karnak called out to men close by. "Yes, Commander," said each man as they appeared in front of him. "You run to Bellamy's location and let them know to secure the progress they have made, and tell that old soldier he isn't General Patton charging the German front lines, and that I said job well done. Now go. You, go find Robert and his men and have them report to me." "Go," Karnak said to the second runner as he looked at the third. "You, find Sergeant Lee and tell him I want his platoon to secure a 100-yard perimeter around the tunnel entrance. Nobody comes closer. Tell him to use non-lethal force if necessary. There are a lot of hungry Americans out there looking for food, and we don't want to kill any who we may be able to help. Go." Karnak watched as the last runner left, wishing he had working radios. "Sergeant Becker!" Karnak spotted the man gathering weapons taken from the former tunnel occupants. Dropping the weapons with the others in a secure pile, Becker ran over to Karnak. Becker had been in the military many more years than Karnak, and had spent most of his time as a supply sergeant before being discharged on early retirement 2 years ago. Becker was also one of the first to arrive at the armory after the EMP had brought the country to its knees. Now Becker had become a very important part of the UCM supply chain, and Karnak was sure he would be the man to organize and catalog whatever may be behind the tunnel's countless storage areas. "Commander," Becker addressed Karnak as he approached. Karnak liked the man, who seemed much more relaxed when talking to him. "Becker, you think you can get me a list of what we have here and organize it all?" "Absolutely." Karnak could see the excitement in Becker's eyes as he spoke. "Great. What is the least number of men you can operate with efficiently?" Karnak asked, knowing manpower was something that was always needed, and at this point, it was for security. "I can start with 12, Becker said with confidence. "Great. Take who you need and get started." Karnak had expected a much higher number. "Sure thing, Commander," Becker said, full of energy as he ran over and started questioning men on their capabilities. Pleased that he had made the right choice to head the supplies, Karnak looked around for Robert. Curious as to why the runner hadn't found him yet, Karnak went in search. Karnak started in the last place where he had seen Robert and his men in a firefight along the right-hand wall of the tunnels from the entrance. There he found his men removing the bodies that remained from the short battle, and he was thankful that none were his own. One thing stood out to him about the dead men. They all had a patch on their shoulders with the letters CERT in bold print. Dismissing it for now and focusing on more pressing issues, he looked around the tunnels for Robert. Karnak watched as about 30 men ran in 2 columns heading for the entrance, with Sergeant Lee leading the way. Relieved that within a matter of minutes Lee would have a perimeter secured, he returned to his search. "Private, have you seen Squires?" Karnak asked one of 2 soldiers assisting one of his wounded men. "Commander, I believe they are at the other end of the platform." The private pointed down the platform that ran along the wall. Each of the doors that looked much like what you would see on a 2-car garage appeared the same with the exception of large numbers painted above them. At the other end, Karnak could see several soldiers gathered. "You going to be okay, soldier?" Karnak asked the wounded man. "Yes, Commander. It's just a flesh wound." Karnak could tell it was much more than that, but admired the soldier's strength as the medic placed a pressure bandage around his arm to slow the bleeding. "Next time, try not to lose so much flesh," Karnak suggested, trying to take the soldier's mind off the pain if only for a second. Moving away from the soldiers, Karnak made his way up the 5 steps to the top of the loading docks in front of the large doors. Walking to where the soldiers were gathered, Karnak continued to observe those around him, trying to ascertain a sense of their well-being. The last month had been a major struggle none of them had anticipated, and many had families they hadn't seen since it all started. Family, Karnak thought. That was something he hadn't known since the passing of his mother and father years ago in a car crash. Now, thinking about family, the only image that appeared in his mind was Angelique. The thought of the days they spent together before she went in search of her parents filled his mind, and just as quickly, Karnak suppressed the thought, choosing to focus on what now needed to be done. Nearing the group of soldiers, he could see that one of the doors was opened, and boxes were being loaded onto a semi's trailer. "Make a hole!" one of the many soldiers gathered around shouted as Karnak approached. The men stepped aside so that Karnak could pass. "Where are you taking this stuff?" Robert demanded of one of the men wearing a uniform with the same CERT patch on his shoulder that Karnak noticed earlier. Karnak now saw why Robert hadn't reported as requested as he watched him holding the man with his left hand, grasping him by his blouse collar and slamming him against the tunnel wall. "Where are you taking it?" Karnak stood by one of the boxes stacked on the crate ready to be loaded onto the truck and watched. "To the camps. I just deliver supplies," the man said after being thrown against the wall once more. Karnak slung his M4 rifle over his right shoulder and reached up to his vest. Drawing his knife, he cut open one of the boxes in front of him and pulled out a package marked dehydrated peaches. He cut open another box and pulled out a large package marked into beans. Karnak turned and looked through the open door where the crate had come from. To his amazement, it was about 200 feet to the back, with a high ceiling. Except for the open aisle running the full length, it held thousands of boxes similar to those he had just opened. After slamming the man against the wall once more, Robert let him fall to the floor. "Take him with the others," Robert said with disgust in his voice. Quickly, 2 soldiers picked him up and carried him away. "Robert, come with me," Karnak said as Robert made eye contact with him. "The rest of you, secure this area and then move to cover the entrance and rear of the tunnel. Sergeant, make it happen," Karnak ordered a nearby soldier. Robert and Karnak slowly began walking down the loading dock. After a short distance, Karnak asked, "What did you find out?" "Well, that these tunnels are much larger than we thought. From what he said, they run all over the country." "That's impossible. How the hell could they build something like that and nobody knew about it?" Karnak was surprised by what he had just heard, but from what he could see looking around the area they now controlled, he was starting to think that it could be possible. He heard talk of men driving all the way to Maine. Robert shook his head at the thought of an underground road going so far. I think he was pretty new to all this. The only other thing he said was that they delivered to camps. "Camps? Military camps?" Karnak asked. "Not sure." Robert wished he could have learned more from the guy, but he wasn't willing to take the interrogation beyond slamming a person against a wall. "Good work. I'm sure we will find more out soon enough. For now, we have to hold on to this place. We don't know who might be coming to take it back." "Very true," Robert replied, deep in thought about what may or may not be heading their way. "For now, I need you and your men to take over watch. Position yourselves above the entrance. I sent Smith back for more men and weapons. When he returns, I want 2 50-cal machine guns up there with you. Roger?" Karnak knew he wouldn't have to go over every detail of what he expected from Robert. "Roger." Robert turned back to the truck where his men were gathered. "Liberators, let's move," Robert called out. "Liberators?" Karnak asked, hearing it for the first time. "Yeah. I thought it was fitting given the circumstances." "I like it. Carry on," Karnak said with a grin on his face. Chapter 20. First to return. Nearing the Missouri state capital, Jefferson City, Sierra, Kate, and the others aboard the bus watched pillars of smoke rising. The ride back was filled with such sights as they passed: burned-out abandoned cars and the rotting corpses of people ambushed while trying to find safety, food, or water. Each could feel the anger growing as the minutes passed, and as the memory of the country they had once lived in faded. "Make a right up here," Kate directed Carter, even though he was very familiar with the area and where they were going. The take-charge part of her personality wouldn't allow her to simply remain quiet. "Yes, ma'am," Carter replied as he flipped on the turn signal. Carter thought about his actions and wondered if any of the others realized how pointless certain habits, like using a turn signal, had become. Especially in times like these where the bus was now used to push the cars still sitting in the road out of the way, so that they could continue forward. Carter slowly eased the bus up to the small mid-sized car until the bumper made contact that everyone felt as they were rocked forward. Turning the wheels, Carter began applying a little more gas to the bus's engine in an effort to move the car off to the side and out of the intersection. "Careful, we don't want to get a flat out here," Kate reminded Carter as tires began to screech. "Hey, we have contact right," Carlos announced, watching out the right side window of the bus a few rows from the front. "Same over here," Mac followed. "Do they look friendly?" Kate asked as a bullet shattered the glass to Carter's left. "My guess is no," Carter yelled as he gave the bus a little more gas in a futile attempt to exit the area quicker. Carter could see that he was now pushing 2 cars that were quickly making contact with others stalled on the road, bringing the bus to a stop. "We need to move now, Carter," Kate demanded, as yet more bullets took out more windows and the horses in the rear of the bus let out sounds of their frustrations. "Hold them back, but try not to kill anyone unless necessary," Kate ordered as she lowered closer to the floor of the bus with her M4 rifle, ready to stop anyone who neared. Carter gave the bus more gas, only to hear the engine laboring as the bus remained in place by the cars piled up in front of it. "It's no use. We have to go back and find another way around," Carter informed Kate. "No, wait. They're moving cars in the road about a block behind us." From her position low to the floor, Kate watched down the aisle between the seats and the horses' legs and out the rear door glass as at least 8 men moved cars to block them from leaving. "Why the hell can they move them and this damn bus can't?" Kate yelled to Carter as bullets continued to rip their way through the bus. "Because they're not in park would be my guess." "Shit, I'm hit," Carter screamed as he grabbed his arm and went to the floor beside Kate. "That's enough. Shoot to kill," "We have played nice long enough," Kate said, changing her previous order. Gunfire quickly began sounding off from both sides of the bus, as Mac fired on the left after placing Darian on the bus floor. Carlos fired on the right, and Sierra quickly made her way from the rear to the front. Sierra drew the pistols from their holsters strapped to her hips. "Be ready to move this damn thing before you get my horse killed!" She stepped over Carter and exited the bus. "Where are you going?" Kate asked as Sierra turned and headed for the front of the bus. As her foot touched the pavement, she was unable to hear the question due to all the rifles firing. "Carter, get ready!" Kate demanded, striking him with her left elbow for motivation while firing a round from where she now sat on the steps, placing it into the chest of a large, bald man approaching from a nearby building. Sierra quickly ran to the car in front of the bus, holstered the pistol in her right hand, and opened the door. She reached in and grabbed the shifter to put it in neutral. "What the hell?" she said, as she strained to get it to move, but without any luck. Seeing that there were no keys to turn to free the locking device holding the shifter in place, Sierra stepped back from the car and took aim just below the shifter. Just as she began to pull the trigger, a figure stepped around the next car over with a pistol pointed in her direction. With a loud blast, the man fired as she moved her aim from the car shifter to the threat. Unmoved by the shot fired at her, Sierra returned fire with her uncle's .357 Magnum revolver. The bullet struck just where she had intended, center mass of the man's head, removing his brains through the back of his head as the bullet exited. Calmly, Sierra educated the man on the mistake he made as his body slid down the side of a car to the ground. "Next time aim, dumbass." Sierra returned her aim to the shifter and fired, hoping to free it. Reaching back into the car and grabbing the shifter, Sierra could feel movement she had not before, but it wasn't enough. Moving farther into the car and placing her right shoulder against the dash, she pushed once again. Slowly, she felt the shifter move to the neutral position. She exited the car and looked around for any threats that may have come near while she was in the car. Seeing nothing, Sierra moved to the next vehicle, which she was happy to see was a truck with a manual transmission. Reaching in, she simply slapped the shifter to neutral and made her way over to the next car while shots came from the bus at a higher rate than before. In her mind, she could picture more people closing in on the bus, careful not to damage what was one of few running vehicles. They all understood the importance of transportation. They also understood what people would do to get it in times such as these. After placing many of the cars into neutral, Sierra moved quickly over to what she hoped would be the last vehicle. Reaching out with her free right hand, while keeping a tight grip on the pistol in her left, she opened the driver's side door of the large 4x4 pickup and climbed inside. Placing the pistol on her lap, Sierra braced her feet and wrapped both hands around the shifter on the steering column. Pulling in a downward motion, she noticed a stinging feeling in her upper right arm but didn't stop. "Move, damn you," she said while applying even more pressure to the shifter and having no results. Changing her tactics, Sierra began jerking the lever down until she heard a crunch and it moved freely. Grasping the pistol still in her lap, Sierra pivoted in the seat to exit the 4x4 and return to the bus. Just as she spun around, she saw a man pointing a rifle at her and knew there was no time to take aim before he fired. "Well, what do we have here?" "Hello, cutie," the man said, as Sierra cringed at the smell of his breath. At that moment, Sierra watched as the left side of his head exploded into a fountain of blood, bone, and flesh. "Goodbye," Sierra said, jumping to the ground and looking back to the bus where she saw Kate with her rifle barrel sticking through a bullet hole in the windshield. Jumping up onto the hood of a car butted up against the rear of the 4x4, Sierra quickly ran across the tops of the stalled cars and back to the bus as bullets sizzled by her and struck the cars under her feet. Kate watched as Sierra made her way back, keeping a close eye out for anyone who could do her harm. "Get ready to move! That means you, Carter!" Kate screamed above the gunfire. Carter climbed back into the driver's seat and shifted the bus into reverse, ready to make his move as soon as Sierra was aboard. As she neared the door, Kate fired 2 rounds, dropping a man running to grab Sierra. "Have a nice walk?" Kate asked as Sierra's right foot landed in the bus. Without replying, Sierra passed Kate and dove for the floor between the seats as the rate of bullets coming their way increased. Not needing to be told what to do next, Carter slammed down the gas, throwing everyone on the bus to the front as it began moving back. After 20 feet in reverse, Carter felt that he had enough room to pick up speed before making contact with the cars ahead. Shifting into first gear as everyone screamed for him to go, Carter hit the gas, launching the bus forward. Again, those on board were thrown back. As the bus crashed into the cars ahead that Sierra had placed into neutral, they felt the force as they lowered even closer to the floor in hopes of not being thrown so violently. "Now I know what a pair of jeans feels like in a washer," Max screamed out. "It's working," Carter informed his passengers over the noise of twisting metal and the roar of the engine. The car that had stopped them before now moved with the bus as Carter applied more pressure to the accelerator. The abandoned cars rolled off to the side with ease as the bus picked up even more speed, breaking free of the traffic jam. "Everyone okay?" Kate asked once they had cleared the area. She rose from the steps of the bus. "I'm good. Just a little bruised," Carlos reported as he rubbed his side where he had struck the steel bar backing of the seat next to him in the getaway. "Same here," Mac reported while checking on Darian, who was still unconscious on the floor. Darian is good with the exception of being unconscious. Carter didn't reply, as it was obvious he was still able to drive. "I'm good," Sierra informed Kate as she took a seat. Kate could see that Sierra was far from okay as blood ran down her arm and turned her flannel shirt sleeve a dark red. "The hell you are." Kate reached up above the windshield to a compartment marked First Aid and withdrew the white box it held. She rushed over to Sierra. Sitting in the seat across the aisle from Sierra, Kate looked the wound over before opening the first aid kit. "Okay, it looks like a through and through." Kate opened the box and pulled out gauze and an ace bandage. "This is going to hurt," Kate said before beginning. Sierra looked down at the hole in her shirt. "Damn, I really like this shirt." "Well, we can go shopping later and get you a new one," Kate replied as the others on the bus chuckled at the thought. As Kate wound the gauze over Sierra's bullet wound and applied pressure by wrapping the gauze tightly around her arm, Carlos expressed his concerns about Sierra's actions. "What in the hell were you thinking going out there like that by yourself?" Sierra laid her head back on the seat and let out the deep breath she had just taken. "Ranger boy, you worry too much." "Because your brother would blame me if you go and get yourself killed." "Yeah, he can be overprotective that way." Sierra laughed. Carlos was on the brink of losing control at Sierra's carefree attitude. "Overprotective? If something happens to you, Robert is going to do the same thing to me as he did to the stitched-up bastard you told me you spotted back at the camp who killed Sawyer." Carlos knew he had screwed up as soon as he finished speaking. Sierra's eyes grew wide before giving him the evilest look he had ever seen from such a beautiful girl. If looks could kill, then I would be dead, Carlos thought. Kate, who was the first to stand, moved inches from Carlos's face. As she did, he could feel the anger radiating from her, pushing him back like an invisible force field. "What are you talking about, Carlos?" Kate asked, her voice full of rage. "We're about to turn onto Militia Drive. Almost there," Carter announced. "Can it and drive," Kate demanded, turning back to Carlos. "Now, Ranger." Carlos could feel the spit land on his face as she said the words, but didn't attempt to wipe it off before speaking. Very few women had ever scared him, yet somehow two were standing before him now. When we went to check on Darian, Sierra spotted a guy with his face stitched up coming out of a building at the camp. From the way his face looked, he had to have been shot recently. "Turn the bus around. We're going back," Kate ordered Carter. "What?" Carter couldn't believe what he was hearing but began slowing the bus just before the armory came into view. Sierra and Carlos stared at each other, silently asking the other what to do. Sierra quickly drew the revolver with her left hand and pointed it at Carter. "Keep driving, or I will remove your head." Without hesitation, they felt the bus pick up speed. "I'm going back," Kate said, turning to Sierra. "Yeah, so am I, but not without a plan. That's why I didn't want you to know until we were back at the armory." Sierra stressed the last 4 words as he turned from Kate to Carlos. I want that man dead too and would have followed you in had you seen him. But we both would be dead right now, and he would still be breathing. That isn't a chance I want to take, Sierra said calmly to Kate, feeling the need to explain why she didn't tell her sooner. We have a checkpoint, Carter said as the bus came to a stop. What do I do? Carter was beginning to feel like he was meant to die today as he looked out through the windshield of the bus at 4 machine gun nests and an untold number of soldiers with rifles all pointed at him. Then there was the pistol Sierra still held, pointed at the back of his head. With the current situation he found himself in, he thought, I'm dead. Kate stared at Sierra as several thoughts raced through her mind. Fine, but I want him dead by tomorrow. Kate struggled to say the words. The thought of giving him another day to live pained her deeply. Sierra holstered her pistol and began making her way to the front of the bus, where the soldiers outside were shouting orders. Stopping just before the windshield, Sierra stretched out her left arm, placed her hand just above it, and leaned forward, looking out and giving the soldiers a big smile. Go tell Sergeant Smith that the Party West has returned, a soldier shouted. Sierra and the others knew they wouldn't be able to enter until things were checked out on the bus. So what is the deal back there? Carter asked, fighting the urge to check her out as she leaned forward for fear of seeing her pistols up close. You will find out soon enough. Smith is here, Sierra announced to the others in the bus as she watched Sergeant Smith and 4 other soldiers near what was left of the bus's door. Everyone okay in there? Smith asked, looking around at the bus, which had sustained a great deal of weapons fire. Yeah, just had a block party with a few of the locals, Sierra said with a shrug of her shoulders as if it were no big deal. We have a man down, Sergeant. He needs medical right away, Mac called out as he prepared Darian to move. Carlos began making his way to the rear of the bus where the 2 prisoners were secured. We also have 2... Carlos stopped mid-sentence after seeing that the other had caught a few bullets. Correction. 1 prisoner. Smith boarded the bus, and the smell inside brought back memories of the barn on his family's farm. Kate, everything good? Smith asked, noticing that she hadn't said a word. Kate looked around the bus and then directly at Sierra. We're all good, Sergeant. I need to see Karnik. He is on a mission at the moment, and we are getting ready to rejoin him if you would like to come along. We could sure use this bus to move troops, ma'am. Smith looked around, figuring out how many soldiers and equipment he could load onto the new vehicle. That will be fine, Sergeant. Smith moved to the last step of the entrance and shouted to the soldiers manning the checkpoint. Let them through. The rifles aimed at the bus lowered, and the 2 vehicles used as the barricade were pushed to one side. Chapter 21. Long journey home. Is that your guy? Angelique asked Gabe, pointing to a stocky man holding a large rifle just down the street they were traveling. Looking in the direction she indicated, Gabe spotted the man. Yeah, that's him. We'll slow so he can jump in the back. We have spent too much time here as it is. Slowing the troop transport down to a crawl as they came up to Steve's position, Gabe and Angelique watched as Steve quickly ran over to the side of the transport, keeping pace with its movement. Within seconds, Angelique watched as the man who saved her life minutes ago handed his rifle up to another and then boarded the transport himself. I'm going to want to thank him when we stop, Angelique remarked as she felt the transport accelerate. Angelique, like many of the others, kept a close watch on the area around them as the 2 transports moved quickly through the outer limits of the Chinese's front line. Angelique marveled at how deserted the area looked and how normal it seemed at the same time, though she knew it was far from normal. How many men are in your camp? Angelique inquired, wanting to know more about the Ozark Mountaineers. I'm still not sure, but I think around 500, Gabe replied, thinking back on the short time he had been with the militia. Gabe's answer puzzled her. How can you not know how many men you command? Gabe thought about the question for a second before answering, then figured it was best to tell her the story of how he came to be in this position. I don't command them or run the militia. They saved my ass when the Chinese attack started. I was pinned down much like you and your guys when they came out of nowhere. When it was all over, they made me a squad leader, as I had just arrived back from Afghanistan. Gotta say, this isn't what I expected when landing home, leaving one war and dropping into another. Well, I took a vacation that made me wanted by my own agency. She began to laugh but stopped as she thought of the outcome of the events for her parents. Bringing the conversation back to finding out more about the group, Angelique asked, "How far to the defensive lines you spoke of?" "We should be there in a half hour," Gabe replied, then thought it best to find out more about the group she came from. "Earlier, you said you could help with much more. Just what are you talking about? Supplies, men?" "Both," Angelique replied, not wanting to give too much information to people she didn't know much about at this point. She also decided to change the subject to prevent further inquiries. "You said you were searching for your son. Did you find him?" "No," Gabe said in a tone that let Angelique know that it bothered him as much as the idea of not finding her parents. In that one word, she felt the pain of loss. After a few moments of silence, Gabe began talking. "He always wanted to be in the military, and I think it was to follow in—" Gunfire and bullets striking the vehicle stopped Gabe in mid-sentence. "Is it the Chinese?" Angelique asked as she gripped her M4 rifle, checking to ensure that it was loaded and ready. "No, those are 5.56 rounds. Probably local," Gabe said as another round hit the windshield in front of him after ricocheting off the hood. Seeing where the bullet struck on the red star painted in the center of the hood, Angelique knew why they were being fired on. "Could it be your guys? We need to cover up that red star." With all the excitement of the last hours, Gabe hadn't realized the danger of driving around in an enemy vehicle. "There should be a hardware store in about a mile," Gabe said as the bullet striking the vehicle came to a stop. As they drove, Angelique watched in the mirror located just outside her door for signs that Todd and Ken were okay in the transport, following close behind. Seeing them both sitting up gave her a little peace of mind. "We're almost there. I'm going to pull between the buildings for cover. We have to paint over it, or we'll never make it through the defenses ahead," Gabe informed Angelique, who had already had the same thought. After pulling into the area between the two buildings with the hardware store to the left and what looked to be a dry cleaner on the right, Angelique exited the transport. Heading to the rear of the truck while keeping a close eye on her surroundings, she began checking on the people in the back. "Everybody okay? Anyone hit?" she asked. "We're all good. Just a few cuts from fragments," Blankenship replied. Angelique could hear the doors open on the second transport and saw where bullets had struck. Ken climbed out of the tall vehicle with no visible wounds. "You two okay?" Angelique asked as Ken turned to face her. "Yeah. A few came close, but nothing major. We need to get these damn red stars covered. I think that is why they were shooting at us." Gabe went in to get paint. "Check on your passengers. After we get this covered up, we are moving out. So be ready." Angelique could hear Todd on the other side, checking on those in the back. Satisfied that Todd and Ken were okay, Angelique turned back to the people in the rear of her transport and spotted the man she wanted to meet as she neared. "Steve?" she asked, knowing she had the right one from the large rifle he was holding. "Yeah. My name is Angelique Rose Carringer, and I want to thank you for being such a great shot with excellent timing." She raised her right hand up to the back of the truck to shake his hand. "You can thank the Marine Corps for that, ma'am," Steve replied, reaching down to shake her hand. Angelique could tell that he was in good shape, but not to the level of an active-duty Marine. "How long have you been out of the service, Marine?" Angelique asked. "About 7 years now. Thankfully, I have kept up with my rifle skills, though I never figured I would be using them to shoot Chinese soldiers in Missouri. Hell, I figured the only thing I would ever shoot again would be steel targets." As Steve let out a laugh, Angelique finished their conversation. "Well, Marine, I'm glad you did." She saw Gabe come around the corner of the hardware store. "The place has been picked pretty clean, but I guess people don't have a lot of use for paint these days. I found blue and black." He tossed Angelique a few cans and then a few to Todd and Ken. "These will do fine. Okay, let's get them covered and get moving," Angelique said to the others, who were already climbing on the front of the trucks to spray the hoods. After 10 minutes and a half-dozen cans of paint, they were once again back on the road, confident that they wouldn't be shot at, or at least not for looking like the Chinese. "We should be coming up on a checkpoint in a few miles," Gabe said, wanting to keep his new companion informed. Angelique watched as the buildings became fewer and the forest became thicker. "I would like to speak to whoever is in charge when we get there." "That shouldn't be a problem. How did you happen to be in the same area when we needed you?" Angelique couldn't believe the question hadn't dawned on her before now. "Easy. You passed one of our checkpoints and we followed. We didn't see any checkpoints. They're not something we advertise." Just then, Gabe slowed the transport to a stop alongside a heavily wooded area. "Look to your right." Angelique was already looking over, and after a few seconds she saw men camouflaged with rifles pointed at them. "I hope those are your men," she said, not making any sudden movements as two slowly approached. "Yes, they are. Roll down your window," Gabe instructed. Before Angelique could get the window all the way down, Gabe leaned over and shouted through the opening. "Hey boys, open up. It's Michael's 3rd platoon. I have guests who need to see the commander. Might have some friends out here to help with our little problem." Gabe addressed the men as they neared, stopping them from advancing any closer. "What is the password of the day?" asked one of the heavily camouflaged. "George," Gabe replied. Satisfied with the response, the militiamen lowered their weapons and gave a hand signal to what appeared to be nobody, to Angelique. That was until a clump of trees 30 feet ahead began moving out from the forest. As they walked farther out, Angelique could see they were attached like a billboard to the front of an old truck. Behind the truck were 3 men pushing, revealing a road leading into the forest. "Now I understand why we didn't see a checkpoint," Angelique said. Driving down the hidden road, Gabe could see Angelique staring at the men training and preparing for the Chinese to advance. "I wish I had the men from my unit with me. Unfortunately, they are stuck overseas. I was only supposed to have a short visit home," he explained. Her attention drawn from the men around her, Angelique looked at Gabe. "Yeah, visiting home is great. See your family, watch your family get taken by the government, join a militia, revolt against your government, and fight a foreign invasion. What more could a person ask for?" "Ice cream," Gabe answered as a small wooden building came into view covered by camouflaged netting. Angelique became much more serious at the sight of what she assumed was the headquarters. Gabe looked up to the treetops for the most cover under which to park the transports to prevent them from being seen from overhead. "I don't guess I could get you to leave your weapons?" Angelique didn't bother to respond but gave him a look that said, "Over my dead body." Her expression was all the answer he needed. "Yeah, I didn't think so." "Shall we?" Angelique said after a moment, already opening the door. As they climbed down from the cab, several men exited the building and began walking their way. "What is this, Michaels?" asked a man standing 5'11" with broad shoulders. Angelique figured the man to be the head guy and in his mid-60s. None of the men wore any rank, so it made it difficult for her to tell, but for the men standing to the left and right of the guy inquiring about the trucks. "Sir, this is Carringer. She and 2 others were captured helping civilians with the Chinese. After we freed them, we brought them here. I believe she may be able to help us." After looking Angelique over, as well as the 2 men walking up behind her, the commander began to speak. "I am Commander Atkins of the Ozark Mountaineers. We can talk inside, but first, medic," Atkins called out. 2 men quickly ran over to his position with bags in their hands marked with a red cross. "See to those who need it and report," Atkins directed the 2 before they ran off to the transports. Angelique was glad to see his concern for the wounded, but also noticed the commander keeping a close eye on the weapons that she, Todd, and Ken held. "Shall we?" Atkins asked as he turned back to the building, not waiting for a reply. Stopping before entering the door, Atkins turned. "Michaels," he said, seeing that Gabe hadn't joined them. Once inside, Angelique noted that the commander wasn't one for extravagance. His desk was a simple table. On one side of the room was a soldier operating a working radio, and stacked along the walls were crates marked 5.56 ball. The sight put Angelique a little more at ease with the group. Had it been decorated and opulent like many those in power feel the need to have, she had been prepared to leave. "Take a seat, please." Atkins gestured with an open hand to 3 chairs sitting in front of the old table. "I'll stand if it is all the same to you," Todd replied, not wanting to put himself in a vulnerable position. "Same here," Ken said, feeling much the same as Todd. "Very well," Atkins responded to the newcomers as they moved to opposite sides of the small room. Trusting that Todd and Ken had their safety in hand, Angelique took a seat along with Michael's. "So, Miss Carringer, what can I do for you?" Atkins asked, taking a seat on the other side of the table. "Gabe here tells me you plan on fighting the Chinese when they advance from the city," Angelique stated, not really answering Atkins's question but wanting to see in which direction he took the conversation. "That is correct. We have requested volunteers from the surrounding areas, and when they come, we will hold them." Atkins's tone wasn't fully believable to Angelique. She could tell the man had enough understanding of war to know it would be bloody. "Why not attack them in the city rather than wait for them to come out here?" Ken asked from where he stood along the wall. Atkins sat up straight in his chair before answering. "We have sent scouts into the city. The Chinese have taken over Lambert Airport and have been flying in troops without end. Their numbers are too great in the city, and civilian deaths would be high. Out here, they will have to spread their forces, making it easier to fight them guerrilla style." Angelique liked what she was hearing from Atkins as well as the emotion he used. When he spoke, it was with the wisdom of battles fought and the concern of a leader who had lost soldiers fighting them. "Commander, we are with the United Constitutional Militia," Angelique informed him. Atkins didn't move or even seem to blink. He sat studying the 3 as if with new eyes. As he focused on the patch on Todd's sleeve with its diamond shape and crossed lightning bolts, he saw 3 letters, UCM, in the top center in bold print. "So my men never made it to you?" Atkins asked with a sorrowful tone in his voice. "No, we never received anyone with messages from this area," Angelique informed Atkins as he slowly stood, placing his hands behind his back and clasping them together. With his head slightly bowed, he took a deep breath. "I sent 2 men the day we came under attack to make contact and bring help." He paused briefly to regain himself, for one of the 2 men he sent was his son, and that was information that Atkins didn't want to share. "How is your commander? I was watching him on the news right before everything went dark." Angelique felt as if talking about people they had lost was going to become the new normal. "Sorry to report he didn't make it. Staff Sergeant Carl Karnick is in charge of the militia now." "Sorry to hear that." Atkins thought for a second and felt the need to move the conversation forward. Sitting back down in his chair, Atkins asked, "How can you help us fight the Chinese?" "When we left, people were still pouring for the fight, and at that time, there were almost 1,000. Had you heard anything from Fort Leonard Wood or Whiteman Air Force Base?" Atkins was very curious as to the strength of troops at the 2 facilities. "Nothing." Angelique raised her right hand with her pointer finger out as she stood, letting Atkins know that she needed a minute with her comrades. Atkins nodded and began rubbing the stubble on his face. While thinking about what the next move should be, images of his son clouded his thoughts. "We are all in agreement?" Angelique asked, ending her conversation with Ken and Todd. "Sounds good," Todd responded with Ken in agreement. Angelique took the short walk back to her seat where Gabe and Atkins talked between themselves. "We have a suggestion. We 3 and Gabe will head back to Jefferson City to bring back help. On the way, we will detour to Fort Leonard Wood and inform them of the situation here if they don't already know about it." Angelique stood by her chair waiting for a reply from Atkins. "Carringer, that sounds like a great plan. Just one thing. You should take one of the trucks you came in on. It will get you there faster and safer than the motorcycles." "I agree, Commander," Angelique said, knowing there was no way they were going back to the city for the motorcycles in the first place. "Noakes!" Atkins called out to one of his personnel outside the building. Seconds later, a very young man came through the door. "Noakes here will get you everything you will need for the trip, including more than enough fuel." Atkins was happy with the plan and didn't want to waste time when the Chinese could decide to move at any moment. Noakes took the four around to the building about 100 yards down to where the hill began to sharply slope. There, Angelique and the others could see what looked like platforms coming out from the hill. Walking past the nearest one, they could see they were not platforms but roofs. In order to keep things hidden from eyes above and to provide some security, areas had been dug out of the hillside and roofs placed above them using only items found in the forest. Looking in, Angelique was surprised at how much room it had and how far back it had been dug out. "Hey, aren't those our motorcycles?" Ken asked, pointing with his chin to 3 motorcycles leaning up against one side. "Yeah, we brought them back shortly after you left them. Didn't think you would live to use them again," Noakes replied with a slight laugh. Noakes helped each with ammunition, food, and water. Then he directed a few nearby soldiers to fuel the trucks and load 40 gallons of fuel as well. "Hey, make sure you stack sandbags around those. We don't want anyone putting holes in them," Todd told the men carrying the cans of fuel. "Yes, sir." "Sir? I'm a master sergeant. Don't call me sir, you little shit." "Whoa there, Master Sergeant. Remember, they're on our side," Angelique said playfully to Todd as she motioned for him to start moving back to the transport truck. After spending an hour getting things ready to move, Angelique and Ken climbed into the cab of the truck, while Todd and Gabe jumped into the back. Todd had the men place sandbags around the fuel tanks, stacking them 3 high along the sides and 4 high across the back. Once in the back, Todd lay down, using a sandbag as a pillow with his head to the cab of the truck. With his rifle lying across his chest, Todd closed his eyes. Gabe looked at Todd, amused by the sight. "You really going to try and sleep?" He could hear the truck engine come to life. Todd opened one eye as if only halfway waking up to answer. "It's been a long day." Chapter 22. New Intel. "Commander, Sergeant Smith is back." One of many runners Karnak was forced to use in place of a radio called out to him. Karnak turned quickly. From where he stood, going over a preliminary report from Becker, who was tasked with inventorying the hundreds of storage units now under UCM control. "I'll be right there, Private," Karnak replied, turning back to Becker. "Okay, sounds good. Keep me updated." Karnak brought his briefing with Becker to an end. "You got it, Commander," Becker replied, excited about the new task he had been given. Karnak looked around the area once more, still unable to comprehend just how something so massive could have been built without the world knowing about it. For now, though, it wasn't a concern, merely a thought. Karnak began heading for the entrance of the tunnel to get Smith and the reinforcements he requested placed throughout, giving them a better chance of holding on to what they had gained. "Smith, over here." Karnak waved him over to where a room had once been an office for what they assumed was checking in trucks hauling loads. With Smith heading his way after entering the tunnel, Karnak walked over to the water cooler sitting at the back of the room and began filling his canteen. Having a full canteen was something Karnak had always ensured ever since his first deployment, where he felt as if he spent every waking minute drinking water more so than anything else, due to the high temperature of the region. Standing with his back to the door, Karnak heard Sergeant Smith enter. "Sergeant, we have a great deal of work ahead of us." "Yes, we do. And the first should be killing the bastard who killed Sawyer," Kate said urgently, cutting Karnak off. Thrown off a little by hearing her voice, Karnak splashed water from his canteen as he quickly spun around. "Sorry, Commander. She wouldn't wait." Sergeant Smith stepped in front of Kate. Karnak waved his hand to one side for Smith to move. "It's quite okay, Sergeant." "What is it, Kate?" "Robert didn't miss. He got the bastard right in the face, and Sierra saw him at the camp," Kate blurted out quickly. "Slow down," Karnak told her as Sierra entered the room. "What is this about a camp?" "The bastard who shot Sawyer is at a FEMA camp just 30 miles west of here," Kate said loudly and fast. Karnak understood her emotional state and wanted nothing more than to help avenge his fallen friend's love. "Here, take a drink. Slow down and start from the beginning." Karnak spoke in the softest voice he could while handing her his canteen. As she drank, Karnak turned his attention to Smith. "Split the men up, half at the entrance, and half at the other end with Bellamy. If you see Robert, send him this way." After a few sips of water, Kate composed herself and started again, telling of the horror they saw and how people were killing one another for fresh water and food. She informed Karnak how traveling had become very dangerous and slow, leading up to the event of the day. She told him how they ran into the group, traveling along the woods for safety, and how Sierra headed into the woods after them. Then came the part Karnak found very interesting. "Sierra came at them from behind, giving us the upper hand to subdue them. The Cert men never saw her coming." "Did you say Cert?" Karnak interrupted. "Yes, they were wearing patches with those initials on it." Kate continued with her story. "Then Carter, who was an army reservist and not one of them, took us to a bluff near the FEMA camp. It had to have been built and ready. There is no way a complex that large could have gone up over the last month. Sierra can tell you what she saw after Mac, Carlos, and I went back to check on Darien after the gunshot from the bus." "Darien was shot?" Karnak asked, concerned for the boy who saved their asses on day one. "No, he should be okay. He took a nasty blow to the head after one of the prisoners freed himself and tried to escape," Kate replied. "Good to hear. Sierra, what did you see?" Karnak asked reluctantly, having enjoyed the time away from the girl who drove him crazy with her rash actions that almost led her to stick her pistol in his face. "Thousands of people held captive. One area was dedicated to veterans and current military who wouldn't play along. Then I saw the man with his face stitched up where my brother hit him." Sierra paused at the sound of a knock on the door. "Enter!" Karnak could clearly see Robert through the glass. As Robert walked through the door and spotted Sierra, he went right to her, giving her a hug that took her off her feet. "Sis, when did you get back?" Sierra tried to push free but was unable to due to his overpowering strength. "Put me down, Rob," she demanded. Letting her go, Robert turned to Karnak. "You wanted to see me, Commander?" "I thought you should hear this. Sierra." Karnak motioned for her to continue. Turning to Sierra, Robert waited to hear what she had to say. "You didn't miss." Those 3 words from Sierra struck a nerve in Robert. He understood just what she was talking about. The emotions of that day came pouring back as the image of that moment played over in his mind. "What do you mean?" Robert asked. "I saw him this morning. You got him in his right cheek, Rob," Sierra told her brother as he looked over at Kate. Taking a few steps across the room to stand in front of Kate, Robert looked in her eyes that didn't judge him, even though he felt as if they should. "Kate, I will kill him," Robert said without blinking. Karnak could feel the sincerity in Robert's voice, along with the anger, as he thought hard about what he wanted to say next. "We will not be able to go at this moment." Those words drew the response he had already anticipated, as those standing before him voiced their objections. Karnak raised his hand, signaling them to stop. "We have just conducted an operation that has achieved greater gains for the UCM than anyone could imagine. First, we must ensure that we hold on to it. Second, we will plan for the camp." "This is time-sensitive," Kate blurted out, cutting Karnak off. "Yes, I understand that, Kate, and I want that son of a bitch just as much as you. But Sawyer wouldn't want everything to be endangered for revenge, and you know that. What I'm suggesting is one day. The men are already setting up defensive positions here, and we need at least that amount of time to plan and have things ready. Don't you agree, Kate?" Karnak stared straight into Kate's eyes, willing her to see reason. "Yes," Kate replied, knowing that Karnak was right, and that just one day was quick to plan and prep an operation of this size. "Then tonight we plan. Tomorrow we prep and stage everything for tomorrow night, and attack at first light the following morning." Chapter 23. The Long Road. Even with the confiscated Chinese transport, travel was rigorous due to the number of cars abandoned on the highway. Although Angelique had traveled down I-44 many times in the past, this was something she had never imagined seeing in her lifetime. All along the interstate, people wandered around checking vehicles and the cargo of trailers for food, water, and other supplies. Cars were not the only things scattered along the interstate. The bodies of those who had something others wanted also made travel difficult as they maneuvered around them. On more than one occasion, too many covered the pavement, and there was no avoiding them. Angelique could feel her body tighten each time they had no choice but to drive over them. Most of the time, Angelique and Gabe sat in silence, watching the horrific scene around them, thinking about how civilization had taken a turn for the worse. The silence was broken here and there as bullets splattered like giant bugs on the glass. The sporadic fire came from people who wanted their truck, and each time the conversation was the same. "Thank God for ballistic glass." Then the other would reply, "Yep." Neither really wanted to do much more talking than that after the first few hours of the trip. With each mile they traveled closer to Fort Leonard Wood, Angelique wondered just what the United States would look like if it survived. "We should probably find somewhere to refuel in case we don't have time later," Gabe said, noting they had just below a half tank. Looking down at the gas gauge after Gabe's suggestion, Angelique was surprised by how inefficient the vehicle was on fuel. "I agree. We're coming up on St. James, and with the speed we're traveling, we'll just make it. We should refuel the truck and look for a way to also refill the spare tanks. We have another 50-plus miles before Fort Leonard Wood, and I don't want to have to refuel or stop again if things go south." Angelique thought about how difficult the last stop was, and the crowd of people who had gathered while they poured the fuel cans into the tank. That wasn't an event she wanted to repeat. An hour later, Angelique read the road sign aloud as they passed by. "Rala." "I wouldn't recommend stopping in a city," Gabe said, thinking she was making a suggestion. "No, I was just reading the sign and thinking about the last time I was here. A few friends and I went bar hopping here right before my first deployment to the Middle East." Looking around at smoke rising from buildings that had been burning for days, Gabe offered another suggestion. "I wouldn't try that now." "Well, it looks like we might have to go through the city. I'm not going to be able to push through that," Angelique said as she pointed to blackened cars and tractor trailers smashed together, blocking the underpass ahead. Angelique rode the shoulder of the exit ramp all the way to the top, where she stopped and could see that the ramp on the other side was just as blocked with burned-out cars. "I'm going to take the outer road and see if we can't get around this." Angelique began turning the steering wheel to the right and giving the truck gas in order to push the cars to one side for them to pass. Todd and Ken held on tight as they drove over the concrete lane dividers, bouncing into the air and attempting to keep their heads from smacking into the steel bed of the transport as they landed. "Remember the days when we used to ride up front?" Ken asked Todd sarcastically, knowing he wouldn't receive a reply as they once again were sent flying into the air. Minutes later, traveling down the outer road that ran along I-44, Angelique and Gabe were happy to see few cars and decided to stay on the road to the next ramp. "You know, it seems like there are fewer people around here. We haven't been shot at for hours," Gabe remarked while staring out the passenger side window, watching a few people walking around aimlessly. Angelique had noticed and was thankful for it more than concerned. "There should be a way back onto the interstate just ahead. Hopefully it is clearer than what we just passed." A mile farther, they saw a sign indicating what she had just stated. Turning the steering wheel to the left and then to the right in order to take the on-ramp down to the interstate, Angelique pressed her boot down on the accelerator as there were only a few cars ahead. Angelique looked down at the gas gauge and noticed they were down to a quarter of a tank. "Start looking for fuel." After traveling a few more miles, Gabe spotted a straight stretch of highway with a clear view and no visible buildings in sight. It was a large valley about 2 miles wide with a bridge located at the bottom. "This looks like a great spot and it's secluded." Angelique spotted a semi in the middle of the bridge. "I'll pull up alongside that truck. We can clear the area and then refuel. The sun will be down in about an hour and we'll make camp here. It's open but with only 2 directions to guard. Arriving at the fort after dark isn't a good idea." "Sounds good to me." Gabe checked his weapon in preparation to exit. With that done, Gabriel rolled down his window and hollered out to Ken and Todd in the back. We are stopping to refuel. Get ready to secure the area." A fist sticking over the side of the truck with a thumb in the air indicated they understood. Seeing the tattoos just above the wrist, Gabe knew it had to be Todd. Drawing himself back into the cab and rolling up the window, Gabe prepared himself to exit. Angelique drove the transport onto the bridge as all four scanned the area, looking into each vehicle they crept by. Not only did they look into the vehicles, but also at the areas around them for any signs of a threat. Angelique remained ready to accelerate at the first sign of danger. Only a few hundred feet from the truck, they could see that the trailer's rear doors were open. As they approached, they noted that it was carrying sheetrock, something that people had no use for at a time when buildings were being destroyed, not built. Angelique brought the front of their truck even with the semi's gas tanks before stopping. Then they sat and waited, looking for any movement. A few minutes passed without any suspicious activity. "Let's move," Angelique said as she swung open the driver's side door and jumped to the ground. Gabe did the same on the passenger side. "Todd, take the rear. Gabe, follow me." Angelique spouted out orders to the others as she made her way to the front of their transport. Making eye contact with Gabe as he came around to the front of the truck, Angelique told him her plan. "We need to clear the bridge to the far end before we start refueling." "Roger that," Gabe replied, his rifle tucked tight to his shoulder as he began following Angelique. Slowly moving forward, the two searched in and around each vehicle they came to not only for threats, but also for signs of the last time somebody had been there. Reaching the end of the bridge, Angelique asked Gabe, "Anything?" Gabe scanned the area beyond the bridge. "Negative." Running her fingers across the hood of a nearby car, Angelique was puzzled by the amount of dust. "You know, there was a hell of a storm about 3 weeks back, just before we left for St. Louis. I remember because of the thunder. It didn't rain in Jefferson City, but I know it had to be bad here." Waiting for Angelique to continue, Gabe could see she was in deep thought as she worked the dust from the car through her fingers. "Yeah, and?" "Well, I've seen cars that have sat for years that didn't have this much dust on them." Gabe also thought there was a great deal of dust, but figured it was just a dust storm that had been carried with the storm from out west. Dropping what dust remained in her hand, Angelique turned her attention back to the task of refueling the truck. "Let's hurry back. I want to get the truck fueled before it gets dark." Angelique holstered her pistol and began quickly walking back, with Gabe following close behind. After returning to the truck, Angelique could see Ken in the back with sandbags stacked in front of him, close to the rear of the truck's bed. "You see anything?" "Nothing," Ken replied, still looking to the far end of the bridge. Relieved to hear his reply, she looked around and noticed that Todd was nowhere to be seen. "Where is the Master Sergeant?" Ken looked down at her from the truck. He thought he saw something and went to check it out. "It was just a possum," Todd said, appearing from behind the semi's trailer. Satisfied that the area was secured, Angelique began laying out her plan. "Okay, here is what I've planned. First, we refuel the truck and then the cans. Then we get some rest and leave at first light. Any objections?" She looked to each of the three men. With no objections to her plan, Angelique leaned over and tapped the side of the semi's fuel tanks, listening for a hollow sound. Not hearing an echo but a dull thud each time she knocked on the tank, she looked up with a grin on her face. "I guess this guy had just filled up. Any ideas on how we get the fuel out?" Ken was the first to speak. "Hose won't work. These are anti-siphon tanks." Angelique looked up. Ken unlatched the tool that looks like a miner's pick and handed it down to Todd. "What do you plan on us doing with that?" Todd asked Angelique. "Because we can't use a hose to siphon the fuel. We're going to create a drain hole in the side of the tank. Just try not to create any sparks," Angelique said with a smirk. "You want a what?" Ken asked. "I already checked the tanks, and they're close to full. It's diesel, so there's very little chance of it catching fire," Angelique replied, as Ken handed the pick down to Todd. "Strike a hole as close to the bottom of the tank as you can. We'll fill the cans and then pour the fuel into the truck." "All right. Stand back and have the cans ready." Todd drew the pick high in the air and brought it down with all his strength. When the spiked end of the pick made contact with the stainless steel of the semi's fuel tank, they could see that it wouldn't be that easy. The powerful swing of the pick had only left a small indentation. Todd once again hoisted the pick up into the air and brought it down to the tank with even more force than before. As they surveyed the spot where it had made contact with disappointing results, Todd looked at Angelique. "I can beat on this all day, but it won't go through." Angelique stared at the tank, knowing that this could possibly be the only opportunity they had for refueling. After a moment's thought, she looked over to Gabe. "Let me have your rifle." Todd and Ken looked at her in disbelief. Gabe handed her his rifle. "You might want to get on the other side of the truck for this." Taking the rifle from Gabe, Angelique backed up and stepped in front of their own transport before taking aim at the fuel tank. "Firing 2 shots!" she said loudly, squeezing the trigger a second later. With the sound of the shots echoing through the valley, Ken looked over to Todd. "I guess we didn't blow up." Without looking, Todd knew that Angelique's plan had worked from the smell of diesel in the air. "God, I hate the smell of diesel," Todd said, walking back to the other side of the truck where Angelique was holding one of the fuel cans under the stream of fuel exiting 2 perfectly round holes. Todd prepared a second can to fill. "How did you know that would work?" Angelique collected her thoughts before replying. "On my last deployment, we came under attack. Our fuel tanks were hit by small arms fire and we were leaking fuel. After fighting our way out, we barely made it back to base before running out. I figured it didn't blow then, so maybe it wouldn't now." Todd just shook his head. "Sounds logical to me." Filling fuel tanks from 2 bullet holes took a great deal of time, more time than anyone cared for. The refueling process went well past sunset. With every can filled, the next took longer as the fuel tank level dropped. Angelique had taken care of most of the refueling while the others rested. For nearly 4 hours, she worked on the fuel cans and kept watch. Angelique enjoyed the darkness. It hid the destruction around her, and she could imagine that none of it had ever happened. Looking off into the distance, she didn't see the cold black of night, but the glow of lights emanating from cities pushing back the dark. In those cities, she could see people dancing, watching movies, shopping, and going out to dinner. But the thoughts always ended the same, with the night overpowering the city lights. Reality always wins in the daydreaming game, and it was time to wake Ken to keep watch over them while she rested. Few animals ventured onto the bridge, and being 100 feet off the ground made things very quiet. It was the most relaxed any of them had been in weeks. Ken looked at the one working watch they shared. 3 a.m. time to wake Todd. Ken had started to make a game of waking the Master Sergeant. The game was simple. Reach him before he woke up. Ken began the game by holding his rifle tight and away from the rest of his gear to prevent it from making any friction noises. Next, Ken took soft steps using only the balls of his feet, cutting out any unnecessary motions. Ken focused on the bed of the truck where the 3 slept and thought that this would be the night no twigs, grass, or leaves would crunch under his steps. Yeah, this was it. Ken slowly reached up to Todd's boot as excitement filled him. He was going to wake him for the first time. It had become a big deal to Ken only because Todd always seemed to know when he was about to be awakened. Ken often wondered if the man slept at all. This was going to be the time he found out. His hand moved in closer to Todd's boot, and Ken could almost feel his hand already shaking it back and forth to wake him. "What the?" Ken said as the boot pulled back before he touched it. "On my way," Todd said lightly, so as to not wake the others but loud enough for Ken to hear. Ken pulled his hand back down to his side and turned away. How the hell does he do that? Hours later, Todd walked circles around the small perimeter of the transport, feeling the moisture in the cool Ozark mountain air filling his lungs. This was Todd's favorite part of the day, right before the sun began its ascent over the horizon. Todd could tell by the way Angelique was moving around in her sleep that she wouldn't wake from a happy dream. Todd was no stranger to nightmares himself. He felt for Angelique and the nightmare she was battling. Todd listened to her breathing get louder and could hear her moving until suddenly it ended in her gasping for air. Todd pretended not to have noticed and went on with his perimeter check as Angelique lay back down. Todd continued to scan the area as the sun began to rise. Although it was just a slight change in light, Todd felt it was time to get the others up and moving. As he walked to the rear of the transport, he noticed Angelique sitting up as he neared. "I'll wake the other two," she said, swinging the boot in her hand back and smacking Ken in the leg. Ken knew what the smack was and gave Gabe a nudge as well. That didn't hurt as much as a boot. Angelique finished putting on her boots and then checked her pistols, securing them in the holsters around her waist. She jumped down from the rear of the transport, followed by Gabe. Ken remained, adjusting the sandbags for another day of traveling. Ken wondered just how many bullets the bags had stopped yesterday, and how many they would be stopping today. Placing one bag down and reaching for another, Ken looked up, unsure if he had seen movement at the far end of the bridge. Ken lowered himself down, not wanting to be seen after spotting men with weapons approaching. "I think it might be time to move. We have company," Ken said, looking over the side of the transport to where Angelique and Todd were brushing their teeth or eating. "How many?" Angelique asked. "I count 4, but there could be more, all armed. I'm guessing they heard the shots last night and came to investigate. None of them wanted to get into a firefight with other Americans if they could avoid it." "All right, let's load up before they get closer," Angelique decided, spitting toothpaste on the ground. Within seconds, Angelique had climbed behind the transport steering wheel and fired it up. With the fuel cans secured during the night, all they had to do was jump aboard and hold on. Seeing that Todd had jumped in the rear almost as fast as she had, Angelique waited on Gabe, who had to run around the truck to get in. Gabe opened the door and climbed in just as Angelique shifted into gear. "You know, I miss the days when the morning started with coffee, not running from guys with guns," Angelique said. She hit the accelerator and they were back on the road. Chapter 24. Miles to Nowhere. Driving at night as thoughts of the most horrific events of his life replayed in his mind, Jim was thankful there wasn't any traffic. In the last 100 miles, he figured there had only been 4 running vehicles. Then again, he thought, had events not occurred that caused there to be so few cars on the road, my mother would still be alive. I wouldn't have had to bury the girl I loved, and I wouldn't be driving in the middle of nowhere in a car that smells like death. Jim looked over to the passenger seat where Larry was sleeping. "At least I haven't lost you yet," he thought. Turning his attention back to the road, Jim's eyes focused on the crack in the windshield where the bullet had struck after passing through Mary. Each time his eyes focused on the cracks, Jim wished that he could have done more to protect her. Since this all began, he wished that he had some knowledge of how to survive in this new world. Jim then thought about the way things had been before, how his life had been sleep, school, video games, weed, and surfing with his friends. It wasn't until the past several weeks that he thought about all the things his mother would tell him about what was going on in the news. He remembered very little now, but clearly recalled thinking at the time that she took things too seriously. Now it had all changed. The life he now lived was hard and deadly, not knowing who to trust, or even if the next person you met would shoot you to take what you had. Nevertheless, Jim felt he had to let others know what was coming. Jim and Larry drove east, stopping at towns that still seemed safe. Those towns were mostly the smaller country towns. They knew that larger cities would only bring an end to the journey they were now on. Jim thought about many of the towns they had stopped at, and how he had never in his life wanted to live in such small places. However, now he could never see himself going back to a major city, cities that were now tearing themselves apart without power, water, or food coming in. Jim figured they had stopped at a few dozen towns each time, telling the residents what they had witnessed. Many didn't believe them until they saw the condition of their car, with the dried blood and bullet holes. Whether they believed them or not, Jim figured they had been warned of the coming threat, which was more than they knew before. "Wake up! Wake up!" Jim said as he slapped Larry across the chest with the back of his right hand. "We need to find fuel. Jim had been so lost in thought that he hadn't noticed that the gas gauge was almost on empty. "Keep your eyes out for a car." Larry rubbed his eyes. "What? Are we there? Are we there? Are we where? All we're doing is driving east. Where the hell do you think we're going? Never mind that. Just look for a car. We need gas." "Sorry, man. A habit of waking up in a moving car. I'm watching." After a few more miles, Larry spotted a reflection just off the road. "There." "Where?" Jim asked as he slowed down. Before Larry could respond, their headlights lit up the car. "I'm going to drive past it a little. Watch for people." Jim slowly drove by the car, looking into the darkness on his side as Larry watched the area on his. "Anything?" Jim asked after about 100 yards. "Nope." With that, Jim brought the car to a stop and put it in reverse, backing up to where the car sat alone on the side of the road. "I don't want to spend much time here," Jim said as he looked around. "I think we're getting pretty good at this." "What is this, the 8th one?" Larry asked. As he slowed the car, Jim felt he still had to go over what was going to happen. "All right. When we stop, jump out with the hammer and punch. I'll grab the jugs." Feeling the car was slow enough to step out, Larry opened his door and quickly ran for the rear of the abandoned car with a hammer in one hand and a steel punch in the other. Quickly dropping to the ground, Larry rolled slightly under the car, placing the punch up to the gas tank, then called out to Jim, "You ready?" "Yes." Jim stood with a milk jug in each hand with the tops cut off to easily fit under the cars. Jim could hear Larry strike the punch once, then again. "Jug!" Larry said as he raised the hammer in the air for Jim to take and replace it with the first jug. Larry filled jug after jug from the hole in the tank, and Jim emptied them into a 5-gallon container. "Okay, it's full. I have to put it in the car," Jim told Larry, who had placed his finger over the hole. "Hurry up. The fumes are getting a little strong down here." Jim raced to the car, opened the gas cap, and inserted the funnel. As he did every time, he longed for the days when he could just pump it straight into the car instead. When Jim had finished emptying the container into the car, he moved quickly back to Larry and handed him the milk jug to start the process all over. On the 5th milk jug, Larry slid out from under the car. "That's it, bro. She's all tapped out." "Damn, that probably only gives us a half tank." Jim was concerned. "Okay, I'll put this in and we'll get back on the road. It should get us to the next town and we can hopefully fill up there." With the close call of running out of gas behind them, Jim found himself looking at the gas gauge almost more than the road. Running out of gas and possibly losing the car was something neither wanted at this point, and both were happy to see a sign come into view. With the sun rising behind it, they couldn't make it out until the headlights were shining on it. "Welcome to Jetmore." "What, are they asking for more jets?" Larry said in an attempt to make a joke. "Don't go pissing the people off with jokes like that when we stop," Jim requested of his best friend. As they entered the town, they kept watch for any reason to hit the gas and move through it as fast as they could. "You seeing anyone?" Larry asked Jim, who saw only empty buildings and abandoned cars. "No, but it is early," Jim said, feeling a little uneasy about the area as they drove farther into the small town. "Okay, there's something wrong here. We should have seen one person by now. This is almost as bad as if they were all running after us," Larry said. "Hold on, what is that posted on the doors and windows?" Jim asked as he pulled up to a nearby store and jumped out. Walking over to the sticker that seemed to be on every building in town, Jim began to read it aloud as Larry came up behind him. Posted. By order of the U.S. government and the United Nations, all citizens are hereby ordered to turn in all firearms. Those who fail to do so will be arrested and imprisoned. Clearly marked UN vehicles will be around for weapons collection. "What the hell is this?" Larry spat. "We're under attack, and they want everyone to turn in their weapons?" "Where is everyone? Is anybody here?" Jim shouted, hoping to get a response. Larry and Jim both looked at the town around them. Nobody replied. The only sounds they heard were dogs barking and birds chirping. "Jim, bro, we need to get gas and get the hell out of here," Larry said, grabbing Jim by the arm and pulling him back to the car. Gas in an abandoned town was easy to come by, along with more jugs to carry extra. After a half hour of gathering supplies, Jim and Larry were grateful to see the ghost town disappearing in the rearview mirror. "Where do you think they all went?" Jim asked from the passenger seat as Larry drove. "No clue, bro. Not sure I want to find out either. The sign back there said Larnd is the next town we should pass through. Maybe they will know something." Jim reached over, picked up the pistol he had found and looked it over. "You know, I never wanted, nor saw any point in a person having one of these. It's amazing how quickly those ideas change." Miles passed as Jim and Larry thought about the last town they had stopped at, neither able to shake the feeling of a town with no people, or even a sign of where they had gone. "We should be getting close. The last sign I saw said 5 miles to Larnd." Larry couldn't take the silence any longer. He felt that if he thought about the world around him too much, then it would swallow him. "Yeah, that should be it up ahead." Jim pointed through the windshield at buildings in the distance. They could see people as they approached, and both were relieved they were not driving into another ghost town. Larnd, Kansas. Population 4,054, Jim said, reading the sign as they passed. "Man, I'm glad to see people," Larry said with a smile. "Wait, stop the car," Jim said as he spotted a white bus with 2 bold blue letters on the side. "What?" Larry asked, bringing the car to a stop. His question was answered when he spotted people lined up to board the bus. "Shit!" Larry put the car in reverse and began backing up, only to be stopped after 50 feet by a large white military vehicle with marked on the side. The sight stunned Larry. Jim yelled, "Drive, damn it!" Larry faced forward and quickly put the car in drive while slamming his right foot down on the accelerator. The people in line for the bus all turned and began shouting, "Go, go, go, run!" It was as if they were cheering them on. Larry quickly turned down the first street they came to with his foot, holding the pedal down to the floor, not knowing where he was going, but knowing that he didn't want to be here. Accelerating down the narrow street, Larry and Jim heard a loud explosion and knew it was gunfire. "They're shooting at us!" Larry shouted. Jim looked over and saw Larry staring at something, but he couldn't make out what, though he could feel the car slowing down. "Let's go, man." "Why are we slowing down?" Jim asked. "I think I wet myself," Larry said, looking down between his legs. "What? We don't have time for this. Let's go," Jim shouted, urging Larry to get the car going faster. Removing his left hand from the steering wheel, Larry reached between his legs. When he brought them back up, he could clearly see that the wetness wasn't urine but blood. "Oh," Larry said as his arms went limp and he began to fall over in the seat. "Larry!" Jim shouted again at the sight of his best friend's blood as he watched him fall over. As the car rolled to a stop, lightly bumping into another along the street, soldiers with blue helmets came from all sides with rifles drawn. "Hands up!" they screamed with a thick accent that Jim couldn't make out as he gripped the pistol in his hand, wanting to shoot back at those who had just killed his best friend. Overcome by fear, Jim let the pistol drop to the floor and slowly held his hands up for the UN soldiers to see. Seconds later, Jim was dragged through the window after a soldier broke it out with the stock of his rifle. As he was being pulled from the car, he spotted what Larry had been looking at. Alongside the rearview mirror was the hole where the bullet had entered. Chapter 25. Summer Camp. Everyone worked long into the night planning for the upcoming raid on the FEMA camp that Kate and her bunch had stumbled upon. Karnak was sickened by what he had heard of veterans being locked up for the pure fact that they had volunteered to fight for their country. After hearing the full report, Karnak didn't know which was more important to him, making the man pay who killed his best friend, or freeing the veterans from their captivity. Karnak's mind told him freeing the men, but his heart told him revenge. Karnak was set on having both. The next day, Karnak stood tall in front of 500 soldiers in formation back at the armory and looked them over with pride. Pride at what they had become, not for money or self-interest, simply for the country and the people they loved. He looked to the far left of the formation and slowly turned his head, looking to the far right end of the formation. They all felt as if he was looking directly at them. Then he began to speak. Men and women of the United Constitutional Militia, you have been placed in a very dangerous position through no fault of your own. You stand here ready to fight for a way of life that no longer exists. With an iron will and a dedication to the oath you have taken, you fight with little rest and no pay. We have done our best to limit American casualties, but soon we will fight against fellow Americans who have lost their way. Karnak paused as he raised a piece of paper from which to read. I'm sorry to say that I was unaware of this, but Army Manual FM 339.40 lists information on internment and resettlement operations. I will not bore you with all the details, but I will tell you this was planned from the beginning. It goes on to say that the camps are for re-education. I don't know about you, but for the men and women in that camp who serve this nation and its people, most have had the right education already. A roar came from the formation, echoing agreement. Karnak looked over the formation once again, this time nodding in response. Without any prompt from Karnak, the formation fell quiet, allowing him to continue. You have your instructions and know what is expected of you. The job will not be easy. I ask only one thing of you, and that is to fight and educate those running the camp on what it means to be an American. The formation erupted loudly. Strike like lightning. Strike like lightning. Boom. Boom. Each time they yelled boom, they slapped the patch on their left shoulders with its crossed lightning bolts. Once Karnak had finished speaking, every man and woman prepared for the mission ahead. Those not going on the raid worked on defensive positions around the perimeter of the armory to ensure that their fellow soldiers had a place to come back to when it was finished. Vehicles of all types lined up along a paved road that ran between the armory and the Missouri River. Karnak was amazed at how many buses Colonel Marks and his men were able to find and make operational. The man truly works miracles, Karnak said under his breath. A runner asked, Commander, did you need something? Karnak longed for the days he carried a radio instead of having at least one private following him around to run messages. No, Private. Everything's fine. Karnak wondered how many radios Marks had been able to make operational. From the last briefing he had received, there were 5. One sat in the Tactical Operations Command and another at the tunnels. Neither was being used. Karnak figured if they were able to track them with RFID chips in their wallets, then blasting out a radio signal in a world where there were very few would be like spraying a bullseye on your own forehead. Karnak had instructed both places to use them only if they were in danger of being overtaken. Karnak began walking from one area of the armory to another, receiving updates on preparations. The UCM soldiers had finished hours ago, as the main things they needed were boots, rifles, and ammo. Platoon sergeants and squad leaders ran soldiers through maneuvers in the fading light, giving them a better understanding of what would be required of them in the morning. Commander, wait up! Karnak knew the voice well. He turned in the direction from which it had come. Miss Wheeler, what can I do for you? Karnak asked, watching her snap a picture of him as she neared. Have I ever told you how much I love photography, Commander? Sandra asked. No, you have not, Miss Wheeler. If you don't have business to discuss, then I'm afraid there are other matters that need my attention, Karnak said politely, as she stopped in front of him before speaking again. I have told you to call me Sandra or Sammy, anything but Miss Wheeler. Okay, Sandra. What can I do for you? Karnak asked with a hint of irritation in his voice. I want to go on the raid tomorrow. Sandra stood, waiting to follow the no that was about to come from Karnak's mouth with her planned speech as to why. Karnak spoke only one word, just as Sandra had figured he would, but it wasn't the one she had thought. Why? Why? Sandra repeated, stunned by not hearing no. Yes, you should be advised that I cannot ensure your safety. Sandra felt that the speech she had prepared to argue against a straight-out no would still work. I didn't ask you to secure my safety. I'm no longer a reporter, as there is no outlet for me to get the information out. this is history, and it needs to be documented. Sandra raised the old Canon A135mm camera and snapped another photo of him standing with his rifle in hand. You have already taken my cameraman and replaced his camera with a rifle. Now it's my turn to go, only I'll be keeping the camera. Ma'am, I didn't take your cameraman. He volunteered, Karnak said quickly, as if he were being judged. Yes, I know that, but one day what you have done here will need to be recorded in history. This is important, and I'm needed there, Commander. That is why I should go. Karnak couldn't have hoped for a better reason. We leave at 0500. And one last thing. Thanks, Commander. What is it? Get a weapon. Karnak continued to check on the progress of preparations for the upcoming operation. Hours passed and the light of day vanished. Although he understood the platoon sergeants wanted the men and women prepared for night maneuvers, he also knew that they needed what rest they could get. One by one, he gave orders for the soldiers to eat and rest if at all possible. Karnak informed them that he was going to do the same after checking on the readiness of their lead vehicle. With everyone now resting, Karnak made his way over to the one building that had lights on, though it wasn't noticeable from the outside. The windows had been blacked out to prevent others from coming to investigate. With power out all over, light at night drew crowds of people like moths to a flame. Karnak stepped up to the entrance of the building and gave the door 3 hard hits with the bottom of his fist. Seconds later, the door opened into a room that was noticeably darker than where he stood on the outside. Commander, come on in. Though Karnak couldn't see him, he recognized Colonel Marks's voice. To prevent the light from shining through the door, Karnak had ordered it to be shut off when opening the door, an order he was happy to see being carried out. Stepping through the door and into the pitch black of the room, Karnak heard the door close behind him, and with it, the room was once again lit up. Great timing. We were just getting ready to fire it up and test the hydraulics. Karnak was amazed by the work Marks and his men had achieved. Karnak walked over to what was once a deuce and a half. Now it looked more like a locomotive. On the front were mounted 2 dozer blades at 45-degree angles. Each started out a foot on both sides, meeting 5 feet out from the center of the large truck. Karnak was impressed by the work they had done in such short time. Beautiful, Colonel. Absolutely beautiful. How do you think it will hold up? Karnak asked while running his hands over the top. It will probably be a bitch to steer, but aside from that, it should work just as you wanted. Marks was full of confidence in his men's creation. Not sure how much work it will have to do. Kate was able to drive the bus here, but from what she said and the amount of bullet holes in it, the trip wasn't easy. I don't want anything slowing us down. Karnak could see Marks had put a great amount of thought in the vehicle. Fire it up, Marks ordered to a soldier sitting behind the steering wheel. As the engine roared to life, Marks raised his right hand high in the air, with one finger pointing to the ceiling. With screeching noises coming from the front of the truck, the dozer blades rose at least 12 inches. Marks then pointed his finger down to the floor of the shop, and the blades lowered with a little more screeching. Satisfied with the test, Marks made a fist and then ran his open hand back and forth beneath his chin, signaling that the test was over. With the running engine silenced, Karnak looked to Marks. That is more than I had hoped for, Colonel. I just want the mission to have every opportunity of success possible. Those men locked up in that place deserve better than to be jailed for serving their country. His fallen son entered Marks's thoughts. That they do, Karnak replied. Karnak, shouldn't you be getting some rest? You leave in 4 hours. Yeah, I just wanted to check things. I'm heading that way now. Chapter 26. Fort Leonard Wood. Somewhat safe back on the road, Angelique, Gabe, Ken, and Todd turned their thoughts to their arrival at Fort Leonard Wood. Miles passed with much of the same view, people scrounging for food and water, downed power lines, abandoned vehicles, and rotting corpses. It was something that none of them felt they could ever get used to seeing anywhere, much less in the United States. But this was their new reality. 10 miles out! Be ready! Gabe hollered back to Ken and Todd from the passenger side window of the transport as they made their way up a large hill. A few miles up, they could see off to the right where a truck stop once stood. Now all that remained were burned-out shells of trucks and rubble. "Our exit is about 4 miles up," Angelique informed Gabe. "Have you seen anybody for the last mile?" Gabe inquired, noticing that signs of human life seemed to vanish. "No, I was thinking the same thing. This close to a city, we should be seeing more people, not less." Angelique looked around as she dodged cars covered with thick dust. Spotting the exit ahead, Angelique made her way to the shoulder of the exit ramp to avoid stalled vehicles as she drove up. Reaching the top, Angelique and Gabe looked around at trailers that were seemingly untouched with their doors still closed. They looked around the area from the top of the ramp, but there were still no people around, just a very thick layer of dust. "Look at how thick that stuff is here. It has to be almost an inch," Angelique remarked, amazed and curious as to where it had come from. As they turned down Missouri Avenue just a mile from the gates of Fort Leonard Wood, they spotted several other semis with their trailer doors still closed. "It doesn't look like anybody's been here for a while," Angelique said, wondering why these were the only semis they had seen spanning hundreds of miles that hadn't been looted. As they drove closer to the gates of Fort Leonard Wood, they could tell the reception wasn't going to be anything like they thought. All around them, buildings looked as if they had been blown down by a storm. Looking closer at the buildings that still stood, they could see that if it had been a storm, then it could have only blown in one direction, away from the fort. Cresting the last hill before the gates, the four were stunned by the devastation. The gates were no longer there. In their place were twisted metal and a crater. "Good God," Gabe said. "What the hell happened here?" Looking beyond the gates, they could see nothing but devastated forest. "Tell him to hold on in the back. I'm going around," Angelique said to Gabe, not wanting to comment on what she was seeing. Gabe rolled his window down and shouted, "We're going around! Hold on!" Angelique maneuvered around the devastation that lay in front of them. Spotting an opening in what remained of the forest, Angelique steered the transport in its direction. Worried about getting stuck, she kept her foot pressed hard on the accelerator as they charged forward. Todd and Ken fought to hold on to their weapons as they climbed atop sandbags to place a cushion between themselves and the steel floor as their bodies came down with every bump. Successfully making it around, they were happily back on pavement. Driving farther into the fort, they could see that very few buildings remained standing. Taken aback by the devastation, Angelique turned to Gabe. "Looks like the Chinese struck here. That is the only explanation for the size of the destruction." After another mile, they spotted what looked to be a roadblock, manned only by a tank and a handful of soldiers. "This is more what I expected," Angelique said in despair to Gabe as she looked at the rubble around them. "As much as I hate the idea, we are probably going to have to give up our weapons if we want to get by and speak with whoever is in charge. That is, if there's anyone left to speak to." Angelique stopped a few hundred yards from the roadblock and exited the transporter. Looking up into the back of the truck, Angelique hated saying the words that came next. "We need to lay down our arms, guys." Todd and Ken looked at each other, surprised by what she had just said. "I don't think that is such a good idea," Ken said with anguish in his voice. "No, she's right," Todd said as he laid his weapons down on the bed of the truck and then looked to him to do the same. Ken lowered his rifle. "Well, I don't want to be the oddball." With their weapons down, Ken and Todd turned and placed their hands on top of the roof of the cab. "Let's go," Todd said, looking down. Angelique nodded and climbed back behind the steering wheel. Moments later, they moved forward once more. With weapons pointed at them from the blockade, Angelique slowed the vehicle to a stop in front of them and placed her hands up on the windshield for the men to see. "Let's hope they don't just shoot us." "Come out of the cab with your hands in the air where I can see them," one of the soldiers shouted. Gabe looked at Angelique. "Are you sure about this?" "It seems to be the only play we have." Angelique reached down to open the door and slowly climbed out of the cab as Gabe followed her lead. "You two in the back. Slowly walk to the rear with your hands in the air and do the same," Two men ordered from the rear of the truck with rifles aimed at their chests. Following Angelique, Todd and Ken both walked to the rear and jumped to the ground while holding their hands in the air as ordered. Angelique wanted to ask what happened, but instead she asked, "Who is in charge?" "You will find out soon enough," said one of the soldiers with his rifle aimed at her. "Okay, everyone to the front of the truck now," another voice demanded. He seemed to be in charge of the blockade. Angelique, Gabe, Ken, and Todd reluctantly did as they were ordered. "We need to see your commander now. We have important information," Angelique demanded as her patience began to run thin. "Radio it in," the man who seemed to be in charge ordered. Angelique wished they could have gotten the radio in the transport working. With the personnel at the fort having working radios, things would be much different right now. Unfortunately, none of them spoke the language necessary to work it. After a few minutes standing in front of the commandeered transport, an old short school bus pulled up. Once it had stopped, several men exited, followed by a woman in her mid-40s with brown hair and an athletic build. Angelique could tell that she was clearly in charge, yet she didn't wear the rank of someone in command of a military base. Angelique had expected an officer, yet walking toward her was another NCO. The woman stopped in front of them. "I'm First Sergeant Ashley Thomas. What is your business here today?" Angelique didn't waste any time. "I'm Angelique Rose Carringer, former head of the Texas Homeland Security Office in Dallas. We're here to inform you of the invasion." First, Sergeant Thomas tilted her head back and looked around. "As you can see, I think we are well aware. You're a little late with that information." Thomas waved her open hand over the devastation around them. "First Sergeant, I don't believe you are. We have just come from St. Louis, and it is now under Chinese control." Angelique's tone mirrored the First Sergeant's. Thomas didn't flinch or show any sign of emotion as the men around her looked at one another, surprised by the new intel. It was clear she was thinking about her next decision. "Come with me," she said to her new arrivals. Seeing her men's reaction to the information led her to believe that the conversation needed to be held somewhere else. "Sergeant, bring their vehicle along. The rest of you back to your post," she ordered with a strong command presence before walking back to her vehicle. Angelique and the others knew not to move until directed, an order that came quickly from the end of a rifle. "Let's go. Follow the First Sergeant." Angelique, Todd, Gabe, and Ken were seated in the front of the bus, with the First Sergeant to their rear with two other soldiers. "First Sergeant, what happened here?" Angelique asked. "A day after the EMP struck, we were attacked with weapons I had never seen before. They came in fast and devastated everything." As she spoke, Todd gazed out on the destruction, remembering what it had looked like on one of his many visits since his forced retirement. "First Sergeant, I'm Master Sergeant Todd Myers, formerly retired. How did you and these men survive this?" He was amazed that anyone had lived through the devastation around them. "Master Sergeant, we were at cannon range when the base was struck. That is the only reason we are here today," First Sergeant Thomas said with sorrow in her voice at the loss of so many. "Where are all the civilians?" "There didn't seem to be anybody outside the gates," Ken asked. "That is a stupid question knowing what happened here," Todd replied. Ken looked at Todd with his face void of emotion. "Well, we are on the short bus." First, Sergeant Thomas answered his question anyhow. "They ran. The civilians left in fear of another attack. All right, we're here." Gabe looked around and saw nothing but destroyed buildings. "Where the hell is here?" "Follow me," Thomas replied, not wanting to give an explanation. As they stepped off the bus, with First Sergeant Thomas leading the way and two soldiers with rifles trailing behind them, they couldn't figure out where they were headed except to a pile of bricks. That was until First Sergeant Thomas turned down a path that had been dug through the building's remains. At the end was a staircase leading into the ground. At the bottom was a steel door guarded by two soldiers in full battle rattle. One soldier began opening the door as he spotted her at the top of the steps. This used to be where background checks for security clearances were conducted. It was hard and concrete, and one of the few offices that wasn't destroyed in the blast. Thomas spoke while leading them through the now open door. Walking in, they could see soldiers working all around. In one area, 2 soldiers were manning a radio, another looked to be at a board showing resources, and farther down were soldiers plotting areas on a map. Angelique wanted very much to see what kind of information they had on their operations in Jefferson City and the armory, but dared not look around. After a few more twists and turns, they came to an office on the back side of the basement. Stopping in front of the door, Thomas looked back at her entourage. "Wait outside. I'll call if I need you." "Yes, First Sergeant," they replied as she turned to enter the office. Walking in, it was clear that she wasn't the original occupant from the photos still hanging on the walls. The room was plain and had only one window measuring 12 by 6 inches with steel bars. As the First Sergeant walked behind the desk, she pointed to some chairs. "Please have a seat. Sorry for the lack of room. We're pretty limited on space." Everyone sat except for Todd and Ken, who once again posted themselves on either side of the room. "Shall we begin?" Thomas asked, looking at Angelique. "What is this about a Chinese invasion taking place in St. Louis?" Angelique looked to Todd on her left, and then back at the First Sergeant. "We entered St. Louis yesterday morning following a Chinese patrol after seeing fighter jets flying overhead. Fighter jets that were not ours but clearly marked with a big red star." "What would you estimate their forces to be?" Thomas asked Angelique. "I think Gabe can provide you with more information on that than I can." "What's your assessment?" Thomas asked, directing her attention to Gabe. "First Sergeant, I don't have an exact number, but it is safe to say better than 10,000. We also have seen numerous aircraft and armored vehicles. Also, the civilian casualties are high." First Sergeant Thomas took notes as Gabe spoke, as she began to believe they were telling the truth. When Thomas had finished writing what she had just been told, she continued her questions. "How did you come about this information?" Gabe looked over to Angelique, as if asking for permission to speak. With a nod of her head, Gabe started from the beginning, telling how his plane had landed just as the EMP had fried all electronics, his search for his son, and how he'd come to join the Ozark Mountaineer Militia. "Militia?" Thomas asked. "Yes, and they are holding the line just outside of St. Louis, waiting for the Chinese to push farther out this way. They could be under attack at this moment, First Sergeant," Gabe added, not caring for the tone Thomas used when he said militia. Thomas directed her next question to Angelique. "Miss Carringer, how did you come to be in St. Louis when you're out of Texas?" Feeling safe that the EMP had erased any information about the days leading up to it and her involvement with the United Constitutional Militia, Angelique simply stated, "I was on vacation." Finding the short reply interesting, Thomas probed deeper. "So you were in St. Louis when the invasion occurred?" "No, I was visiting my parents, and they were in St. Louis at the time, so I went to search for them." "How did you come about the Chinese troop transport?" Thomas asked. "The men using it no longer had a need for it." Thomas knew exactly what she meant by that reply. "Now the question is, what do you expect me and my men to do?" Thomas asked, moving on with her line of questioning. "First Sergeant, the militia I'm with needs reinforcements before deciding to move out of the city. We had hoped for them to come from here. Needless to say, we didn't plan on everything being destroyed," Angelique responded. "If I may ask, just how many men do you have here?" Todd asked from where he stood. "At last count, we had 362. We have tried to reach Whiteman Air Force Base for support, but I fear they have also been targeted by the same weapon that hit us." Knowing that the forces at the fort were no threat to the UCM and that they apparently needed to work together, Angelique looked around the room, struggling whether to reveal any other information. Todd, Ken, and Gabe could read her face and gave her a slight nod of approval. Angelique turned back to Thomas. "Are you the highest-ranking personnel here now?" She wanted to ensure that she was talking to the person who was making the decisions. "No. There are a few lieutenants, but none of them have much experience. There are a few other officers of higher rank, but at the moment they are fighting for their lives due to injuries sustained during the blast. Being the most qualified, this is now my command." Angelique could feel the pressure Thomas was dealing with as she spoke. Angelique was satisfied that she was speaking to the person in charge. "There is a force in Jefferson City that will be useful." Thomas's eyes narrowed and she leaned forward. "Are you talking about the renegade unit involved in the massacre?" "Yes, I am. And we aren't renegades," Angelique said forcefully. Taken aback by Angelique's tone, Thomas looked at the men around her once again. "The last reports we received were that they attacked Jefferson City and the National Guard armory. Forgive me, Miss Carringer, but that sounds like renegades to me." Thomas rose from her desk before continuing. "Explain to me why I shouldn't have you arrested right now." Thomas leaned forward and placed both hands on her desk, staring straight at Angelique. Not wanting to escalate the situation, Angelique remained seated, even though every muscle in her body wanted to propel her from the chair she was sitting in. "First, Sergeant Thomas, the reason is that they are keeping to their oath as soldiers to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic." Thomas's face turned red as she spoke. "I suppose that is what they were doing when they cut down innocent civilians in St. Louis, right? First Sergeant, you appear to me to be an intelligent woman. Do you really believe the lies spread about these men, that our own soldiers would kill those they had sworn to protect? What you heard was propaganda fed to you by tyrants in the federal government." Walking around behind her desk, Thomas thought hard about what she had heard and how she hadn't believed it at the time. "What is it you call yourselves now? The United Constitutional Militia?" Thomas asked as she gazed at the patch on Ken's shoulder. "That's right. Our former commander thought it was a fitting description of what his men were now fighting to save." "Well, Miss Carringer, I'm going to need some time to think about the information you have presented. I will have my men escort you and your men to an area where you can get some rest. It is late, and we will speak again in the morning. Guards!" Thomas called out to the men standing outside her door. She gave them their orders as they entered seconds later. "Take Miss Carringer and these gentlemen to a secure area where they can get some rest and food. That is all." Before exiting the room, Angelique had one last thing to say. "First Sergeant, think about what I have said. The men are simply keeping their oath as soldiers." When she was through, she turned to walk out of the office. With Angelique taking the lead, Todd, Ken, and Gabe followed closely behind her as they walked through the basement back the way they came. Before nearing the steel door at the other end, they stopped as the door opened to let others in. It was clear by the clothes the newcomers wore that they were not soldiers. Looking at the first man's gear, Angelique could clearly tell that he was law enforcement of some type. As he cleared the door frame, another man followed close behind. The right side of his face was wounded and held together with countless stitches. Angelique's heart began to race. "Jonathan," she said lightly as her hands went to her hips, only to find empty holsters. As their eyes met, a smile spread across Jonathan's face. "Miss Carringer, how good to see you. How's the parents?" Angelique could feel a knot forming in her gut. Knowing there was no way out, Angelique stood her ground. "Jonathan, did you cut yourself shaving?" She stared at his disfigured face. With anger building inside him, Jonathan tried to keep calm. "This one will be coming with me," he said to the guards escorting Angelique, Ken, Todd, and Gabe. "What is going on here?" Angelique recognized First Sergeant Thomas's voice. Jonathan lowered his voice as he made eye contact with Thomas. "First Sergeant, this woman is wanted for treason, and she is coming with me." Jonathan spoke with authority as two other men came in the door behind him, taking Angelique by the arms while Todd, Gabe, and Ken closed in on them. "Get your hands off her!" Todd yelled as the soldiers in the room pointed their weapons at him. He froze in place, knowing he wouldn't do her any good if he were dead. The look Todd gave the men caused them to take a step back and tighten their grips on their weapons. "Oh, isn't that sweet? Is this your boyfriend?" No. Your boyfriend is Karnik, the leader of the traitors, since I killed the first one." Jonathan let out a short laugh. Angelique wanted to reach out and rip the stitches from his face, but as she lunged forward, everything went dark. "That is quite enough," Thomas ordered. "Get your men out of here." I don't take orders from you, but you are correct that we are leaving. Jonathan looked at the two men holding up the unconscious Angelique by her arms and said in Spanish, "Bring her." The two men began moving forward while dragging Angelique past Jonathan and out the door. Jonathan smirked as he looked back at Thomas. "I have no use for these men. Do with them what you want." Knowing there wasn't anything he could do with so many guns pointed at him, Todd watched as they took Angelique from the basement. Ken and Gabe both looked at Thomas and asked, "Are you just going to let them take her?" Chapter 27. The Raid. Walking from bus to bus, Karnak conducted final checks on the men and gear for the mission ahead. Making very few corrections as he went along gave him confidence in the abilities of the men and women to carry out the task that lay before them. Karnak watched through the darkness as they filed onto the last of the buses, knowing that each of them was ready to do whatever it took to free their brothers and sisters in arms. Hearing footsteps approaching, he turned, hoping it wouldn't be someone bringing him bad news. With the little light from the crescent moon, Karnak could tell that it was Kate. "You all set, Kate?" he asked, seeing 4 other figures following some distance behind her. "Yes," she replied before reaching him. Kate walked up to Karnak and stretched out her arms, wrapping them around him and placing her head on his shoulder. Karnak wasn't sure what to do. Years of military training on proper male and female contact screamed in his mind that this wasn't appropriate. As Kate let go of him and stepped back, Karnak thought, "Guess those days have passed." "What was that for?" he asked, still a little uncomfortable about the embrace. With the rest of her group nearing, Kate spoke with strong emotion. "Sawyer would be so proud of all you have done here, but that wasn't what the hug was for. It was for not letting my vengeance get the better of me. If not for you, then I probably would have charged in there and gotten others and myself killed. Thanks, Carl." Not sure how to reply, Karnak just said, "Thanks, Kate." He then moved the conversation in another direction. "You 5 ready to move out?" Knowing just what Karnak was hoping to do by asking the question, Kate wanted to hold his feet over the emotional flames but knew it wasn't the right time. "Yeah, we are heading over to Carter's bus. There's something about that kid I just like." Looking over, Karnak knew Sierra had to be thinking up something crazy to do. If not now, then later. "Carlos, try to keep her out of trouble today, would you?" Carlos looked at Sierra, and then back at Karnak. "When the hell did I get elected her babysitter?" He threw his hands in the air. "Well, Carney, if you think I need watching, maybe you should do it," Sierra said as she walked off to the buses with the others. As he watched, Karnak thought, "Yeah, this is definitely not the former army." "How's the head, Darian?" Karnak asked, concerned for the youth who had made all this possible. "Nothing a few aspirin won't cure." Darian rubbed the sizable bump on the back of his head. "Commander!" Karnak turned to face Robert, who had also been checking the convoy's readiness. "Robert, what is the update?" Having heard the last exchange between Karnak, Carlos, and his sister, Robert said, "She doesn't mean anything by it. It's just her way of fighting against a world out of her control. Really, I'm amazed she has adapted so quickly." Karnak looked at Robert and wondered just how much Robert had taught her and how much she just winged it. Karnak asked again, "What's the status of the convoy?" "Everyone is ready. My men and I will ride in the back of the lead vehicle with you. There is one issue to clear up," Robert added. "What is it?" Robert turned his head to the side. "Cameron." Watching a figure slowly walk over, Karnak was curious about what he wanted, a man who had previously come in wounded with Angelique. "Sir," Cameron said clearly. "Hold it right there," Karnak snapped back. "Commander or Karnak, nobody is going to start calling me sir." "Commander, I want to join the mission," Cameron stated after changing the way he had addressed Karnak. Although Karnak couldn't see the expression on his face clearly through the darkness, Cameron's body language gave away how weak he still was. Karnak could see why Angelique had trusted him, but also believed he was in no condition to fight. He thought about how angry Angelique would be to come back and find out her wounded man had been killed. Cameron, I appreciate your willingness to fight, but this is going to be a hard mission in your current state. What I would like is for you to help with security here. Karnak understood the willingness to fight, even when you were not at your best. Yes, Commander. Any word from Angelique and the others? Cameron asked. No, I expect them back any day now. Keep an eye out while we are gone. He hoped to give Cameron a purpose to keep watch over the armory. See the supply sergeant for weapons and gear. I think the rifle you had when you arrived suffered a direct hit. Karnak looked the man over, impressed by the progress he had made after such severe wounds. Thanks, Commander. Cameron walked slowly back to the armory. Directing his attention back to Robert, Karnak gave him a few orders for the trip to the camps. Your sister and Kate said it's pretty hard going through the city. We aren't taking any chances with these men. If you and your men see anybody with weapons pointed in our direction, take them out. Wound if possible. Kill if necessary. Karnak spoke with a straight face. What he was telling Robert went against everything he knew. The thought of taking American lives, no matter the situation, bothered him greatly. Robert stood with his Noreen in hand pointed down to the ground, already prepared to do what was necessary to ensure the mission's success. He thought of the soldiers in the FEMA camp, imprisoned for serving their country, wondering if they would be rescued. He only wished that they knew somebody was on the way. Robert looked at his watch and began calculating the time. The trip will take approximately an hour and a half if all goes well. That gives us only an hour to get everything in position. We should get rolling. Tell them to give the signal to fire up the buses. We move out in 5, Karnak ordered, agreeing with Robert. Letting his rifle hang by the sling over his shoulder, Robert reached into his pocket and pulled out a rolled-up sheet of paper. He took out a lighter from a small pocket on his vest. Once one end of the paper was burning, he held it up much like the Statue of Liberty. With its light cutting through the darkness, engines could be heard coming to life all down the convoy. Keeping a close eye on the CERT driver that Robert had interrogated while clearing the tunnels, Bellamy climbed up into the cab of the semi. He had a feeling that driver wasn't that afraid of him. With a scratchy voice due to old age, Bellamy looked over as he settled into the passenger seat and said, "Don't let the wrinkles fool you, son. You'll just be another in a long list of men I have killed." He tapped the pistol sitting on his lap. Bellamy could tell from the way the man's face lost all expression that the message had been received. If you want to survive this, then you better do whatever it takes to get these men to the appointed location. If you think you can overpower me just because I'm old, you're probably right, but not before the bullet from this pistol tears a hole in your gut that you will not be able to survive. If I feel that you're trying to tip off anybody, then I will shoot. I have nothing to lose, as it is just a matter of time, most likely a very short time before I meet my maker. Now let's drive without saying a word, if you understand. The young man worked the shifter and hit the gas, sending the 18-wheeler with its trailer packed with soldiers down the underground highway. Feeling the speed at which they were traveling, Bellamy felt it necessary to offer the young man a reminder. We don't arrive before or after 0535. Got it? Bellamy patted the pistol once more. With the mission underway, the men looked out the bus windows. Even in the little light that spread from the headlights, they could see the devastation around them. They watched as abandoned vehicles, burned buildings, and corpses were revealed. They also watched as those who were still alive scrounged for whatever they could find, wishing that they could help ease their suffering. At the same time, they were thankful for finding the militia. Rather than focus on the world outside of the Deuce and a Half, Karnak focused on the well-being of those under his command. Over that, he had some control. He thought about how everyone here had been pushed from day one, whether with training, gathering supplies, or running missions. He knew it was a pace that couldn't be sustained for long. Even though it was necessary for survival, eventually they would start to break down. Then his thoughts turned to how much had to be done at the armory and in the tunnels to ensure that they didn't lose what they had gained. "How did Sawyer do it?" Karnak said under his breath. "What was that?" Mac asked. He had volunteered to lead the way to the bluff overlooking the camp. "Nothing, Mac. Just doing some thinking." Karnak was surprised that Mac had heard him over the roar of the truck and the crunching of cars as the dozer blade struck them. Karnak occasionally heard a rifle fire from the rear of the truck, but still couldn't understand how Mac heard him. "Command is a tough thing," Mac shouted over the roar of the engine. Karnak was stunned by the comment. "How the hell did you know what I was thinking about?" "I saw many commanders come and go in Nam, and they all had that same look," Mac said, with a slight smile on his face as they launched another car from the road. Looking down at his watch, Karnak hoped the action would be enough to prevent any further discussion of command leadership. "How far out are we, Mac?" "We are making great time thanks to this monster. No more than 10 minutes, Mac stated, patting the seat between Karnak and himself. Chapter 28. Home again. With only a few hours' rest, Todd paced, unable to sit still, the image of Angelique's abduction playing out again and again in his mind. He and Ken were confined inside a room that was once a shower, illuminated by chem lights so that the armed guards at the entrance could keep watch over them. Todd quickly came to the conclusion that there wasn't anything that could have been done, except die had they attempted to prevent her from being taken. Looking around the room in the dim light, Todd thought about what to do now. He moved from one end to the other, looking for anything that might help in their escape, but saw only 2 cots and Ken. They sure picked the right place to put them, Todd thought, as he looked over to the guards watching the shower. At that moment he realized that the only way they were getting out was to take down the 2 guards. Although he didn't want to kill or hurt them, it was the only option. Todd turned his attention to Ken, who was resting on the cot along the wall. Taking a seat on his own cot near Ken's head, Todd made slow movements so as not to draw the guard's attention. Reaching out with his right hand, he nudged Ken on his shoulder. "How can you be sleeping?" he asked, disgusted by the thought of resting while Angelique was being held prisoner somewhere else. "I haven't been asleep for hours now," Ken replied calmly. "What are you doing then?" Todd asked, not believing Ken's response. "You sure picked a bad time to start getting all chatty. I have been listening to the guards. They're getting tired. If both of us are up moving around, then they're going to pay closer attention to what we are doing. So sit down and shut up. I'll tell you when we should move." Ken spoke softly to keep his voice from echoing off the shower walls. Todd almost felt sorry for doubting him, but not as much as he hated not coming to the same realization first. A half-hour passed as Todd tried to contain his need to jump into action. Sitting on his cot, he willed his body to appear calm and at rest, while in his thoughts he played out what his actions would be when the time came. From Ken's position on the cot, with his feet facing the guards at the entrance, he watched them through slightly opened eyes and listened to the conversations they had about how tired they were. Always having a good sense of time, he figured it was around 4 a.m. and knew that standing guard staring at people resting made it difficult to stay awake, even when standing up. Many times over the last hour, he had seen one of the guards nod off and catch himself before collapsing to the floor. The time was nearing. "Get ready," Ken said softly, as he turned slowly onto his side. Todd slowly opened his eyes as his heart began beating faster. Without another word, Ken placed one foot over the side of the cot and then the other. Reaching out with his right hand, he placed it on the floor and began to apply his body weight in an attempt to keep the cot from squeaking. Once free of the cot and in a runner's stance on the floor, Ken looked up at Todd. "I go first." Seeing Todd's slight nod in the dim light, Ken brought his attention back to the guard at the door, whose face was now angled down to the floor with his eyes closed. Rocking back on his right leg, Ken launched forward while pushing off the floor with both hands. As Ken gained speed, Todd jumped up from his cot and followed. Ken targeted the guard's midsection with his shoulder. Only feet away, Ken began lowering his head for the impact, catching a glimpse of the soldier as he raised his head from his standing sleep. Before the soldier fully woke, he found himself breathless and flying through the air as if he had been hit by a cannonball. Todd quickly followed, exiting the shower room a second behind Ken. Making a hard right, Todd could see the second guard with his pistol raised to fire at Ken. While still making the turn, Todd pivoted off his right leg, bringing his left up to the pistol in the hands of the second guard. Making contact just under the soldier's grip on the pistol, it fired from the force. They all felt the pain in their ears as the ringing followed. Continuing with his forward momentum, Todd closed in, landing a powerful fist to the soldier's temple, causing him to collapse to the floor. "You good?" Todd asked, seeing little movement from the darker part of the room where Ken and the guard had landed. "Yeah. Get his weapon and let's move," Ken directed, knowing that Todd was probably already doing just that. The two began moving to the stairs. "What now?" Ken asked as they neared the top. "Now we search what is left of this place for Angelique," Todd almost growled. On the way into their makeshift cells, they saw that most of the building had been blown away by the attack on the fort, and now the door led to the outside. Seeing light coming from under the door, Ken looked back at Todd. "My internal clock must be off. I could have sworn it would still be night out." Opening the door and stepping through, Ken could tell it was still night. "I didn't think the light looked quite right," Ken said, as he and Todd stood staring into the lights of at least two vehicles facing them, each with personnel moving around with weapons aimed. "Gentlemen," they both instantly recognized First Sergeant Thomas's voice. "Before I give any orders, I want to know one thing. Are my men still alive?" Thomas stood in front of her men, with her hands behind her back and her feet slightly separated. "Yes. We don't kill fellow soldiers or keep them against their will," Todd replied sharply. "Well then, it looks like we may be able to work together." As she spoke, Todd and Ken could see her gesture to her men to lower their weapons, as the light danced around her every movement. A moment later, two soldiers walked past them, heading into the shower room carrying medic bags. Standing in place, Todd and Ken watched the soldiers loading up into the vehicles. "You two coming?" Thomas asked as if they were old friends. Knowing that they had been split up to make getting information easier and to prevent them from escaping, Todd asked, "Where is Gabe?" "Over here. Let's go," Gabe's voice called from one of the vehicles. Without another question, Todd began walking over with Ken following close behind. Once again entering the basement where Angelique had been taken, Todd pictured the event as it had played out, still trying to figure out what he could have done to prevent them from taking her. And as he had every other time, he came to the same conclusion. Nothing. Little was said on the way back from where they had been holding Todd and Ken. They could feel that the way Thomas saw them had changed, so they followed her lead. Thomas stopped short of her office door and turned around to the 5 people following her. In front of, and at the end of the line, were her own men with weapons in hand. She spoke to them first. "Ramos, Johnson, get these men their weapons and gear." Shocked by the order, the two hesitantly broke from the line and left to do as ordered. Thomas stared at the 3 men who were obviously eager to hear what she had to say next. "Although I'm not fully convinced of your group's intentions, there is one thing that I'm sure of. They are Americans, and the men who took your friend were not." Thomas paused as the 2 soldiers returned with the weapons they had removed from the Chinese transport. Not knowing which weapons belonged to whom, the soldiers stood in place as Ken, Todd, and Gabe retrieved them. Todd was the first to notice a problem with the weapons. They weren't missing parts or ammunition. They had been returned with plenty and in working order. The problem he spotted was that there was only one Colt 1911. Calmly, Todd looked the 2 soldiers in the eye. "Are there more where you brought these from?" "No, we brought everything," Johnson stated with a hint of fear in his voice. While checking his H&K 9mm pistol before sliding it back into its holster, Todd stole a few glances at the soldiers that said, "I'm not done with you." With his pistol in its holster, his rifle over his shoulder, and a smaller pistol placed in his pocket, he reached out and picked up the Colt 1911 that belonged to Angelique. "You see this? I want you to take a really good look at it." Todd turned it side to side and then showed them the bottom and top. "You got a good look?" Todd now gave them a good look down the barrel. Both Ramos and Johnson unsuccessfully moved their heads side to side so as not to be in direct aim of the pistol. Okay, now there is another one just like this one. It had better be on that desk over there when I come out of that office, or its twin here is going to be very angry. Got it? Todd said, not once letting his tone become aggressive or loud. The two men knew just what he meant and left after looking over to Thomas, who had listened to the conversation and gave them a nod to exit. Master Sergeant, the next time someone gives you your weapons back, it is probably best not to point them at her men, Thomas said sarcastically before entering her office. Following Thomas in one after another, Ken and Gabe looked over to Todd with expressions of approval on their faces. Standing behind her desk, Thomas faced the three men as they stood behind the chairs, waiting to hear what she had to say. Gentlemen, after a lengthy conversation with Gabe here on what all had transpired in St. Louis and the events leading up to last night, I decided to send out 2 men to do some recon, not to St. Louis, but to locate your friend. Thomas paused, still having a little difficulty with her recent decision. They located where Miss Carringer is being held. Where? Ken asked. Let's go get her, Todd exclaimed. Thomas put up her hand to quiet the two before continuing. I'm afraid it isn't good. She's being held in a small town north of here called Rocktown, and it is heavily manned by UN troops. Todd and Ken looked at each other before Todd spoke. We wondered where they were hiding. We have dealt with them before. Where are they holding her in the town? I had a house not too far from there before all this started, so I know the area. Thomas was prepared for such a question. Reaching to a rolled-up map on her desk, she spread it out and weighed down the corners with objects. This is the newest map my personnel could find of the area. Luckily, small towns like this one don't change that much. With the map out where everyone could see, Thomas explained the situation as she pointed to a building on the map. Right here. It was built a few years ago at the school. I know that building, Todd said. It was built with FEMA funding as a storm shelter. Always wondered why they would build it so tall if it was meant to protect people from storms. Apparently, its true purpose was to be a holding area. My men spoke with a few locals, and they said there has been a lot of construction going on there. The school has been turned into a prison, which is holding a large number of people. They have snipers on the roofs and guards patrolling the grounds. That is about all the information I have for you. They reported at least 100. Thomas wondered just how many more places like this were built under the pretext of helping the communities. Okay, if we come in from the south and... Thomas cut Todd off before he could continue outlining his plan. I get that you want your friend back, but I cannot send what men I have to attack a fortified position. Thomas stood up straight, prepared for them to push back on her decision. What the hell are you talking about, First Sergeant? Ken asked. Gabe looked around the room at the other three, not quiet, believing what he had heard. Up until now, he believed they had been preparing an attack. No, the First Sergeant is right. Upon hearing the words calmly flowing from Todd's lips, Ken's objections fell silent as he and Gabe stared at him in disbelief. We need to get back to the armory, Todd said calmly. Get back? Just leave her with that lunatic? Ken asked, his voice filled with anger. Yes, a half-assed attempt will only get Angelique and many others killed. We have the manpower and supplies. We also need to inform them of what is heading this way from St. Louis before it's too late. Even though Ken and Gabe knew that what Todd was saying was right, the thought of leaving Angelique captive was hard to handle. With a touch of despair in his voice, Ken looked back to Thomas and said, We are going to need the vehicle we arrived in. Surprised by the outcome, Thomas walked around her desk toward the door. Don't take my decision to mean that I don't want to help. Stopping with her hand on the doorknob, she looked over the three men. I need the help of your UCM, and you need ours if we are going to save this country. Thomas lowered her head at the thought of what she had just said, not of joining with the militia to save the country, but of the need to fight to save it from what it had become. Exiting Thomas's office, Todd looked to a desk just outside the door. On it was Angelique's Colt 1911s. Chapter 29. Just attack. Karnak looked out over the land below the ridge, able to make out only a few structures in the darkness. Karnak pictured the layout of the camp below that Kate and Sierra had drawn during the briefing. The one thing that was unknown and vital to the success of the mission was the number of personnel guarding the camp. Prior to the last few months, a mission wouldn't have moved forward without that key information. This mission didn't allow for time to verify the numbers given by Carter. The men and women held there needed to be freed. Karnak could barely make out the larger of the buildings that housed the veterans and most likely law enforcement who wouldn't play along. "Robert, can you hit a target this far away? It looks to be over 1,000 yards. Robert was lying on the ground beside Karnak, looking over the edge of the bluff. "It might be over 1,000 yards in a straight line, but due to the extreme angle from up here, it will probably only be like a 700 to 800-yard shot. In other words, too easy." Robert was confident of his abilities as he looked out into the darkness. Karnak drew a few feet away from the edge of the bluff, dragging a poncho with him. Placing the poncho over his head while keeping close to the ground, Karnak closed his right eye and struck a lighter in his right hand. The poncho kept the light from being seen for miles, and closing one eye prevented both eyes needing to adjust back to the darkness once he had finished checking the time. 5 a.m. Putting out the lighter and removing the poncho, Karnak moved closer to Robert. "What do you need from me before I head down?" Karnak began checking the rope he had tied into a rappelling harness around his waist. "All I need is more light to calculate the distance, and we'll be good to go." Robert looked from Karnak to 3 of his liberators, and then back to Karnak. "There will be plenty of light in about 30 minutes. Just be ready to take the guards out in the towers first," Karnak said, thinking back to the prior morning when he had awoken early to watch the darkness fade away. By doing so, he had a greater understanding of the best time for the attack. "Your sister Kate and the other men should be ready to attack soon, so I need to get down there. Remember the guard towers first." Karnak stood and hooked himself to a rope hanging over the side of the cliff. "We have you covered from here." Robert watched Karnak disappear over the edge of the bluff. Kate lay in the tall grass with Sierra and Carlos to her right, and Darian and Mac on her left. Although they hadn't conducted any training together, Kate mused at how well they operated together, with one not having been in the military for decades, the other being a Texas Ranger, and the 2 youngest in or just out of high school. Not a group I would have picked to go into battle with, but I wouldn't want to trade the Kate thought. "We need to move up to those stacks of containers," Kate said to Sierra, stationed to her right. Looking back to her rear, Kate could barely make out the image of the 50 soldiers in the second line. "Sergeant Barlow," Kate whispered. "Here," his voice whispered back. "We're going to move forward about 100 yards to what looks like stacks of containers. We will use them for cover to begin the attack. Keep 5 meters back." "Roger that." Slowly, Kate rose as she gave a forward wave of her hand in the air, high enough for those on either side to see. Kate moved from the edge of the wood line. Keeping her knees bent and never rising higher than a squat ensured that her body was low to the ground and slightly above the tall grass. Looking to the left and then to the right as far down the line as she could see, which was only 4 or 5 soldiers down out of the 50 in the line due to the dim light, they followed her lead through the tall grass. Every step splashed them with morning dew from the grass, soaking their clothing and gear. Sierra had chosen to wear an old pair of BDU pants for this operation, rather than her normal cut-off shorts and flannel shirt. Halfway across the field and soaked from the dew, she began rethinking that decision. At one point the thought of following behind Carlos had crossed her mind, knowing just how little water he would leave behind due to his size. But she knew that wouldn't be the best thing to do, so she kept moving forward, keeping proper spacing between Kate on her left and Carlos on her right. At about every 6th step, Sierra felt the grass vanish to be replaced with soft dirt under her feet, each time happy to have the relief as water began making its way through her pants, running down her legs and into her boots. The closer she came to the containers, the less she saw of the buildings making up the camp. Seeing Kate begin to straighten up and walk, Sierra did the same, ensuring that she didn't rise higher than the stack of containers in front of her. Only 20 more yards, Sierra thought, as the smell of something dead took her breath away. With the M4 rifle held in her hands, she couldn't pinch her nose to block out the horrific odor that only grew stronger the closer they came. "What the hell is that?" Sierra asked as they reached the containers. Kate and Mac looked at each other, having smelled the odor before from their time in the military. "I don't think these are supply containers," Mac whispered to Kate, who didn't want to stop and investigate. "Never mind, it's almost time, and we need to be ready. Find some cover and be ready to fire. Pass it on down the line," Kate ordered, knowing that they didn't need the distraction the smell would bring. Looking over to Mac, Kate grabbed him by the sleeve and pulled him in close. "Go down the line. If anyone recognizes the smell, then get them back on the objective. We can't afford to have that kind of distraction. The others are depending on us to draw fire." Mac understood just what Kate was saying. Without a word, Mac moved down the line as Kate had ordered. After the arrival of the second group, Kate made sure the men and women in the firing line were ready. She checked to ensure that they had the best cover that could be found to shield them from incoming gunfire. A great deal of gunfire. That is our purpose, Kate thought, as she made her way back to Sierra, Darian, and Carlos. Kate knew the mission depended on them drawing the attention of the camp, and that meant men with rifles. She just hoped that once the firing began, Karnak and his men moved in quickly from the other side, and that the men in the tunnels were able to find their way here. Kate hated having so many moving parts to a plan. "Sierra, help me with the poncho," Kate said, seeing Sierra trying to mess with one of the containers. Sierra walked over to Kate, who had squatted down to the ground with a lighter in one hand and a poncho in the other. Sierra knew just what Kate was asking her to do. Slinging her rifle as she came closer and taking the poncho from Kate, Sierra opened it up wide and draped it over Kate. Holding the poncho, Sierra heard the strike of a lighter and then Kate's voice. 0530. We open fire in 5 minutes. Amazed by the smooth ride down the underground highway, Bellamy thought of what it must have taken to create such a complex. He could almost feel the earth above wanting to crush them, but helpless to do so. More than once he watched lights that were spaced out along the ceiling about every 200 feet trail off down other tunnels, and every mile along the side seemed to be more docking bays for semis to load and offload. Bellamy noticed that a few had personnel doing just that very thing, as if it was just another workday. This is definitely not one of my typical days, Bellamy thought, as images of the last decade began flooding his thoughts. Watching TV, planting his garden, mowing the lawn, watching more TV, and sitting around thinking about the life of adventure he had once had. Just as he began feeling sorry for himself, he thought of the last few months, and a smile appeared on his face, though it wasn't that noticeable through all the wrinkles. His body hurt, and he was nowhere as strong as he once was, but he hadn't felt so alive since the Great War. Raising his wrist to check the time, Bellamy asked, "How long until we arrive?" The driver thought for just a second as he looked at the clock on the dash that showed 5:34 a.m., a few minutes. "Make it 3. Like I said, not a minute before or after 5:37 a.m., Bellamy reminded him as he bounced the pistol up and down on his thigh. Feeling the truck beginning to labor, Bellamy knew they had to be driving up a hill. Understanding that they were in a man-made underground highway, the builders wouldn't have just constructed random hills. Bellamy knew they were heading up to the exit. The thought caused his body to energize as adrenaline surged through his old veins. With the rope untied from around his waist, Karnak dropped it to the ground and reached for his rifle slung across his back. Checking that the safety hadn't been disengaged, he made his way along the base of the bluff to where almost 400 men and women sat in the darkness, waiting for him to give the order to advance. Moving was difficult due to the darkness and thick brush, and Karnak began to wonder if he would make it in time. In the darkness, pushing forward every few feet, felt as though only inches had been gained. Karnak could almost hear the minute hand of his watch ticking off as if it were the second hand. Although he wanted to check the time at this point, he figured it would just be a waste. He knew where he had to be and when he had to be there. Almost falling forward face first, Karnak stumbled as he burst free of the foliage into a mostly dry creek bed. Breathing heavily and turning to his right, Karnak began to pick up his pace. Through the opening in the tree cover above, he knew the light was just right to attack and expected to hear it begin on Kate's side at any time. "Commander!" Karnak stopped and readied his rifle, not sure what he had heard over the wildlife waking up with their morning calls. "Commander, over here." Karnak turned to his left just on the other side of the creek bed and started over, sure of what he had heard the second time. Slowly stepping up the side of the creek bed and keeping a low profile, once at the top, Karnak rose just enough to look around above the grass. Expecting to see hundreds of soldiers and seeing none, Karnak was pleased because he could sense them all around. Looking at the almost 200 yards between where he stood and the fence surrounding the camp, Karnak knew he was going to lose men and women crossing the open area. It was the worst kind of area from which to attack, no cover and all open. Suddenly, Karnak heard rifle fire erupt from the right side of the camp and knew what time it was. 05:35. Looking down as a hand tapped him on the leg, he spotted one of his soldiers, though he couldn't make out who it was as he asked, "Commander, what are your orders?" Looking into the distance where weapons fire was increasing and the camp guards began to gather on the north side, Karnak answered the soldier, "Just attack." Chapter 30. Nightmare Interrupted. Walking down the long hallway of the school now converted into a prison, Jonathan held his chin high as he talked to the strong city's network soldiers walking with him. "Any word from Washington yet?" With a strong Portuguese accent, Rolando replied, "Nothing, sir. I have men working on the tower. Useful parts are hard to find." Unhappy with the response, Jonathan stopped walking and turned to face him. I want that tower up and running by tomorrow. Get it done." "Si, senor." Rolando quickly left to do what he could to speed up the work on the communications tower. Jonathan watched Rolando with a disappointed expression on his face. He quickly walked away before directing his attention to the other strong city's network man to his side. "How about you, Luciano? How is our new guest doing?" "She is still not awakened," Luciano replied, as he hid his disdain for the man standing before him. "Get the nurse." "What's her name?" Jonathan asked, snapping his fingers. "Janet, sir." "Yes, that's it. You have taken a liking to her, haven't you, Luciano?" Luciano looked at Jonathan and wondered just what kind of life created such a strange man. It almost seemed as if he had no understanding of how to interact with others, or he at least struggled to find the right emotions. Not wanting to continue the conversation with Jonathan, Luciano replied, "I think she is taking care of some sick locals locked in the main building. I will have her see what she can do to wake your guest." "That would be very useful. I will be getting things set up for her interview. Let me know when she is awake." Jonathan walked away with a sneering grin on his face. Fighting with all her might, Angelique watched as her hands released the pistols and began to lower back to her sides. With her energy quickly draining, she looked over to Karnak lying bloodied on the ground. Her one thought as everything grew quiet and night began to fall even faster was to get to him. Calling up all her energy, She is starting to come around," Nurse Janet said as she waved a vial of smelling salts under her nose once more. Having a difficult time opening her eyes, Angelique fought through the pain coming from the back of her head. Feeling as if her mind was an old engine struggling to stay running, she fought to focus. Angelique tried raising her hand to her head but was unsuccessful. Confused as to why she couldn't lift her arm, she attempted once again with the same result, only this time she felt something around her wrist. As she looked down and blinked in an attempt to focus her thoughts, the reason she couldn't move became clear. "Can you hear me?" Angelique raised her head in the direction of the kind-sounding voice, only to have a burning pain surge from the back of her skull. "Yes." "I was beginning to worry when you didn't wake right away," Janet said, Remembering that she had been having the nightmare that haunted her dreams, Angelique looked up at Janet. You could have done it a little sooner. Wishing that she had woken up just after kissing Karnak in the dream. You probably will not feel the same by the time we are finished talking, Miss Carringer. Angelique's thoughts quickly began to clear at the sound of Jonathan's voice and the events that had put her in her current position. Jonathan, you don't understand what is going on, Angelique said as she tried to focus on where he stood by the door. With her vision cleared, she could see that she wasn't in a room, but a large building filled with people in what appeared to be cages. What is this place? Jonathan looked around, pleased at what he saw. Don't you recognize it? You are home, back in Rocktown where you left me in a ditch. He became angry at the thought. Jonathan brought his tone under control almost as quickly as he had become angry. Oh, Angelique, I understand everything, and soon you will too. Take her to the interrogation room, Jonathan ordered as he exited the room. Angelique felt a shiver run through her body as he spoke. Not from the thought of going to an interrogation room, but from her first name coming from Jonathan's lips. Angelique looked up at the nurse who's staring at her. What is it? Angelique? Nurse Janet spoke as if surprised by the sound. Yes. Angelique was confused by the expression on the woman's face. I know it has been almost 20 years, but I was the school nurse when you went to school here. Angelique. Realizing that it wouldn't be good for others to hear her, Janet went around to assess Angelique's injury while they spoke. Luciano stood by the door of the cage, keeping watch over Angelique as Janet attended to her wounds until they came to take her away. I do remember you, and wish we could have met again under different circumstances, Angelique replied. Me too. Knowing where Angelique was going to be taken, Janet thought it best to help her think about other things rather than what was to come. While dabbing rubbing alcohol to the cut, the rifle butt left on the back of Angelique's head, she asked, Whatever happened to that boy you used to date when you went to school here? The one who stabbed himself in the hand with a pencil? You two were inseparable. She was probably asking too many questions at once given their current environment. Carl? Angelique asked, with a slight smile on her face, thinking about the last night they spent together before she left to search for her parents. Yeah. He had a strange German last name. Karner or Karnik, something like that. Karnik, Angelique said, helping her with his name. At the same time, she noticed the man standing guard straighten, dropping his hands to his sides after hearing the name. Sergeant Karnik? Luciano asked, while taking another look around outside the cage. With the nurse applying ointment to her injury, Angelique looked to the guard who was clearly not American, but one of the strong city's network personnel. Figuring that now was as good a time as any to start refusing questions, she sat quietly as Luciano waited for a reply. I am Luciano. Maybe he spoke of me. He tried to get Angelique to speak. I understand your reluctance, but Sergeant Karnik and I had a nice conversation and bad coffee the day all this started. Angelique studied Luciano's body language as he spoke. They come, Luciano said as he heard the door to the building open. Stepping closer to Angelique to prevent others from hearing, Luciano leaned over. I owe Karnik, and will pay back my debt. Angelique thought back to the many discussions she and Karnik had, remembering a brief conversation in which he mentioned a captured Strong Cities Network man with whom he had spoken. Although so much had happened on that first day that it was hard to put it all together, with that aside, she still had no way of knowing what the man looked like. So Angelique stuck to her belief that when in doubt, say nothing. Hearing boots strike the floor, Angelique could tell there were more than two approaching. Jonathan isn't as dumb as I thought. Angelique's idea of breaking away while being moved quickly disappeared as the 4 guards came into sight. I'm so sorry, Janet softly said, as she backed away from Angelique as the guards entered. Angelique counted 5 men as they entered, 4 of whom were holding poles. 2 walked over to her left as 2 others went to her right. The 5th guard stood directly in front of her. Angelique watched for any opportunity she could use for escape, but realized quickly that these men knew what they were doing. Showing no signs of fear, Angelique stared deep into the eyes of the guard who stood in front of her, not flinching or blinking when he gave his orders to the others. Place the nooses. One by one, Angelique felt a noose fall over her head and tighten around her neck until all four were secure. Now I untie you, the guard to her front said with a strong Eastern Europe accent. Leaning over, he placed a handcuff around her left wrist, then snipped the zip tie holding her hand down. Angelique felt the nooses around her neck pull a little tighter as he brought the cuffs over to her right side, securing them around her right wrist. Yeah, this is going to be difficult, Angelique thought, as the guards continued their work. Chapter 31. What Lies Inside? We have their attention now, Kate yelled out, making light of the situation and hoping to calm the nerves of those around her. Yeah, but did we really need the attention of so many? Carlos hollered back over the sound of hundreds of bullets shrieking through the air just above his head. Staying as low as his large-framed body would allow, Carlos moved from one end of the container to the other, firing once and sometimes twice before moving. He judged when to move based on whether the target he was shooting at was still standing or dead, targets that seemed to multiply. You have to keep moving, Carlos yelled to Sierra after noticing that she had been lying on the ground in the same place for some time, firing without moving. Yes, father, but if I kill them before they see me, then why move? Sierra fired once again, only this time sliding slightly over to conceal more of her body behind the right end of the crate. Call me father again and I'll bend you over my knee, Carlos replied, even though he liked that she thought of him as family. Forget about the bullets. I think the smell is going to kill me first. I think it is getting stronger. Sierra fired once more while trying to keep her gag reflex in control. Oh, I'm sure you smelled worse back on the ranch, Carlos remarked. Sierra fired her weapon as she worked quickly to come up with a reply before Carlos moved to the far end of the container from which he was firing. Thoughts of the hog pen came to mind as she inhaled once more. Even the hog pens didn't smell this bad. Hell, the only thing that came this close was when the 27 cows were killed by lightning in the north 40 of the farm. She thought Sierra froze, thinking about the two smells. Quickly, she pulled back behind the container and looked across the field they had traveled from the wood line. With the sun now cresting the horizon, light shined on the bare, soft spots she had noticed earlier. About time you decided to move, Carlos joked, seeing Sierra with her back to the black container. Carlos could tell Sierra was bothered by something and figured she just had a close call and needed a minute. He moved to the other end of the container away from her. Sierra looked out over the field at the freshly dug earth and then to the stack of containers. It didn't take her but a second to realize they were the same size. Looking closer at the stack, she noticed just why the smell had become much stronger since the firing began. One of the large containers with the lid sitting by itself just feet behind them had been hit multiple times by gunfire. Sierra changed her empty magazine out for a full one. I have to see, she thought. Carlos returned to the end of his container closest to Sierra before taking aim around. He saw Sierra jump up and move to the single container. Seeing that she was moving and still in the fight, he took aim around the corner of the container at another man. At this point, it didn't matter to him if they were Americans, just that they had a weapon and were firing at them. Sierra moved nearer to the container, paying close attention to where bullets had pierced the side, allowing liquid to leak out. The smell noticeably increased as she neared the container that came up to her waist in height. On top of the lid sat a ratchet wrench and bolts to secure it in place. Lifting one corner of the massive lid, the smell caused Sierra to gag. With the sun shining from low in the sky behind her, Sierra looked in through the opening. Inside the container, she could see it didn't contain dead animals but people. Sierra lost her grip on the lid as her fingers went limp, and her stomach convulsed violently, doubling her over. The contents of her stomach came up so quickly that Sierra had no time to prepare before they passed through her lips to the ground. Carlos fired 3 rounds and looked back to Sierra. To Carlos, it appeared she was ducking behind the container, something he was happy to see, as he was beginning to feel that the girl's fearlessness was going to get her killed. You know, they must have started attacking from the left by now, But it only seems like there are more of these bastards coming our way, Carlos hollered back to Sierra, though he figured she heard very little as the gunfire made it difficult to hear even his own thoughts. Sierra felt blinding rage boiling up inside, and for the first time in her life, she knew what it meant to be so mad you saw red. Still bent over and finally getting the dry heaves under control, Sierra reached up with her left hand and wiped her lips and chin. With each second that passed, her heart beat faster as adrenaline mixed with rage and began to take control. Letting her M4 rifle hang on the strap draped around her shoulder, Sierra grabbed the bill of her hat with her right hand and the ponytail running through the back with her left. Pulling both in opposite directions, she adjusted everything just right as she thought about her next move. Sierra struggled to think clearly. The images inside the container kept taking over her thoughts. After a few seconds that seemed like minutes, Sierra looked down both ways of the attack line. Seeing soldiers holding the ground all along the line, and a few lying motionless on the ground, Sierra turned and ran, not for the tree line to the rear, but down the line of containers away from the side from which Karnak was to lead a charge. With her pistol strapped tight to her hips and the M4 rifle in her hands, Sierra ran as hard as she could, not stopping for the gaps between the stacks of containers that enemy bullets flew between looking for flesh. Sierra pictured one thing, and that was others being executed while the fight raged outside. Close to the end of the row, Sierra slowed down and then came to a stop next to a half-dozen soldiers holding the end of the line. Sierra looked around the stack of containers at the building she spotted from the ridge that housed the veterans. Just as she located the route she would run to the building, a bullet struck the containers just above her head, causing her to pull back. "Any of you boys have a grenade on you?" Sierra asked. "Yes, but they aren't close enough to use them yet," one of the soldiers commented, while reaching out with a grenade from his vest. Taking the grenade, Sierra pulled the pin and let it fall to the ground. "It isn't for them. Cover me." Before the soldiers had a chance to take aim around the stack of containers, Sierra was on her way, sprinting across the open space between them and the building. With the grenade gripped tight in her right hand and the M4 held steady in her left as it hung by her strap, Sierra ran in a zigzag pattern as bullets screamed through the air seemingly all around. The amount of anger she felt clouded her thoughts and blocked out most of what was going on around her as she neared the 20-foot fence in her way. Drawing back her right hand as her left foot struck the ground, Sierra released the spoon, starting the grenade's 5-second timer. She launched the grenade as she pushed off with her right leg. It arched through the air, making contact with the fence just feet above the ground, and dropped. As soon as the grenade left Sierra's fingertips, she dove forward into the waist-high grass to prevent catching shrapnel as the explosion from the grenade opened up a large hole in the fence. Sierra didn't know if the men were providing her with cover due to the increasing rate of gunfire, but the only thing that mattered was that she hadn't been hit yet. Jumping quickly to her feet, Sierra gripped the M4 rifle in her right hand with her finger on the trigger as she headed for the opening. Scanning the area for and finding multiple threats, Sierra fired only at those she felt would slow her down. Even with being very selective, her rifle seemed to fire constantly as she neared the fence. Pushing through where the grenade had torn links apart, Sierra eyed a door off to the right. Once through the fence, zigzagging from side to side was over, and logic and reason were gone. The only thought that filled Sierra's head was killing every person responsible for what had been going on at the camp up until now. Sierra felt the bolt of the M4 locked to the rear after the last round fired had been ejected. Still at least 100 feet from the door, Sierra kept running while ejecting the empty mag and drawing another from her vest pocket, slapping it into the rifle just as she had practiced over the last few months. Very little time passed between the last round of the empty mag and the first round of the full. Watching the door begin to open as she approached, Sierra took aim as a guard began to exit. Firing 2 quick shots from her M4, she watched the guard fall back slightly into the building as his knees buckled beneath him. Arriving at the door just as the guard finished his deathfall, Sierra fired 2 more rounds through the slight opening of the door. Grabbing hold of the door with her left hand while holding the rifle pointed at the door with her right, Sierra opened it to find the body of a second guard rolled out over the first. It was situations like these that caused Sierra to trust her instincts. Entering through the door, Sierra focused on any movement that presented itself. Just inside the door, Sierra spotted a room with rows of gym lockers. Entering the room as if she had been there many times, Sierra could see the surprise on its occupants' faces as she began dropping them one by one before moving down the hall. Carlos moved his position and fired his rifle once again, thinking it was the third time he fired and moved since seeing Sierra duck behind the container. Grim thoughts began to get the best of him as he turned to the container and called out to her. "Sierra! Sierra!" Carlos knew he would have to move closer for her to hear over the massive amount of weapons fire. Staying low, Carlos quickly ran over to and then around the container as he prepared himself for what he might find. "Sierra!" Carlos called out loudly as he came around the corner of the container. To his surprise, nothing was there. Carlos looked around frantically, calling out her name as the battle raged on. Walking down the hallway, Sierra felt the need to make those running the camp pay for what they were doing and what they had done. Still, a part of her wanted to believe that there could still be good people working in the place. Each would be judged by their actions. Each of the CERT or Strong Cities Network personnel who pointed a weapon in her direction quickly received judgment and execution. As she moved, Sierra picked up extra magazines full of ammunition from those who had made the mistake of showing the wrong actions. Sierra didn't hesitate or spare bullets as the number of personnel increased. Behind her lay a trail of brass, blood, and bodies. Only focusing on those to her front, Sierra quickly remembered the importance of teamwork as bullets struck her from behind. Losing all control of her body due to the kinetic force of the bullets, Sierra lost her grip on the rifle as her arms went limp at her sides. Sierra could feel her hat leave her head and her hair fly free as her body was propelled forward. The last thought she had was to grab the hat she loved so much, but she was unsuccessful before the darkness overtook her. Chapter 32. Steamroller. Looking from the clock on the dash that read 5:36 a.m. to the guard post coming into view up ahead, Bellamy's grip tightened around the pistol in his lap as the time changed to 5:37 a.m. "Well, you seem to be good with time. Now how you going to do with getting us through?" Bellamy asked the CERT driver while watching the guard station as they approached. "I will have to talk to them and get the log sheet signed." "Do what you need to. Just don't do anything out of the norm," Bellamy advised the CERT driver. With only 100 feet between their truck and the guard station, Bellamy could tell by their actions that the attack had begun. Only one man stood at the checkpoint, while others could be seen making their way up the tunnel with both hands wrapped around their rifles. The sight of them being drawn away made Bellamy smile inside, as he thought about how great it would have been to have had such a man like Karnak planning the missions on the battlefield of Europe during World War II. Hell, all the planning consisted of back then seemed to be which direction to point us in, and yelling, "Charge!" Bellamy thought, as the truck came to a stop. Bellamy cautiously watched the driver's every movement while covering the pistol in his lap with the CERT cap from atop his head. Bellamy could see only the guard's head as he walked along the driver's side of the truck to the driver's door, with his head turned in the direction everyone was running. "Where is everyone heading?" the CERT driver asked after rolling down his window. "It's probably just more bandits. They will be dead in no time." "What do you have here?" the guard asked as he brought his clipboard up to check the deliveries. "Hell if I know. They load it, and we deliver it. You know how it goes." To Bellamy's surprise, the man was a good actor. After a moment, the guard's face appeared in the driver's window as Bellamy continued to watch the driver's movements. "This truck was supposed to have been here 2 days ago. Where you been?" the guard asked while looking around the cab. "Well, my co-driver got sick. The truck broke down, and the only driver they had was this old grumpy guy." The CERT driver pointed to Bellamy with his thumb. As the driver's right hand rose from the steering wheel to gesture to him as the co-driver, Bellamy noticed the driver's other hand was on the outside of the door. Not knowing what the driver was doing caused alarms to go off in Bellamy's mind. To Bellamy, there was no room for an unknown in this equation when so many other soldiers depended on him. Before he had finished the thought, His finger had already pulled the trigger of the pistol under the hat. As the pistol recoiled in his lap and loaded another round, time seemed to slow down to Bellamy. Although the 124-grain 9mm bullet was traveling more than 1,000 feet per second, Bellamy thought he watched it travel 3 feet to the guard hanging on the driver's door. He watched as the bullet entered between his right nostril and cheekbone, leaving only a little dark spot that was followed by a burst of blood and gray matter exiting his skull from the rear. Still, the guard stood at the window, though Bellamy had already turned his pistol to the driver, who had begun lunging his way. Bellamy's heart raced as he willed his old muscles to turn in the direction that the pistol was aimed. A slight touch of fear came over him, as he knew the CERT driver would be on him before he could fire. Suddenly, the driver stopped almost in midair, as if time had frozen him. As the driver returned to his seat with a look on his face that said, "It's shit," Bellamy saw the reason for the sudden stop. The driver was still wearing his seatbelt. With a big smile on his face, Bellamy remarked, "Safety first, dumbass," then fired 2 rounds into the driver's chest. Bellamy quickly exited the passenger side and began making his way around to the driver's side. Coming around the front of the truck, Bellamy couldn't believe the guard was still hanging on the side of the truck where he had shot him, though most of the contents of his head were on the ground behind him. Stepping up alongside him, Bellamy gave the guard's hands a bump with his pistol that caused the dead man to fall as he should have in the beginning. "Now I just have to get you out," Bellamy said to the dead CERT driver leaning on the door. Reaching in through the window, Bellamy unlatched the driver's seatbelt and then stepped back down to the ground before opening the door, letting his body tumble down the side of the truck and come to rest on top of the guard. Bellamy grabbed his side with his left hand as a sharp pain and burning sensation filled the area. He knew what it was as he turned as quickly as he could to the guard station in the direction of the gunshot. Another shot rang out, and again Bellamy felt another burning sensation as he fell to the pavement next to the 2 men he had killed. Thoughts of the soldiers being trapped in the trailer filled him with panic as he lay there among the dead. Bellamy closed his eyes as the terrifying thought of what would happen to them filled his mind. "Just this one last mission, Lord?" Bellamy asked, unsure if he had voiced the thought aloud or if it was just in his head. A lifetime seemed to pass in only seconds, and Bellamy wondered what would be revealed to him when his eyes opened. Heaven or hell? Slowly, Bellamy opened his eyes and saw the man standing above him looking down. Bellamy raised his pistol and fired. "Thank you, Lord." Struggling to stand, Bellamy used the steps below the driver's side door to climb to his feet. Looking up for another spot to grab hold of, he realized just what the driver had been doing with his hand on the outside of the window. The driver had written in the dust with his finger, "Shoot him." Now on his feet, Bellamy looked up the tunnel for any other surprises. Satisfied that no others were heading his way, he began to move to the rear of the trailer. As he walked, he thought it strange how the pain seemed to lighten. Once at the back, Bellamy couldn't remember a time in his life when he was so happy to work a door latch. With the truck facing uphill, the trailer door swung open as the latch released. Bellamy swore he had never seen such a beautiful sight. Along the floor was a row of soldiers with their weapons aimed at him. Just behind them was a row kneeling and ready to fire, and just behind them, another row of soldiers standing. "This is America," Bellamy said as he saw past the camouflage and battle gear to the men and women of all races, ready to fight and die together. "Bellamy, everything good?" Sergeant Lee asked as he began making his way to the rear of the trailer. "Yeah, just had to take care of a few things. Listen, Sergeant, we need to get moving." "What does it look like ahead, Bellamy?" Lee directed the soldiers to dismount from the trailer. Still holding his side where both bullets had struck close to the same spot, Bellamy spoke clearly to Sergeant Lee while standing tall as if it were no big deal. "We are at the first guard post. I took out 2 guards and the driver. The others who were here were heading away when we pulled up. I suggest we do the same as we did with the tank. You and your men follow behind the truck and I drive." Lee thought about the plan only for a second. "Sounds good. I'll have a few guys ride up front with you to provide cover." "No, Sergeant, that will not be necessary." Bellamy raised the pistol in his right hand, trying to make Lee believe he was going to do it himself. "Very well. All right. Keep it tight, and use the truck for cover until we are engaged. Spread out when possible and keep an eye on the soldier next to you." Lee looked to Bellamy and nodded. "Right behind you. Lead the way, soldier." A soldier. Something that Bellamy had never thought he would be again after returning from World War II. He felt the importance of that title more now than then. Making his way to the cab of the truck, Bellamy could feel his body weakening. Stepping over the bodies beneath the driver's door, he slid the pistol in his pocket. Afraid that if he removed his left hand from his side, that what remaining life he had would escape, he opened the door with his right hand and slowly climbed into the cab. Sitting there with his right hand on the steering wheel, Bellamy took in as much air as he could, clearing his mind as he exhaled. "Just a little longer, Lord," he said aloud as he turned the key, bringing the motor to life. Looking back through the driver's side mirror, Bellamy could see Lee give him a thumbs up as he shifted the semi into gear. Bellamy drove as slowly as he could through the tunnel, keeping the semi as close to one side as possible, so that those behind could focus only on defending one side. They were able to travel for 200 yards this way before the tunnel opened into a much larger area. Off to one side, Bellamy could see the large support columns in the area they controlled. Feeling his strength failing as he turned the large steering wheel, Bellamy knew he didn't have long. Seconds later, Bellamy fought his wavering vision by shaking his head from side to side in an effort to focus, but the crashing sound of the front fender hitting the first pillar told him just how close he was. As quickly as he could, Bellamy began turning the semi away from the pillars and directing it to the men firing at them from the front entrance after hearing the crash and realizing they were being attacked from the rear. Looking in the mirror, Bellamy saw that most of the soldiers following him had moved to the cover of the rock pillar. Bellamy felt his time running out as bullets created hole after hole in the windshield, sending glass flying all through the cab. The sight didn't worry Bellamy as he felt his body falling to sleep. Slowly, the noise of gunfire and broken glass faded away. Bellamy focused on one small spot to the left of his vision as everything grew dark around it. Just before that last spot in his vision closed up, Bellamy spoke as loud as he could, which was only a whisper. "Thank you, Lord, for answering an old soldier's prayer." Chapter 33. I'm up. He sees me. A little over 100 yards of open field created nightmares for infantrymen. After today, many of them would have the events replay in their minds as they tried to sleep. Each understood from day one of training that infantrymen didn't make charges across open ground like in the days of World War I. The open ground was still part of the battlefield, but nobody tried to make it in one long run. From day one of training, they were all taught a phrase that determined the amount of movement they should make. I'm up. He sees me. I'm down. This phrase was said so much that many awakened from sleep repeating it. Today, it could almost be heard all down the line of attack as almost 300 men and women leapt from the grass and moved short distances before falling back to the ground. With the grass being about 2 feet high, each soldier could fall out of sight. They also became soaked and weighted down quickly from the heavy morning dew as they moved. Many had hoped they would be able to low crawl from the woods and make it at least half the distance across the field before being spotted in the dim morning light. Unfortunately, the guards in the towers were doing their jobs and spotted the movement almost as the first wave of soldiers exited the woods and moved low through the grass. Karnik pushed forward, staying low and only rising long enough to see the progress of the line and move a few feet. Karnik could hear the screams of his soldiers as bullets from the camp cut through the grass and into their flesh. Karnik leapt up and dove forward once more, focusing on the fence line ahead, where muzzle flashes seemed to be lined up all along its base. Looking up to the towers, Karnik could see that, out of the 3, Robert had neutralized only 1. The guards in the other 2 towers must have gotten smart when they saw the men drop from the first tower. Karnik was beginning to feel that his luck had run out when it came to putting operations together on the fly. As Karnik listened to the bullets sizzling through the air all around them like eggs in a hot, greasy skillet, The thought of how nice it would be to have used mortars came to mind. Karnak had wanted them for this very reason, but had taken them out of the plan when others raised concerns of civilians being hurt. Next time we're going to have mortars, damn it. Karnak moved forward once again, this time feeling the air pressure change as a bullet came inches from his face. As he landed, he thought about popping smoke, but quickly changed his mind as he felt a light breeze come from the direction of the attack. Karnak raised his watch. 0549. It was almost time for the next stage of the attack, a stage that, at this point, Karnak wished he had planned a little sooner. Karnak watched as the minute hand clicked to the 11, and then waited. Again, he looked at his watch, but nothing happened. "Where the hell are the grenade launchers?" Karnak yelled. Although he knew he wouldn't be able to hear them fire due to all the gunfire around him, it would have been obvious all along the camp fence when the rounds exploded, but there were none at this time. Karnak knew something had to be happening in the rear for those men not to be firing. Keeping low to the ground, Karnak called to the two men close by. "You and you," he said as he slapped one on the back and the other on top of his helmet. As they looked his way, Karnak could tell he had their attention. "Go find out where the launchers are! Move!" The two men stayed low and moved quickly back the way they had come, maneuvering around others still moving up from the rear. Moving once again, Karnak noticed something different before diving back to the ground and slowly rising back up while staying concealed by the grass. Didn't take but a second to notice that the amount of fire from the fence line had decreased, and it appeared to Karnak to be directed back into the camp. It didn't take long to see what they were shooting at as a semi with most of its windshield shot out crashed into one of the guard towers. As it did, the two guards at the top stumbled out from behind the bulletproof glass that had been shielding them from Robert and his men on the bluff. That was all the time they needed to react. Karnak watched as little spots of pink mist spread into the air from their bodies just before one fell back on the catwalk and the other to the ground below. Karnak's attention went back to the semi that had changed direction after striking the tower. Karnak couldn't believe what he was seeing. "That'll work," Karnak said as he watched the semi destroy large sections of fence as it moved alongside it, men running from all along the base. Karnak knew it went against the way the soldiers had been trained, but as he watched the truck destroying the firing line along the fence, his grandfather's voice echoed loudly in his mind. "Just attack." Without another thought, he gave the order. "Charge! To your feet and charge!" Already standing, Karnak repeated the order while he ran forward, passing men who struggled against the training that had quickly changed from, "I'm up. He sees me. I'm down. I'm up. Run and shoot faster than they see me." All over the field, soldiers leapt to their feet and moved quickly to follow Karnak, rifles firing as they ran. 50 yards from the fence line, Karnak removed a grenade from its pouch with his right hand while holding his rifle in his left. Pulling the pin, Karnak yelled, "Frag out!" He heaved it toward the fence where the semi had just passed. To his left and right, Karnak heard and saw soldiers doing the same as sections of the fence were turned into balls of tangled mesh. Karnak could feel the heat radiating from his rifle as he took a knee and changed the empty magazine once again. As soon as his finger released the bolt, chambering around, Karnak took aim at another target and fired. Once through the fence, Karnak began directing men to different areas of the compound while ensuring that they didn't get caught by Kate's bunch from the right flank, a direction from which he could hear a large amount of gunfire taking place. Karnak hoped they would be able to hold out a little longer as he and his team closed in on the building holding the veterans. Taking cover behind a large steel shipping container, Karnak saw where the semi had burst through a large door. Briefly, Karnak wondered who the hell could have been driving the thing after taking so much gunfire, but that was a thought for after the battle. Karnak knew this had to be the entrance to the underground highway. Looking over to where the semi had crashed head-on into another tower, he could clearly see the trailer doors open. After quickly making the connections, he began to give hand signals for his team to focus on the entrance. Carefully, his soldiers took aim, identifying each target before pulling the trigger. With men dropping all around them, those just inside the tunnel entrance realized there was no winning the fight and began dropping their weapons and placing their hands in the air. Watching as the personnel surrendered, Karnak wanted to call out for his soldiers to hold their fire, but unfortunately the battle was far from over, and he couldn't risk it for the enemy's safety. Stepping out from the side of the steel shipping container, Karnak walked quickly to the tunnel entrance with his rifle held up to his shoulder and ready to fire. As he and those following him neared the entrance, Karnak could see his soldiers placing zip cuffs on the surrendered enemy. Falling to one knee and preparing to fire, Karnak instinctively reacted to a body hitting the ground in the direction he was going. It took only a moment for him and the others to figure out that it was no threat, but that didn't keep them from aiming at the next body bouncing a foot or more away after striking close to the same spot as the last. Karnak looked up to the roof of the 4-story building, and then to his rear where Robert and his men lay with their rifles overlooking the camp from the bluff. Although Karnak couldn't see them, he could feel them watching. Rising to his feet, he began moving once again to the tunnel entrance. "Friendlies coming in!" The call repeated from inside and outside the entrance. "Commander!" Sergeant Lee hollered, directing Karnak's attention his way. Karnak was happy to hear Lee's voice and cautiously made his way over to him, while just outside the mangled door the gunfire was unending. "Commander, the tunnel is secured," Lee informed Karnak. "Good, Sergeant. Who the hell was driving that semi?" Karnak asked, unable to wait for the fighting to be over. Raising his chin slightly higher as he thought of the man, Sergeant Lee spoke proudly. "Bellamy." Lee shook his head, thinking of him before continuing. "Commander, if it hadn't been for his actions, then we wouldn't be standing here right now." Karnak looked back to where Bellamy had exited the tunnel. "I know the feeling." After a short pause, Karnak could feel the fight calling him out. "Okay, Sergeant, get your men ready to move. There are soldiers waiting to get into this fight, and it's time to give them the opportunity. Have your team follow me." Without waiting for Lee to give the order, Karnak headed for the entrance. Lee shouted orders quickly. "First squad, secure the prisoners. Everyone else on the commander. Move! Move!" Before he had finished speaking, he saw Karnak exit with a line of soldiers following close behind. Chapter 34. The search is on. Breathing heavily after running the length of the firing line and back twice looking for Sierra, Carlos was ready to do it again. Seeing that Carlos had suffered more than one hit to his vest, Kate grabbed his arm as he came near. "You can't keep going like this, Carlos!" She noticed that his vest hadn't stopped all the bullets. Carlos dropped down to a knee next to Kate with a worried look on his face. "I have to find her, Kate." He stood up. Not letting go, Kate pulled his arm back down to her, knowing that she wasn't actually making the man come down by her own strength, but because he allowed it. Kate couldn't imagine how big a person would have to be to force Carlos to move, but she was pretty sure there were none around. With Carlos back down to where they could talk safely, Kate said, "Listen, we are going to be moving to the right. Karnak has made it inside the compound, so he is drawing most of the fire. I know Sierra didn't come my way, so she had to have gone down the right side of the line. Go down the line and have every 4th soldier stay in place. Everyone else follows me. We will find her, Carlos." She patted the mountain of a man on his shoulder. Kate watched as he moved down the line faster than men half his size. Soon, soldiers all along the line to her left began heading her way. Working her way down the line, Kate gave orders to every 4th soldier to hold the line, while the rest were to follow. Kate stopped at the very end of the container where 2 soldiers looked her way, surprised to see so many. "Ma'am, what's going on?" one of the 2 asked in surprise. "You call me Kate or nothing at all." Kate never wanted to be called ma'am. With that out of the way, she asked, "Did Sierra come this way?" Assuming they would know who she was, as everyone did. "Yes, ma. Kate," the soldier caught himself. Just as the young soldier answered, Carlos ran up alongside Kate. Surprised by the response to her question, she looked to Carlos. "Didn't you ask anyone if they had seen her?" Carlos ignored Kate's question and asked one of his own. "Which way did she go?" "She took a grenade, blew the fence over there, and then went through that door," the other soldier answered. Carlos looked at the two of them with an expression that caused them both to crawl away as he began to growl at them. "And you let her go alone?" Jumping to his feet, Carlos saw a few doors, but only one that was held open by a dead man. He knew instantly that that was where she went, and he raced off like a horse from a shot at the Kentucky Derby. Without regard for safety, Carlos ran across the open space in front of him to the fence where Sierra had made the opening. Like an unstoppable tank, he dove to the ground and began crawling through the small break in the links. Once on the other side, Carlos squeezed off 2 shots at a soldier with a blue helmet running his way. The first bullet missed, but the second struck the soldier's upper thigh, causing him to tumble to the ground. Back on his feet, Carlos squeezed off 1 more round that relieved the pain the blue-helmeted soldier felt in his leg. As Carlos ran for the door, puffs of dirt came up all around him as bullets struck. As the bullets missed, Carlos thought, "Man, they are shitty shots," before thinking about Sierra once again. Standing to one side of the door that was held open by the dead man, he held his rifle by his right hand and pushed the door open with all the power he had in his left. Although his left arm had been weakened from a bullet passing through it during his previous search, it still contained more power than many others. With the door wide open, Carlos moved away from the wall, pointing his rifle into the doorway as the inside came into view. As he stepped cautiously through the doorway, he heard a thump to this left. On the ground 30 feet away lay a twisted body. Shrugging his shoulders, he returned his attention to the hallway ahead of him and the room just inside the door. Carlos could tell that something major had happened here, with all the bodies still leaking blood all around. Watching as Carlos ran, Kate gave the order for them to follow her as she stepped out around the stacks of containers. Firing in their direction had slowed, but Kate wasn't taking any chances. 10-meter intervals, she called back as she took the lead. By the time she and the others were halfway to the fence, she could see Carlos swinging the door open. Just as she made it through the gap in the fence, she saw Carlos enter the building and wanted to scream out for him to wait, but knew it would do no good. One at a time, soldiers passed through the fence and made their way across to the building. A few picked up weapons and ammunition from those no longer needing them. Although they had weapons of their own, they knew the men they were about to release would have a great use for them. With 6 soldiers alongside her, including Darian and Mac, Kate gave a wave of her hand forward, signaling the others to follow. Entering the door, Kate heard gunfire coming from just down the hall. She knew they had to keep moving, so instead of checking the room to the right, Kate moved on down the hall and stopped at the next open door as Mac, Darian, and another soldier lined up behind her. Feeling Mac slap her shoulder to signal that they were set and ready to move, Kate ran into the room and continued straight ahead, while Mac went right. The process continued until each had entered and determined that the room was safe. Exiting the room was much easier, as other teams had moved on down the hall to the next. Kate and her team moved down the hall toward the area where the gunfire was coming from. Rounding the corner at the end of the hall, Kate could see Carlos at the other end taking up half the hallway. Seeing that he was receiving a great deal of return fire, Kate turned to inform her team they were going to skip the rooms and go help Carlos. Just as her mouth opened, Darian fired his rifle in Carlos's direction just as he came around the corner. Kate looked at the young black man with a horrified expression on her face, knowing the only person down the hall when she had just looked was Carlos. Kate could already picture him dead on the floor, and how devastated Darian was going to feel when he realized what he had done. Within that span of 3 seconds, Kate felt minutes go by as she turned back to face Carlos, only to see him still firing and 2 CERT soldiers lying on the floor. Quickly, Kate turned back to Darian and the others on her team. "We go room by room, no shortcuts." Kate was thankful she didn't skip the rooms as she had planned. Each room was cleared up to the point where Kate stood at the opposite side of the hallway from Carlos. With the last round in his magazine fired, the bolt on Carlos's rifle locked open. Ejecting the empty magazine, Carlos reached into the pouch on his vest for one of his last 2 of the 10 he had started with. As he pulled on one of the 2 magazines together in the pouch, both tried to come out together. Figuring it would be easier to get them separated once they were out of the pouch, Carlos pulled them both out as one. Just as the magazines cleared the pouch, rounds began dropping to the floor. Surprised, Carlos held up the magazine to investigate the problem that became instantly clear. The two magazines were bound together by twisted metal from a bullet that had passed through the two and into his vest. Throwing the useless magazines to the floor, Carlos stretched out his hand to Kate. "I need a mag," he shouted over the echoing of rifle fire from down the hall. Kate wondered just how many bullets he could take before they slowed him down. Then she looked over to Mac. "Give Carlos some of the magazines you picked up." While Mac reached into a pack strapped to Darian's back to retrieve ammunition for Carlos, Kate began working on another idea. Removing a small dental mirror from her pocket, she held it out around the corner to find the location of the gunman. Watching through the mirror, Kate saw them exit a door, firing and retreating back into the room. Estimating it to be about 50 feet down the hall and on the same side she was standing, Kate put away the dental mirror and pulled a grenade from its pouch of her vest. Taking the full magazines of ammunition handed to him by Mac, Carlos watched Kate pulling the grenade from her vest. "I tried that. They just duck back into the room until after it explodes." Kate pieced together what Carlos had said, smiled, and pulled the pin on the grenade in her right hand. Kate raised one finger in the air with the pin hanging off it, as if to say, "You didn't try this." Kate stepped away from the wall, turned, and rolled the grenade to the wall across the hall from the room where the gunmen were firing. Carlos watched as the grenade banked off the wall and began rolling to the shooter's doorway. Turning away from the hallway, Kate waited for the blast. As soon as the blast wave dissipated, Kate and Carlos rounded the corner, heading down the hall toward where the men had been firing. From the body parts and blood that had blown out into the hall, it was easy for them to see that most of the blast had taken place inside the room. Glancing back to Carlos, Kate was ready to move on. "This time, take half the guys that way and I'll take the rest this way." Kate pointed down the hall, ways that branched off to the left. "Remember, we are getting close to where the veterans are being kept, so be sure of your targets." Kate directed this not to Carlos, but to the less experienced members of their team. Kate took the lead and quickly moved her team down the long hallway, clearing each room they approached. More than one of them now contained dead CERT or UN personnel. At the end of the long hall stood a steel door with a small window. As Kate and her team approached, she saw a great deal of movement through the little window. Holding up her hand, Kate slowed the team as they moved just feet away from the glass and looked through. What she saw took her breath away. It was unbelievable in this day and age, even with all that had happened over the last few months. People were packed so tightly in cages that they didn't have enough room to even sit down. Kate also couldn't believe that it wasn't just one level but two. Without even realizing it, Kate's need for revenge for Sawyer's death left her thoughts for the first time since it had happened. Now her mind was filled with how to get the people out of there. Chapter 35. The Front Door. With more than 100 soldiers following close behind him, Karnak ran up the steps leading to the entrance of the veterans' holding area. As he neared, soldiers threw open the double steel doors ready to fire, but Karnak was faster on the trigger. Without slowing his stride, he fired one round per target. As they jerked around and began to fall, he fired one more bullet into each as others alongside him did the same. Karnak had had enough of this place, and it was time to clean it out. Like a wave with Karnak in the lead, UCM soldiers flowed into the building and down the hall. Karnak didn't slow down to clear any rooms. He trusted the troops to his rear to do so, and judging from the sound of weapons fire behind him, they were doing just that. With each hallway Karnak turned down, more bullets flew from his barrel and into the flesh of those who dared to aim a gun at him. Farther down the hall, Karnak saw jail cell doors blocking his path. Without hesitation, he pulled out a grenade, yanked the pin, and heaved it down the hall as he hollered, "Frag out," and knelt to the floor. Many of the soldiers behind dropped face down to the floor just as the grenade blew. Standing up, Karnak walked into the smoke and dust created by the explosion as soldiers began to rise from the floor to follow. Nothing seemed to slow Karnak down when he had a mission to achieve. The farther Karnak went into the depths of the camp, the more civilians they found working. Not employees, but slave labor, doing repairs or simple maintenance. Each time they were overcome with joy, not just to be free once again, but knowing that there were people outside the camp still fighting. With each civilian freed, Karnik's pace picked up and his rifle fired more often. Many who followed as he moved down the halls thought he knew there would be no bullet that could harm him. Those who witnessed what he did to the UN soldiers atop the hill just outside the armory believed it as well. Turning the corner on yet another hallway, Karnik froze at the sight before him. Standing just 25 feet away was a barely dressed girl with tears rolling down her face. Behind her, with a large, hairy arm wrapped around her neck and a pistol to her head, stood what looked to be some type of officer, but Karnik couldn't make out the insignia. "What you doing here?" the hairy-armed guy said with a strong accent that Karnik figured was from somewhere in South or Central America. Lowering his rifle to his side, Karnik took a more relaxed posture. "Are you okay?" Karnik asked the girl as if the foreign officer were not even there. Getting a closer look at the girl, he placed her age at no more than 18 or 20. Angered by being ignored, the hairy-armed man pointed his pistol from the girl to Karnik. "I'm General Elpidio del Bosque, and I demand you to leave at once." Karnik continued to look the girl in the eyes as the general spoke, not only to calm her, but also to help restrain himself from killing the man before asking him any questions. "It will be over in a minute, miss," Karnik said to the girl, as the hairy arm pulled her tighter. "As for you, Elpidio, I have one question. Where are the veterans being kept?" Karnik struggled to not kill the human waste each time he heard the girl sniffle. "You let me pass, and I tell where. I also tell where the other girl is." Elpidio's face sneered as if he had something Karnik wanted. Karnik thought, what other girl could he be talking about? In a place this size, there had to be many other girls here, but what made this hairy bastard feel he knew what girl I was looking for? Karnik decided to play along. "Sure, buddy. You have a deal." "Good. I take this one with me for insurance, yes?" Elpidio glanced down at the girl he held tight under his arm. Karnik knew he couldn't hold back from killing the man much longer and wasn't about to answer a question like that. Instead, he replied, "Talk or die." "Then we have a deal." "Good," Elpidio said as if that made the deal binding. "Those you seek are down there. The girl is on the 3rd floor and, might I say, a niña salvaje." Elpidio smiled when he spoke of the girl, and Karnik couldn't bear the thought of letting him take another breath. Almost as fast as soldiers watching him could blink, Karnik raised his rifle to his shoulder and fired. The bullet struck Elpidio on the bridge of his nose, and instantly his hairy arm, along with the rest of him, fell straight to the floor. Before his body had settled or the smoke had finished exiting Karnik's rifle barrel, the girl ran to him. As her arms wrapped around him, Karnik looked down to her as he began removing the pack from his back. Karnik couldn't bear to let the girl be exposed any longer. Having difficulty moving with the girl holding tight, Karnik unzipped his pack and pulled out his spare jacket. Tossing the pack to one side, Karnik slung his rifle over his shoulder and then held the jacket in both hands, wrapping it around the girl. Karnik understood the girl needed help, but he also knew others did too, and that moving forward was going to be the only way to do so. "You're safe now, and we have to go help the others." Karnik put a little distance between himself and the girl as he finished wrapping his jacket around her. Looking back, Karnik spotted a female soldier stepping his way and was very thankful she had. Karnik felt it was much better than another male soldier trying to lead her off after what she had been through. As the female soldier took the girl's hands, she addressed Karnik. "Commander, Niña Salvaje Wild Girl. Who do you think he was talking about?" Soon as Karnik heard her say, "Wild Girl," only one thought came to mind. Sierra. Turning around and facing the soldiers behind him, Karnik pointed at 3 of them. You, and you. Follow me. The rest of you down this hall. Move." Karnik sprinted to the stairs at the opposite end of the hall, with the 3 soldiers close behind. their rifles held up and ready for whatever threat presented itself. Chapter 36. Moment of Weakness. After watching the sun rise over the horizon, Cameron thought heavily of the mission most of the armory personnel were now conducting. He thought how, with the sun now high in the sky, the battle had to be close to over. The more he sat and thought about it, the more he felt useless as his recovery took so much time. Each day that passed, Cameron wanted to go on even the shortest of runs, anything to feel useful once again. The one thing that had been on his mind the most was where Angelique, Ken, and Todd were. Cameron stretched his body out slowly, as he did many times during the day, hoping that it would speed up the healing process and work the soreness from his body. Reaching up high above his head and bringing his thumbs together while taking in a deep breath and holding it, Cameron exhaled slowly while lowering his arms and bending at the waist and touching his toes. Rolling his eyes, a soldier looked over to Cameron. "You know we are supposed to stay low behind the sandbags, right?" He was a little annoyed by Cameron's constant inhaling and exhaling. Still, he tried to occupy the time by wiping the morning dew from the M240 Bravo machine gun, where the two of them watched over the armory ground surrounded by stacks of sandbags. Cameron exhaled and straightened his body, inhaling deeply while raising his hands above his head once again. The sun has been up for a while now. Everyone knows that attacks happen before, or as the sun rises. Releasing his stretch, Cameron exhaled and headed back down to touch his toes once more, only to quickly drop down behind the sandbags as bullets began striking the wall of the building just 10 feet to their rear. Cameron made his way over to the soldier with whom he shared the machine gun placement and began getting more ammunition ready. Racking the bolt back, preparing the rifle to fire, the soldier looked to Cameron. "Well, I guess they decided to sleep in this morning." He then focused on where the shot may have come from, hoping to find a target to make the weapon sing its thunderous course. Seconds passed by, and then minutes, and still there was no sign of who had fired at them. All over the armory grounds, men and women watched the perimeter for signs of an attack, but saw none. "What the hell was that? Just somebody target practicing?" Cameron asked, not believing the shots were fired at them for no reason. "Maybe they were tired of watching you stretch," the soldier suggested, as he watched the wood line through the machine gun sights. Cameron liked the soldier's personality. "What the hell is your name?" "Bob." "Well, Bob, where you from?" Cameron inquired, hoping to pass the time. Bob looked over to Cameron and then back down the rifle. "Not far from here, but I'm originally from Wolf Creek, Montana. Just settled here after leaving the army." Cameron snapped his head around to Bob from where he was looking into the wood line, surprised at what he had said. "What? Really? I grew up just a few miles from there in Helena. Damn, Bob, we might already know each other." The two began laughing at how crazy it was that they both were from more than 1,500 miles away, but now manned a machine gun nest together. The thought lasted for a second before a bullet made contact with Bob just above the chest plate in his vest and exited with a section of his spinal cord. Cameron watched Bob fall back to the ground, dead before his head made contact. Shaking off the shock of what had just happened, Cameron pushed Bob's body out of the way and dropped down behind the machine gun. All along the wood line, they came charging out with rifles, pistols, bows, crossbows, swords, and even baseball bats. Nevertheless, Cameron wasted little time pulling the trigger of the M240 Bravo. As soon as he had taken aim and began firing at the herd of heavily armed people, he saw the next stage of their apparent plan. Off to the left of where the people had emerged, entered two vans covered with what looked to be railroad ties bolted over their full surface. Taking aim at the lead van, Cameron and the other machine guns in the area opened fire. Within seconds, it became obvious they were having no effect. Cameron watched as the two vans provided cover for the mass of people behind them as they destroyed one machine gun emplacement after another. With most of the personnel on the raid of the FEMA camp or at the tunnels, the armory's main source of protection had been made ineffective by a pile of lumber. Cameron felt helpless as he looked for a soft area in the van at which to fire, but even the driver was protected behind the wooden railroad ties. Off in the distance, Cameron heard another vehicle approaching the front gate. Great, he thought. Another damn woodpile. When the vehicle crested the hill and started down, Cameron wished it had been another woodpile van. Where the hell did they get a vehicle like that? Cameron watched as a large black military transport truck drove down the hill toward the gate, with two armed men in the back holding up between them what looked like a black flag. Great, Cameron commented as they went out of his sight below the hill. Hope the guy at the gate has better luck than we are. He watched as another defensive position was overrun, swearing to take as many of them with him before he went. Checking his ammunition, Cameron waited as the two wooden vehicles headed his way. Then it occurred to him that there were no weapons firing at the front gate, where the military vehicle had no doubt already arrived. Looking over, Cameron couldn't believe what he was seeing. Atop the massive vehicle were two of the machine guns from the front gate, both firing over the cab of the transport as it drove across the field toward the wooden vehicles. The transport stayed just below them on the hill, then began coming up from the rear. The closer they got, the more people ran from behind the wood-on vans. Cameron pulled himself tight against the stock of the machine gun and began firing short bursts at each of them, sometimes catching two at a time. From the black military vehicle that Cameron didn't recognize, he watched as grenades were launched into the backs of the wooden vans. Cameron watched as parts of the drivers were seemingly spit out the front. As smoke rolled out the front of the vans, he could tell the drivers could see no more than 10 feet in front of them. The wooden railroad ties had been staggered in front like a bullet shield. Now they acted like chimneys as the vehicles burned. Seeing that the newcomers had dealt with the invaders, Cameron kept a close eye on the large black vehicle as it drove around the burning vehicles and bodies to his location. Cameron stood, figuring there was no use staying behind the machine gun if they meant him harm. There would be very little he could do, as he was on his last dozen rounds. Looking down at where Bob lay lifeless, he wondered what his last name was, and if he had known him or his family back in Montana. I might be joining you there in a minute, Bob. Cameron turned his attention back to the approaching vehicle. With it, now close enough to make out the finer details, he noticed a red star decal on the bumper and instantly recognized it to be Chinese. Slowly, Cameron began raising his hands in the air as his mind raced, unable to take his eyes off the red star decal as the vehicle approached. Chapter 37. Threats made good. Although her hands were bound tight to the steel chair, the sight of the forest's rolling hills through the surprisingly clean windows almost made everything fade away. Ah, scenery like that gets old quick, Sierra thought, as she tugged on the rope that bound her wrists to the chair. You might as well save your strength. Nobody has ever worked their way out of my knots. The man smiled at Sierra as he ran his finger softly down one side of her face. Trust me, my beauty. You will need your strength. Rather than think of what her captor was implying, Sierra inventoried the room. It only took a second to note 4 things: the man who had just stroked her face, the chair she was strapped to, and a small table with her hat sitting on top of it. Now, my dear, tell me who your people are. I know you aren't with the government, because we are here by request of your government. So who are you? Sierra could feel saliva landing on her as he spoke inches from her face. Images of headbutting him filled her thoughts, but quickly vanished. She always thought that people who did that had to be brain dead. Instead, she asked, "Could I get a few aspirin and a Pepsi?" The question was answered quickly with the back of his right hand, cracking loudly across her right cheek. Spitting the blood from her mouth to the floor, Sierra looked back to the soldier. Okay, how about just the aspirin? Those ballistic plates in the vest don't contain much padding and my back is killing me. Again, the UN man replied with the back of his hand. This time, Sierra could feel the blood rushing to the area. Now, Woony, use your words, Sierra said with a bloody smile on her face. Stepping back, the UN soldier could see he wasn't getting anywhere. He picked up the hat they had brought in with her. With his back to her, he rolled it around in his fingers and wondered why a girl would wear such a thing. Sentimental value, he thought, as a slight smile came across his face. Believing he had what he needed to break her, the UN soldier turned around, twirling the hat in the air with 2 fingers. "So, little miss, what is Willie's?" Sierra focused on her hat as it spun round and round his fingers. "I'm going to break those fingers before I kill you." Just as Sierra finished her threat, gunfire erupted in the hallway outside the door at her back. The UN soldier's attention quickly turned to the noise, and he dropped the hat and rushed over to the door. He opened it a crack and could see his men returning fire. He pulled back into the room. "I believe we need to find other accommodations, little miss." Turning from the door, he spotted the hat where he had dropped it, and knew he had to take it with them, as it evoked deep emotions in her. Running back across the room to where the hat lay, he paid little attention to Sierra as he passed by. Feeling his movements and listening closely to his footsteps, Sierra waited for just the right moment. As he came alongside her, she lashed out with her left boot heel, kicking his left foot behind his right as it came forward. As the large soldier put his hands out to cushion his fall, Sierra rocked the steel chair forward, bringing it into the air and standing to her feet. Standing but bent over as if she was still seated in the chair attached to her butt, Sierra quickly shuffled over to where the man lay on the floor. Raising her right foot, Sierra brought the heel of her boot down across the fingers on the hand he had used to stop his fall. As he screamed in agony, she struck out, planting the toe of her right boot to his temple, causing him to roll to his back as he went limp on the floor. Quickly, Sierra spun and took 2 steps forward, with the legs of the chair facing the UN soldier on the floor. She walked back as fast as she could and jumped with the chair in the air. Sierra stared at the wall in front of her as the back legs of the chair came down. Not only could she feel them plunging through his ribs, but she could also hear the bones as they cracked and the air rush from his body as his lungs rapidly deflated. Still sitting tied to the chair with 2 of the legs rammed through the soldier, Sierra was unsure what to do next. Listening to the gunfire grow closer outside the door, she looked over to see who might enter. To her surprise, her pistols hung on the back of the door. Those would have made things easier. She rocked forward to free the chair legs from the chest of the man on the floor, an attempt that was unsuccessful. On her last thrust forward, Sierra heard the gunfire cease outside the door and wondered just who would be coming through. Without warning, the door burst open, and Karnik rushed in with 3 others close behind, each moving into the room opposite the guy in front of them. Karnik stood across the room, staring at Sierra, sitting in a chair with the legs plunged through a man's chest. Karnik had truly believed that he had seen most everything possible until this. "You have any aspirin? My back is killing me," Sierra asked Karnik with a smile on her face. "Really?" The sight astonished one of the others who had come through the door with Karnik. "Hey, I warned him!" Sierra snapped back, pretending to be offended by his comment. "Now how about untying me?" Karnik pulled his knife from his vest and stepped over to her. Just as he slid it between her wrist and the chair arm, Sierra whispered, "See, I knew you couldn't resist me." Then she gave him a wink and a smile as he looked her in the eyes, startled by what she had said. "Listen, we have to get moving. Can you walk?" Karnik asked, seeing that she had been through quite a lot as he cut her other wrist free. Sierra stepped over and picked up her hat. After putting it on her head, she stretched, walked over to the door, and removed her pistols from the hook. Swinging them around her waist and securing them in place, Sierra looked back at Karnik from under the brim of her hat with cold, focused eyes. "You want to lead?" Sierra was ready to finish the mission, and she walked through the door with her 357 Magnum revolvers in each hand. The release. Kate turned to the soldiers behind her. "Search these assholes for a key." At that moment, she spotted the black uniforms of the UCM rounding the corner at the far end of the hall. "Friendlies! Friendlies!" Soldiers at both ends of the hall began to shout out, alerting one another not to fire. "Kate, Sergeant Lee here. What do you have?" He looked around as their people dug through the dead's pockets. Kate tapped the steel door with the barrel of her rifle. "We need a key. It's too thick to blast through without possibly injuring them." Kate pointed through the door's small window for Lee to take a look. Leaning forward, Lee's eyes opened wide as he focused on the horrific sight. Turning away quickly, Lee shouted back to the soldier to his rear. "Go check that piece of shit General Stupido for a key. Make it quick." Lee shook his head as he looked once again through the small glass. "How can someone do that to others?" he asked Kate, knowing there was no answer to the question. "Make a hole, I got it! Coming through! Make a hole!" a soldier called out from far down the hall. Those in the hall stepped to the side so that he could run unhindered to where Sergeant Lee and Kate waited anxiously. "He had it, Sergeant. Here," the private said, a little winded as he handed over the keys to Lee. With the keys in his hand, Lee wasted no time trying one and then another. At the third attempt, the lock turned, and Kate quickly pulled the handle when she heard the click as Lee turned it halfway around. Pulling the door open, everyone in the hall knew quickly that things inside the room were much worse than they had seen through the little window. The odor of human waste and death rushed into the hallway, causing many to be unable to inhale without gagging. "Oh my God," someone said as the odor filled the air. "We have to get them out now!" "Wait!" Kate ordered as she jumped in front of the open door. "They can not stay in here. Mac, take our group back the way we came and see to it that everything is clear outside. Darian, I need you to help lead them out. Got it?" Without being told to go, Mac quickly began directing soldiers to the rear exit. Kate entered the holding area with Lee and his team close behind. Lee worked quickly to find the right key and then ran from lock to lock as fast as he could. Behind him, his soldiers guided those who could walk out and down the halls as they helped those who didn't have the strength. Many of the UCM soldiers left the room unable to control their gag reflexes due to the odor of human waste covering the floors of the cells. Chapter 39. Securing the Camp. With his rifle up to his shoulder ready to fire, Karnak moved down the center of the hall with Sierra and the others close behind. Things were beginning to quiet down, but Karnak was still hyper-alert to everything happening around him. As they turned down unexplored halls, Karnak glanced back to ensure that everything was okay. It bothered him each time to see Sierra walking, along just a few feet to his rear, as if she were strolling through the park. "You know, you don't have a vest on anymore. You think your back hurts now. Imagine if you wouldn't have had it on," Karnak said one of the times he looked to the rear, hoping to convince her to step behind somebody who was wearing a vest. Sierra just kept walking, scanning every possible spot from which a threat could appear. She knew what Karnak was trying to get her to do. "No way in hell I'm hiding behind one of those guys," Sierra thought, even without the protection of a vest. Rounding the next corner, Karnak looked back and once again saw Sierra still in the same spot and still walking like it was a Sunday stroll. "Okay, you need to get—" The sudden movement and sound of Sierra's pistol firing drowned out what Karnak was saying. Spinning back to the front, ready to fire, Karnak saw one of the CERT personnel dead in the doorway, just 20 feet in front of him. Then another emerged, firing wildly, striking the walls and floor in the hall. Karnak squeezed off 2 rounds, and the bullets no sooner left the end of his barrel before they tore through the wild shooter's chest. "You know, I got mine with only 1 shot," Sierra said as Karnak watched the door for any others exiting. Without acknowledging her, Karnak chose to keep moving. At the end of the hallway, Karnak decided it would be a good idea to check on the progress of freeing the veterans. Things were calming down all over the compound, but Karnak had learned long ago to never let your guard down at times like this. Exiting the stairwell on the bottom floor, Karnak checked both ways and then began moving. Within seconds, they all had their breath taken away by the odor in the air, one that caused Sierra to fear finding its source, which reminded her of the container out back. "Karnak," Sierra said in a tone so serious that he had never imagined it coming from her. Stopping, Karnak turned to find out what had her so concerned while he wondered what could bother a person who not that long ago killed a man with a chair she was still sitting in. "Yeah? What's up?" Karnak asked, not letting his concern show. "That smell." Sierra paused, and the expression on her face was enough to tell Karnak that she had something very important to say. You need to see out back where we attacked from. Karnak reached out and slapped her on the shoulder. Right after we see how things down here are going. Okay? Sierra nodded her head, but her body language showed that she was ready to move forward. Still hiding his concern, Karnak gave her one last look before continuing down the hallway. The farther they moved down the hall, the stronger the smell became. As they turned down the next hall, they could see people being led out, nearing the steady stream of men and women covered in filth and helping one another continue moving. Karnak's worst fears about the place were realized. "Soldier!" Karnak called to one of his men standing by the door. "Yes, Commander?" He straightened up a little as he heard Karnak's voice. "Where are these people headed, and how many more are there?" Kate sent a few squads outside to ensure that the area was secure. "We have been heading them that way, Commander," the soldier said as he helped those he could as they passed. Karnak turned back the way they had come. "Come with me. They're going to need help, and I know where to get it." Karnak began running down the hall, making one turn after another until he arrived at what they considered the front entrance. Stopping at the doors, Karnak surveyed the area, watching mostly his soldiers moving, some even with prisoners. "Looks like things are calming down." Karnak pushed the door open and stepped out. Walking down the steps, Karnak received an answer to his earlier question of what had happened to the troops with the grenade launchers. Some of them were walking behind prisoners they had taken, with Robert and his team following close behind. When Robert spotted Sierra, he began running with one hand holding his rifle steady where it was strapped to his back. Karnak knew Robert wasn't running over to speak with him, but to check on his little sister. Nevertheless, Karnak felt it a good opportunity to speak with him. "Robert," Karnak said loudly, waving him over before he passed by. Robert raised one hand up toward Sierra with his thumbs up, silently asking, "You good?" After a smile, a nod, and a wink from her, Robert ran over to Karnak. "Yeah?" Robert asked, not much on military protocol since he left the military a few years ago. "Just wanted to say damn good shooting. What happened there?" Karnak pointed at what was left of the group who was supposed to blow the fence line with grenades. "It looks like they were hit from the rear and side as soon as the fighting started. They spent most of the time pinned down until we rappelled down and came in from behind." Robert told Karnak what he knew. Having no further questions, Karnak made one more request of Robert. "There are still parts of the building that need to be cleared, but I want to get the civilians out to help with the veterans. Mind joining us?" Robert pulled his rifle around to the front to have it ready. "Lead the way." Before they arrived at the building complex where the civilians were held, Karnak could see that his troops were already taking care of things. From the looks of it, they were more than happy to assist the wounded and less fortunate prisoners. Karnak could still hear gunfire from different areas of the compound, but for the most part, the area they were in was safe. "Okay, time to get back into the fight. There are still a lot of rooms that need to be cleared." Karnak looked back to the tall building. "I need to show you something first," Sierra shouted, and began walking without waiting for a response from Karnak. "Where you going, sis?" Robert asked, out of the loop of Sierra and Karnak's earlier conversation. Sierra still said nothing, just walked with Karnak, Robert, and the 3 men Karnak had with him following close behind. After a few minutes, they could smell the same odor from inside the building where the people were being released from the cages. Being new to the odor, Robert exclaimed, "What the hell is that?" Karnak, however, already had an idea. Sierra stopped in front of the stacks of black containers they used earlier that morning for cover and began to address the others. "What you see here are not just shipping containers but coffins. Coffins used to bury dozens of people at once. The field we crossed this morning is covered with freshly dug earth where they have already been placed, and some that are full but yet to be buried." While Sierra spoke, it reminded him of the documentary she used to love making, although this wasn't one anybody would enjoy. Now, understanding what had bothered Sierra so deeply, Karnak assured her that the people responsible for this would be found. To that, Sierra responded, "What if there are more like this out there?" For now, we have to deal with this one, and there are a hell of a lot of rooms to clear, so let's move. Chapter 40. Revealed. Carlos charged down hallways and into one room after another, sometimes leaving the soldiers behind him trying to catch up. They stacked up 4 deep outside each room before entering with weapons ready. This had been their training since the first day in the military or law enforcement, and it was very effective. Carlos, on the other hand, had the same training, but took a much different approach. He kicked in each door he came to and entered the room regardless of whether there were others ready behind him. On more than one occasion, a bullet would brush by him or strike the vest he wore, causing him to sway back just a little. But each time he responded with gunfire of his own. Each room they entered looked much the same as the last, ranging from conference rooms and offices to personal living spaces. Walking out of yet another conference room, Carlos couldn't help but wonder just how any of them needed a place like this. As he squared up in front of the next door and prepared to kick it open, he thought of just running through the building, calling out Sierra's name. Then, as he raised his leg, placing his knee almost to his chest, he thought, "Yeah, that would work if I were a dumbass." Then he kicked out, making contact with the door and throwing it back into the room. Quickly entering like so many before, Carlos could tell this one was much different. In the corner stood a skinny, sick little guy wearing a blue helmet and pointing a pistol at him, though Carlos couldn't be sure as the pistol in the guy's hand moved around so much it was unclear. "You need help with that?" Carlos asked the soldier, unable to bring himself to shoot. Lowering his rifle to his side, Carlos walked slowly over to him. "Stop or I shoot you," the frightened soldier said with a thick French accent. Not worried about the guy firing, Carlos reached out and wrapped his fingers around the pistol, almost causing it to vanish in his grasp. "Let me have that before you hurt yourself." Carlos pulled the pistol free from the man's hands. With the slight threat neutralized, Carlos looked around the room at all the electronics with blinking lights and screens shining bright. What the hell is all this? How is it not fried like everything else? Carlos didn't receive an answer. Calmly, Carlos laid his arm over the man's shoulders as if they were old buddies. "Okay, Frank. I know you speak English, so you understand what I'm asking." "Yes, but my name isn't Frank. It's Adrian. I don't know this Frank you speak of." Adrian tried to sound strong but failed. "Of course it is." Carlos patted Adrian on the shoulder. "Listen, I'm looking for a friend of mine. She was taken—" Adrian interrupted Carlos, nodding his head. "I know of her." Adrian hoped Carlos would stop flexing his arm and pulling him in closer as he spoke. "Good. Then you can tell me where to find her, and I will see to it that you are safe. Does that sound good to you, Adrian?" Carlos squeezed Adrian to his side. Suddenly, Carlos's ears perked up at a sound coming from the hallway. "You boys seen an old, ugly, large Mexican around here who thinks he used to be a Texas Ranger?" Just then, Sierra stepped into the doorway and leaned against one side, smiling at Carlos. Overjoyed to see her alive, Carlos rushed to Sierra and wrapped his arms around her, pulling her into his barrel chest. With her arms pinned to her sides and her pistols pointing to the floor, unable to move, Sierra looked up. "I'm 2 seconds away from shooting you in the foot." Carlos let out a big laugh as all of his worries and anxieties melted away. Releasing her from his monstrous grasp, Carlos placed his large left hand on her shoulder and wagged the pointer finger of his right at her. "I know it does no good to tell you not to do stupid shit, but next time let me know you are going to do it." Sierra looked up at him with a fake sad face. "Yes, father." She smiled brightly. Carlos rolled his eyes. "I'm 35. Sierra noticed the little man standing on the other side of the room. "Friend of yours?" She nodded in the Frenchman's direction. "Oh, this is Adrian. He was about to tell me where you were." With a confused look on his face, Adrian replied, "No, not her." Carlos and Sierra both faced him, curious about whom he meant. "Adrian, old buddy, who did you think I was looking for?" Carlos asked, as if he and Adrian had known each other for a very long time. "Just a minute. I have her name written down here somewhere. It came over the radio 2 days ago." Adrian began shuffling through papers on a desk. "Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on her, Carlos?" Karnak asked as he stepped through the door. "Hell, I tried, but it's like keeping an eye on a fly as it circles your head. About as annoying, too. We just came from releasing the civilians to help with the veterans and wounded. They're in pretty bad shape. I don't think we're going to be able to move them for some time." Karnak was updating Carlos just as Adrian blurted out, "Angelique Rose Carringer." Karnak lost all train of thought when he heard her name. "What was that about?" Karnak asked Carlos, who stood staring at Adrian with a surprised look on his face. "I found this guy in here and pushed him for information about where Sierra was located. He thought I was looking for somebody else." Carlos started putting it together. Karnak walked over to Adrian and violently grabbed him by the collar with his left hand and jerked him up close. Karnak looked down at the man, shaking with fear in his grasp. "What do you know about her?" Adrian responded quickly, his voice quivering. Jonathan reported he had captured her. Karnak fought to keep a focused train of thought instead of lashing out. "Does this Jonathan have a wound on his face?" Yes, Adrian said. Forcing himself to release his grip on Adrian, Karnak watched as the man backed away like a beaten dog. "Specialist Lewis," Karnak called out, loud enough for the soldiers in the hall to hear. Seconds later, a man entered. "Here, Commander." Karnak's eyes were still fixed on Adrian. "I want a full report in 15 minutes of what this man knows." Karnak then turned his attention to Robert, standing just outside in the hallway. "Robert, get Kate. We're going hunting. It's time for violence of action." Chapter 41. It started. Around and around, one after another, Kaylee chased the child in front of her, playing a simple game of tag. Blankenship watched Kaylee smile and laugh for the first time since they'd met. The sight of her safe and happy warmed Blankenship's heart after the long, deadly journey making it out of St. Louis. Blankenship turned back to his new task of digging a defensive position just down from the top of the hill. He placed each scoop he removed from the hole directly into a bag. Like many others he'd seen in the area, Blankenship stacked the bags along the perimeter of the hole. Having no experience at building a defensive living area in the woods, Blankenship chose to copy what he saw around the hillside. Having a high level of mechanical skills, Blankenship was able to understand the sandbag placement. They not only provided more cover when in the hole, but also diverted rainwater around the hole when placed correctly. Blankenship had worked hard for hours digging and filling bags as Kaylee played with the other children. Lifting up another sandbag to the top of the hole, he could feel the muscles in his lower back knotting up. This was truly a different line of work than what he was used to. Rubbing the blisters that had formed on his hands, Blankenship climbed out of the hole that was to be his and Kaylee's new home. Sitting down on a sandbag, he watched as the children endlessly chased one another, with no real goals or worries as the sun shined through the treetops and a light breeze blew. At that moment, with all the beauty of the forest around him and except for all the people carrying rifles, he wondered why he'd never been camping before now. Though this wasn't really his idea of camping. Minutes passed as he sat on the sandbags, and Blankenship could feel his body becoming stiff. He knew he should get back to work, but watching Kaylee play and having a good time made him want to join in, if only so that all her memories of him were not always about running for their lives. Blankenship's ears perked up at the sound of thunder in the distance, and his thoughts quickly went from playing with Kaylee to getting a roof over the hole. Looking up at the sky, Blankenship wondered how far off the storm was, for there were clear blue skies above with no signs of rain. Looking back over to Kaylee, Blankenship began to stand just as he heard others screaming, "Incoming!" Looking around, he saw people diving for holes in the ground as the reality of what he thought was thunder set in. "Kaylee!" he called out. She quickly turned to him with a big smile on her face. Then he watched as Kaylee vanished, engulfed by dirt and fire. Blankenship felt the air forced from his lungs as a strong sensation of falling took over. A fall he felt was straight into hell.